With his mighty battle axe, he slaughtered everything. In California, they call Hero King. He's all a dressed man. There we go. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, let's get these. Oh, the stiffness of work out of me. I like that. I like that. I like it when it gets all frizzy and crazy looking. In Hollywood, you found a famous Sir Calf, what you doing over there, pup? What you doing over there, puppy? Crazy little absurd ball pup. Boop. What are you doing over there? Oh shit, you know, you're probably gonna annoy the fuck out of me really quick, dog. Real soon, considering you don't got food or water. I don't need you freaking out on me on that one, because I know you're just gonna stare at me and bark at me. And then massively assault these bowls, and then attempt to get my attention. There we go. That should keep him sufficed for a minute. What's home? Oh, that dog really gets sufficed by that. Oh, he's immediately coming over to that food. Yep, that's what he wanted. Of course. Hey, hey! Get out of that bag. Thought different. Thought different, huh? What a jerk. My lord. You absurd little dog. You goofy little thing. You make so much noise. Got a couple little things to pop up in the background. At least to see if we can find some shit to look at. I do know there's probably some good stuff for the onion nuggets. A few times I was able to tune in for that. Ooh boy. All sorts of fun excitement. Spawn a little buddy. Here real quick. There we go. I like how you were only there for that chair for like 3 minutes and then you immediately went over there. Little goofy doggo. Folks, what are you doing over there? Yeah, you. Little goof. Man, what a goober. He's always on a hunt for like some bug. I'm like convinced this dog's a bug hunter because he's always on the hunt for some bug or another. I'm not even gonna lie, it's kind of cute. Especially to watch him get all spastic. Seeing Zukov get super spastic over a fucking fly is hilarious. That truly is peak content. I need to try to catch him doing it more often because of how funny it is. Little boo boo. Good for little doggo. He knows I have meats for him. He was sniffing in his bag for the meats, and now he wants them. Hey! Immediately ran over here, of course. Hey! Hey, you gotta be patient, bro. Oh my god, look at you. Hi. I love a little sweet fluff. You goofy little thing. I'll give you a little chunk right now. Sit. No, that's not sitting. Sit. Sit. Good boy. You're very resistant about that, but you did it. Alright, come up here now. Hey. Gotta be patient. Hey, I didn't say paw. Patience. That's not... I didn't say paw, I said patience. That's not patience, that's impatience. Okay, now you gave me a paw. There you go. Alright, now I'll give you this to make you go away. One more paw. You can't, like, pull me in. You have to just, like, give me the paw. Oh my god, what a goof. I always feel like I have to, like, sometimes retrain him a little bit. At least sometimes. He's one of those little bastards where he needs at least a little bit of retraining. Occasionally. At least he's starting to get back into somewhat good behavior. Little good pup. What, just a good, sweet little puppy. Ah. Yep. There we go. Oh, what the fuck? Shit was all flipped over. Eh. There we go. See, my first response to this little cat. There's this. I woke up this morning and I was like, alright, gonna do a little stretch and shit. I didn't even think about to say anything about it, but I should. Because there was a cute little kitty. There was an adorable kitty that was just hanging out. I never seen this cat. I haven't seen this cat before, but little kitty just kind of chilling, doing his thing. I've been noticing, because Bandit ain't around anymore, that there's been random cats been hanging around. There's actually another Siamese that's actually kind of claimed the territory now. Outside of that cat, tried to get its attention, but it ran off. But he's just this cute little kitty. Super fluffy. Super fluffy kitty. Oops, shit. There we go. Welcome to Lazy Tuesday. What's up, man? What'd you think of the cute little kitty? Cute little kitty from this morning. Adorable little thing. It was just kind of chilling. I like, I was, because like usually before I start my streams, I always kind of like to, or at least in the morning, if I do that, I usually kind of like to, hang outside, take in some of the air. And before I did, I saw that little kitty just chilling, doing his thing. Yeah, fucking loose ass hairs. But at least today, for me, it definitely wasn't a lazy Tuesday. Actually, at work today was kind of interesting. Like, I showed up, and the first thing I get is like, oh hey, just to let you know that store director wanted to talk to you. And I was just like, I immediately went like that because I went, uh-oh. I was kind of nervous and immediately went just like, oh fuck. Is she gonna claim that I'm like stealing something, or is it about like attendance or something? Like, oh no, what is this? And so I go, I go into the, go in her office, realize she's talking to someone else. So I wait there for like 10 minutes just sitting outside. So I'm like, well, 10 o'clock on, but now I'm having just like my dick in my hand here for like 10 minutes before I actually like work. So, okay. Eventually I go in there. And lo and behold, it actually was about like some attendance stuff. And, but she actually in a weird way was like, not in this like, it's just so weird, honestly. Like she, because she was like, hey, I just want to let you know, it's like, like about your attendance stuff, because I notice every now and then that, you might be late and blah blah blah. I just want to like, let you know about it and make sure that, like it ain't bad and stuff, because when you are here, you're amazing, you're great, you're one of the best employees, like in the store, frankly, let alone just like, in that department. But like she was like literally fluffing me up with like in between being like, please, be attentful, because if like corporate higher-ups come down and they see that, I have to unfortunately terminate her or something, and I don't want to do that. Like she was saying that and shit. So I was just like, oh fuck. I mean, in a weird way, actually, it's actually kind of nice that she kind of pointed it out, frankly, because, like, some people in my department, like, they might, like, I know, my department manager will mention it, be like, hey, be a little better, blah, 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 I don't care if you're, like, 10 minutes, late or something like that, but, just be mindful and shit. Like, there's been times where, I'll get that occasionally, and I'm like, oh, okay, my bad, I'm sorry, I'll make sure I'm, try to show up, I'll try to show up on time for next time, my bad, apologies. And, and I try to keep my P's and Q's with it, but, like, it was something that she kind of, like, she had, like, a whole kind of little document list, of it from, like, the past, like, month, and there was, honestly, kind of even for me, I was like, oh, I didn't realize that, honestly, was, like, kind of that lax. And honestly, I was telling her, it's like, sometimes, it's like my mom will visit at my house and I have to help her with her being handicapped. And plus, my dog sometimes, during my walks or when I let him outside before I leave, he doesn't always like to go immediately, and he has kind of his routine. But sometimes it's not like, like sometimes he doesn't always fit exactly with that, so, because it depends on his mood half the times. You live like a fortnight number of steps away from work. It's kind of impressive. I mean, honestly, like, at this point, I'm not even really, it's, like, a lot of it, like I just said, it's, a lot of it's that, and, also, I've just been kind of, like, focusing on other shit that, I haven't really focused so much about, like, this kind of specific aspect of things, like, in comparison to, like, like, in the past, at least. So, I mean, because, I mean, like, I know I've definitely been, like, honestly, frankly, way worse about it, but now at this point, I've gotten into where it's actually, like, alright, but, lately I haven't really been thinking about it, but I have kind of slacked with it, so I'm just like, oh, oop. Which, honestly, the fact that she was actually really legitimately chill about it, though, and was just, like, actually kind of trying to cover me about it and be like, look, I mean, technically, I could have done this to you already and this and that, but I actually do value you, and blah, 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 and I want to make sure that, you know, things are all good and stuff, and I'm just like, alright, well, you know, I think the times are set, you know, the way they are fine, I'll just, you know, make sure I'm on the PQ about it. So, like I said, really interesting. It's like I kind of got like a, hey, you know, watch it a little bit, but at the same time, it's like, hey, but you're also doing a good job, and then, you know, we value, you know, you as a, like, an employee here, and I was just like, okay. It was, I mean, it's weird, you know, because, like, you know, especially with, like, how corporate traditionally is so much, I mean, it is always, like, this sense of just, like, nah, don't really care, like, especially when it comes to certain excuses. Or at least whether justifiably or, you know, well, or not, you know, and at least, you know, for my, you know, for various different cases for me, at least there is at least immeritable justification, though obviously, you know, is able to be adapted or changed. But at least, like, another thing too was, what else? It was like, I mean, I think the reason why she has, like, kind of the more supportive thing, because she actually used to work there, at, you know, at our store prior to actually being the department manager, because then she moved somewhere else and was working at a different store, and then moved back and, ended up being our department, store manager, basically. So I think, you know, just because there's already a previous rapport, you know, and she's known me for a while already, even prior to that, and, you know, and also I think just because, like, you know, when it comes to the value of one's labor, like, this is kind of where, at least on a more individual level, it shows how much, you know, the worker has power. Like, because if, like, you know, if things are at least, you know, relatively decent for the most part, you know, outside of random bullshit that you have to kind of deal with every day, practically, you know, I mean, if, you know, it's like, if you're able to, like, you know, say, hey, you know, I can show what my value is and put it forth and stuff, and they actually can acknowledge that, that kind of gives you a little bit of a sense of negotiation power, whether as an individual or even, you know, collectively if you have a rep with you, if you're in a unionized workplace. Because it at least shows that, like, you're seen as an asset that can't necessarily be just replaced, you know, like any other cog, basically. I mean, you know, and especially when it comes to, like, a retail type of, you know, work environment, that does kind of say something in a way, because, I mean, it's easy to just kind of replace someone who's, like, you know, working at the deli or a grocery store guy or some shit. It's not that hard to do that. But, you know, if there's, like, kind of a sense of, like, you know, not really going the extra level, but just kind of, like, putting just enough to where they can at least acknowledge, like, oh shit, you know, you're kind of one of the ones that, you know, helps get shit done. It gives you a sense of leverage, you know, and then, you know, even if they, you know, might still anyway, it makes them a little less likely to want to get rid of you. And if anything, we'll try to work with you in a way. Even if it doesn't necessarily work in 100% your favor, and like I said, at least it gives you more leverage. And it's actually, in a way, kind of nice. But it doesn't always work, unfortunately, because it just also kind of depends on management. I think, like I said, at least for my case, she's worked at the store before, and a lot of people that have been there for a while, like me, you know, she knows and recognizes that, you know, like, over the, you know, years and shit, you know, the value of, like, you know, that I put out and shit. And the thing is, like, I can easily put the same value in any other fucking store. Because I was even telling her, it's like, I value the store in the sense of, like, the communal aspect of, like, because I live right down the street, like, I know everybody, you know, like, to some extent, like, everyone kind of knows me, they recognize me and shit. You know, on that level, I value it, but, you know, I could get the same thing in any other store. You know, it's like, it's not really the company I give a fuck about. You know, so it's like I put my worth in on that, just because of the whole communal aspect of it all, but that's about as far as I ever went. I even kind of mentioned it. It's like, yeah, I care because, you know, the people here and stuff, and, like, you know, the communal aspect of shit. You know, I care about that about the store. I don't care about the company aspect of things. You know, so, you know, because, like, either way, I still get shit done. I still make sure things are all good, to the point where even corporate will shut the hell up, but, you know, I always, you know, implied, you know, my little 2 cents about things. But also, I guess that's probably why it's kind of impressive, because they recognize the value of my work, and they can't necessarily just replace me. And that's honestly true. I'm just gonna be blunt, that is true. I'm just, like, I mean, hey! You got food and water? Shut up. Like when it comes to that department, like, honestly, outside of, like, 2 or 3 other people, at least, like, for like, closing shifts, like, I mean, I'm pretty much, like, one of the main people that can get shit done. At least efficiently. At least to the point where, like, you know, like, there's results. But, like, you know, it's not a dog on anyone else, but, like, because, like, they're always focused on doing other shit, or they're just, like, so set in doing their routines that, I mean, all in all, I mean, it's like they ain't gonna be doing all the deep clean shit and what's needed, you know, when it comes to that stuff, unless they're forced to, very much. You know, so it's just like, it would collapse. Like, it would basically go into chaos, it would be insane, and it would, honestly, like, just get real dirty real quick. And there would legitimately be a quality dip, I think. Like, I definitely think there would actually be a quality dip when it comes to it. Not necessarily, like, you know, just because of me, but because I know if I were to dip, I know it would be a major domino effect, too. So there'd be some other people that, you know, are pretty good at, like, doing things and shit, that wouldn't necessarily want to work there, with, you know, without me there, because they know that it may mean that sucks even more so. So then, you know, at that point, it's just going to be even worse. I mean, I've been in that position, you know, so it's like, I know how that would feel. I mean, I don't really want to do that, but, like, it's just like, you know, hey, one of these days it is going to be inevitability. But at least, you know, considering, you know, like, the more recognition that I've been given, you know, with the work that I do there, it's actually kind of been making me feel good about being like, alright, like, there's at least, you know, management that does at least give a recognition. I want to say, like, you know, outright, like, you know, respect or, like, you know, credence in a sense of, like, you know, I'm getting my fair share, basically. Because, I mean, realistically, it still really ain't. I mean, nobody really is, frankly, let's just be honest. I mean, but, like, at least, like, with this year, and plus, like, the very little near end of last year, like, there's been somewhat of a, you know, slight change. And I think, you know, it's because, I mean, honestly, I'm not even really doing anything different. Like, you know, with the work that I do there, I really ain't doing much different. It's just that now that we have a department manager, you know, finally, again, and especially one that actually knows what she's doing and actually gives a shit and can get things done, on top of, you know, like, at least having a better communicative, you know, thing happening. Like, shit's been more streamlined in a way that's actually better and just good, honestly. It ain't just fucking, like, you know, just kind of like on a whim, and you kind of hear things from, like, third party, you know, hours after the fact, and it's like, oh, wait, I was supposed to do that production? Wait, oh, how come you know, they didn't tell me about that? Oh, well, I guess it ain't getting done now. At least this time, it's like, oh, hey, we actually have, like, a whole list, like, for every day about, like, what type of production needs to be out and stuff, or to be maintained, you know, and so there's at least this time, we got, like, different lists of what needs to be done, shit, and usually half the time when I get there, it's either mostly already done, or it's, like, already done, essentially. Like, so it's like, I don't really have to do much besides maybe tax shit, and maybe, like, finish, like, 3 things of production. That's, like, about it. And that's, like, the worst case scenario. Actually, the worst case scenario is, like, half of it doesn't get done because they've been so swamped in crazy shit, skeleton crew, or something like that. But at that point, they don't even make us kind of worry about it, honestly. Like, they're just like, hey, do what you can, but if you can't do it, whatever, we don't care. Just, like, do what you can. Like, yeah, because if you're, you know, got a few call-outs, you know, for the day, and you got a lot of production you got to do, and, you know, it's like, you ain't gonna really be able to, like, you know, get super far with that, unfortunately. Like, you know, so, I mean, at least, luckily, this time there's a recognition that, yeah, that's gonna happen, but it's, you know, hey, if you can at least get to it, do it. But sometimes, by the time we do have time to do it, it's, like, closing up. So, you know, it's like we can't necessarily have a lot of overtime, We can have a little bit, but not a lot. So, you know, because hours are, at least right now, kind of tight, so, at least to an extent. So it's like, you know, it's like you could, but, you know, you'll be bleeding up on that overtime, and that makes it harder for, you know, unfortunately, the rest of the department, you know, to be able to take advantage of that type of shit, if they need to. And it's ridiculous. I mean, it's because honestly, like, a lot of that doesn't, like, you don't really get, like, the actual overtime pay and shit unless you work over 40 hours, which, frankly, I think is stupid. I think overtime pay should be in effect like 30 plus minutes after your shift, because I mean, you know, a lot of people usually clock off their shift like 5, 10, sometimes even 50 minutes after they're supposed to, you know, be, you know, done with their shift. But every now and then you might get people that might do so like 15 minutes prior and shit. Like, I mean, that happens. So, you know, and also same thing for, you know, like if you start your shift prior. So if you're like, you know, because that's at least to some extent how it works with our, you know, like with our shit, you know, and I think that'd be fine. So, you know, cause, or at least like, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes. Like, you know, it's like 15 to 20 minutes after your shift, that's when overtime pay goes into effect. Something like that. Because obviously there's like some level of like, you know, oh, we got like that one last little thing, or like, you know, a rush or something like that, so you can't leave like right away, so you got like, you know, another 10 minutes, you know, of work before you actually have to leave. Shit like that happens, but, you know, that's obviously not necessarily overtime, so to speak. But, well, I mean, I guess it is, but, I mean, that wouldn't really do too much, you know, to like add up collectively. But, I mean, if you're working over like 30 plus minutes or some shit like that, that does. And it definitely should at least be like 1.5 times pay, at minimal. What happens if all the closes call out? Do mids have to stay late? Well, yeah, they basically have to stay late and close. I mean, that's actually happened once or twice before. And yeah, that's essentially what happens. Like, usually, you know, they have to, like, stay, you know, at least late enough, you know, to try to, like, close things early. And then, you know, make sure they, you know, basically do the bare minimum for closing, and then, yeah, that's pretty much about it. So, yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where, like, yeah, if there's not enough people, and you can't really call anyone else in, you're just kind of SOL, and it has to kind of close early. Like, when I was at Furlandia, that's when it happened. Because that's when Amardo went MIA for a little bit there, and was, you know, unable to, like, you know, come into work because he was lost to fucking Tacoma and that crazy fucking shit. And, like, and that was around the time where they basically had no closers at all. And where I also was, like, basically, like, oh, hey, you know, it's like, you gotta fucking, you know, like, come in, we got nobody at all. It's like, wait, what? I'm on, like, this is my vacation right now. I'm literally, like, popping in to say hi, but evidently shit's fucked. Oh, no. I mean, so I, you know, like, I was just like, what the hell? If openers don't show up, do mids open? Honestly, I don't know what happens with that. I mean, I think, well, I mean, there's always at least, you know, an opener there, because, usually, like, the department manager, or at least, you know, one of the other assistant managers is there. So, I mean, I don't know. That one, I would assume it's kind of hard to gauge, but yeah, basically. I mean, whoever shows up first will be the one opening it up. So, if no one's there when it's supposed to initially open, which I think is at like 6 or something like that, then yeah, it's basically going to just, yeah, be open at like 8 or 9 or something like that instead. I don't know. I mean, I never work in the morning, so I don't know what the protocol would that, you know, be, but I'm assuming that's what it'd be. Getting the main flag ready for Loud and Lit. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Dude, what should I bring for Loud and Lit? Because I definitely want to at least, like, have, like, a fit going on. I want to get some drip. And I'm definitely going to bring my Bluetooth. Because, honestly, this Bluetooth, I mean, for this JBL, this little guy, this thing could get fucking loud. Like, I mean, this is, like, I don't even have it on max volume with this button right here. I always do it with the phone, so it's like, I can max the fuck out of this, and it would blast. And then, like, the general, like, 15-foot vicinity around me would be just blasting music. As a big-ass speaker, you probably don't need a Bluetooth. Well, I'm probably not going to be hanging out with you guys all the time. I'm probably going to be, you know, traveling on my own little ventures and shit, you know, up and down the whole, you know, crew and shit. Like, I'm sure Tyler's going to be, you know, like, in certain spots as well. I mean, we're not going to be in the same places all the time. I'm assuming. But I should definitely get something set up for it. At least, like, some outfit. Oh, goofy dog. Yeah. Booty juice. I think Biden might have had another gaffe. My friend Rose just simply sent booty juice to me. Uh-oh. I know it was on the Onion Nuggets, because the times I was tuning in for the Onion Nuggets tonight, it was, like, it was pretty fucking fire. And, oh no. Yeah, oh no, dude. Because, like, there was at one point where there was, like, a meme about Secretary Booty Juice. And I just already knew it was a Biden gaffe. I was hearing that shit. Wait, an assless chap? Dude, I heard about that, too. It was in the Onion Nuggets live chat. Like, Cockatoo of something. Like, there was a guy in the chat named Cockatoo something. And, like, that guy literally was endlessly spamming, like, please, make them talk about the Shapiro assless chaps incident. You know, and I was just like, oh my god. Wait, like, who did, like, like, dude, like, what, today, honestly, is kind of, like, wild. There's some weird shit today that is just, like, fun. And luckily, the Onion Nuggets was, you know, talking about a good chunk of that shit, so definitely want to have fun with, you know, some of their stuff for today. Because, oh my god. We are indeed in a timeline. We're just on a timeline, yep. Yeah, I mean, we're just indeed in one. Man, it was actually kind of warm day. Now all of a sudden it just got cold. Like, there was a sudden drop of temperature just like in the last minute. Whoa. I don't approve of that. I do not like that. I was actually like kind of surprised. I didn't even need to bring my leather out until like my last break, because I was walking home and I'm like, it's starting to get a little nippy. But not nippy enough to, like, you know, be inside with, you know, with a hoodie, but what the hell? I can't believe it's June and it's hoodie weather. You know, honestly, I mean, from my understanding, like, I was looking into it, and from my understanding, we're in the El Nino right now. And that's honestly the reason why, like, a lot of our weather's been kind of, like, fucking whack right now, at least over here on the West Coast. Because even California hasn't even broke triple digits. Like, I think they've been into, like, the low 90s in some places. Because at least Paul from DFF, he was mentioning that, like, yeah, basically, you know, it hasn't even really broke out of, like, the mid-90s at all. If that. I think it's only really been, like, 70s and 80s. And it's like, Jesus. Like, man, California at least is now finally having a break. You know, at least, so that's good. But not us. I mean, we're getting fucking pelted with insane fucking, like, cursed fucking weather phenomena. Like, funnels, crazy-ass hailstorms of hail the size of fucking little, like, peas and shit, and fucking grapes. And, like, flooding, you know, places with hail and shit. It was just like, what the fuck? Dude, Sunday was just insane. The weather on Sunday was just whack, dude. Like, that was like some sorcerer was just, like, you know, conjuring crazy weather events and just, like, fucked with, like, this, my little region, too. Like, that crazy hailstorm shit didn't even happen in, like, all of Portland. That was, like, a very specific little region. Because I asked Morning, I said, you know, see all the crazy hail and shit, and he's like, what? What are you talking about? and then he's like, oh. And looked around and went, oh, that's why. I didn't get any of this, what the fuck? So, it didn't even hit all of Portland. It only hit, like, a little region of Oregon, basically. Like, I think about as north as, like the Selwood area and shit, like, basically, like, the little southern tip of Portland, essentially. Like, the southeastern tip. And then all the way down, like, south of, like, you know, around Canby and shit like that, right? So, it's just, like, I mean, it didn't really hit, like, a big area. It was just a very isolated, specific spot where that shit happened. So I'm just convinced there's, like, some dark sorcerer just, like, you know, fucking conjuring crazy weather events every now and then now. He's just hiding around, and every now and then he just wants to fuck shit around here. Because it always does feel like there's this weird weather phenomenon that uniquely happens around my general area, geographically. Like, in comparison to the rest of Portland and the local area, like, there's a lot of weird fucking weather shit that happens. Is there, like, a sorcerer? Is there a wizard somewhere hiding around, you know, doing crazy shit? And if so, do I need to go on an epic quest and journey to fucking, you know, murk his ass? Yeah, really, that. Because I'll do it. I'll go on a fucking quest. You know, honestly, I am it's, you know, because, like, yeah, like, a part of me is, like, somewhat convinced, you know, that, like, I mean, not literally, but more playfully, that, like, we're in the multiverse, and our multiverse is getting fucked with by, like, other, like, interdimensional, like, time wizards or some shit, and they're just like, you know what, we're gonna fuck with this, you know, area in this universe, and this one specific element of it, because why not? It's like we already fucked up our own, so we're gonna go over here and now mess with this one. And they just, like, interwoven themselves secretly. It would explain the Anunnaki weird fucking conspiracies and stuff. It's like, oh, they're alien, and it's like, nah, they're just, like, dark sorcerers that come from another dimension. They're not reptilians, there ain't nothing else. They're just dark sorcerers from another dimensional, like, multiversal, like, plane. That's what's going on. And now they're starting to get old, you know. Some of them are now getting old to the point where they're kind of, like, letting their little weird flags fly, and it's starting to get confusing. Got assless chaps, booty juice shit, God Save the Queen Man after whatever the fuck that rant was about, like, a John Wayne movie about dog lion pony soldiers. Like, oh my god, dude, like, just... Oh my god. We were just looking at some botting goofs and gaps, and there's already another one. I don't even know if I'm gonna be ready for it. I don't even know. I mean, it's gonna be inevitable. We're gonna have to look at it. You know what? After this song, we're gonna do it. I'm gonna have that ready. fuck it, we're doing it. I mean, we're just gonna have to, like, you know, like, let it out now. If not, I mean, we're just gonna be delaying the inevitable. I mean, it's because, I mean, it's just gonna happen. We're gonna eventually see it. Might as well just get it out of the way now. Well, after the song. I'm not a guy that likes to just interrupt the song. Funny enough, that's... at least, you know, before we get into it, I mean, just kind of derail just for a sec. I love how, like, there's kind of, like, this debate that some people have. And I've had it with my roommate. Even on stream, where it's just like, he'll take over the Bluetooth and play some music. But he'll let a song play for, like, a minute. Like, literally, like, 1 minute, or maybe, like, 1 minute and, like, 10 seconds or something. And then he'll go to another song, and then let that play for, like, maybe 40 seconds. And then go to another song and play that for, like, another 1 minute and 20 seconds. And then go to another one. It's like, let the song finish. It's like you're not even appreciating the whole song. It's like, god damn it. I mean, it's like, even if it's in the background, it's like, come on. It's like, what the fuck? Because, you know, having it just, like, fluidly play out, you know, versus, like, you know, if it suddenly just went, and then it was another song, I mean, that would get annoying. And at least for me, it does. So at least, you know, in my mind, I don't know how people don't get annoyed by that. I mean, I'd get it if it's, like, the first 5 seconds, because they're like, oh, wait, that wrong song, I didn't mean to click that one. You know, I want to listen to this one. You know, I get that. Like, I mean, you know, it's like you get like a little 5-second interperiod. That's my gray area. 5 seconds. You're giving me a stare down and I don't like it, dude. I have a strong feeling he's gonna bark at me. You're looking at me like you have guilt going on. You just kind of went more... You just kind of like did this little like stare down thing, but he was just like... He was just like looking all guilty. I mean, honestly, the doorstop that's supposed to keep him from closing that door in the laundry room for him, he's basically fucked it up. Because, like, the thing is kind of smushed. I'm honestly kind of surprised it's working right now. Oh. My boy Rose says, trust me when I say it's good. Oh, man, he's saying the booty juice thing is a good one. Oh, my fucking god. Alright, we definitely gotta see where that is. Wait, before we do though, I happened to skip and I found the Velma of the day. Well, hubbity humana. Hello, Miss Velma of the day. I want to hear their opinions about this Velma. And you know what? At least when it comes to, she's not like the most thickest Velma, but that's okay. Because she's got the Velma game on lock right here. Like, I mean, that sweater is barely hiding them, like, you know, it's just barely hiding them, you know, like pillows right there, I tell you what. I mean, just barely. Here, where's the very beginning? Just so I can hear their general opinion about this Velma. Alright, here we go. Yes, I want to hear the Velma. I want to hear their opinion.
Not as thick as some of the other ones. No, but I think it's nice that she could be a little thicker, and she's a little understated as well. This is definitely like a less sexy Velma cosplay.
Yeah, it's a little less sexualized, but I like
Velma next door though.
I like the fact
got me the flag and a beer cooler. Oh hell yeah, dude. Oh, I'm gonna do a BYOB too for sure. Oh, actually, I'm thinking about doing a BYOL. I bring you on the cool. Maybe get some mixed drinks going. Maybe get a few, like, you know, Cokes and maybe buy some whiskey and then, like, drink some of the Cokes. Or at least, you know, get some of the bottles emptied out a little bit. You know, like, have, like, a little even mixture, you know, going on for all of them.
Machines in the picture, you know.
That does add something to it, for sure.
And she's one of the few people I feel like really nailed the sweater.
Yeah, she definitely. Well, I think the whole outfit is pretty close to Velma, so she's nailed the whole look. I think.
Yeah, we'll say the costume.
This Velma definitely has nailed the look, and the fact that she has like, at least as a prop, the mystery machine, like the mystery mobile, like she like straight up. I'm going to look personally. I think I'll bring a fuck ton of cider, maybe a 6-pack of beer. Oh hell yeah. Well, I'll ask in the group chat, and I mean, ask your brother too. Because, I mean, if there's other people that say yes to it, then I'll do it. But if not, then I'll just bring, some more ciders or some more beers or something like that.
The aspect of this one is probably the most spot on.
I mean, I'll only do that if other people do it. Or if other people are down for it.
Yeah, I like it. I like the toned down Velma.
A modest
You know what?
Velma.
I think it's going to be hard for you to find one I don't like, to be honest with you.
I've seen a few that I'm not keen on, and I'm like,
What the fuck? There's a beer count? TJ has a beer counter? What the fuck?
But like the ones I don't think you'd be keen on are the ones that I'm not really keen on either.
I don't know.
I don't know.
You should pull one of the ones you're not keen on.
All right.
Well,
Yeah.
as long as it's not skin and bones, Velma, I think I'm gonna pretty much like them all.
Some of them are though.
Yeah, well, that I can't abide. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that don't make no sense for a Velma. Like, Velma ain't anorexic.
I cannot be
She ain't no skinny Velma.
a scrawny chick. All right. I'm not nothing against you, but like you ain't Velma. That ain't Velma material. That's what I'm saying. Muscular women better than thick women. Hey, quit pinning.
Hey, I'm an equal opportunity offender. Alright? Muscular women and thick women. Why not both?
Men against each other, sir.
That's what, yeah, exactly. Quit pitting women against each other. Right? Oh, I find a booty juice. Where is it? Where would it be in here? Well, there's some cringe about some boops. Here, let me. I'm assuming it would have to be somewhere in here. Man, I need to get fucking Rose in here so he can tell me the timestamp about where this is, like, happening. Oh, God. Oh, my Lord. Wow. Well, I mean, I know about this. I've seen the picture, too. And also, this wasn't even a sponsor. She just happened to be there. Like, oh, my God, dude. These fucking chuckle fucks, dude. Is it? Okay, I know it's in here, because evidently it's a meme. I want the booty. Wait. Is this it? What was that? It? Okay. Goddamn. Oh, fuck. Was it? Bitch. Yeah. I need to. All right. You know what? I'm gonna get Rose in here and make him find or make him help me. Like, damn it. And now I sent that, and while he responds, I shall now continue to attempt to find the booty juice. Oh wait, would this be it? Nope. But that does look interesting. I actually think I know what that would be about. But where in the fuck would be the booty juice? I want myself some of that booty juice, yeah. Give me that booty juice. Where doth the be the booty juice? Oh wait, did I find it? Oh my God, I found it. Oh my God, I found it. I found it. Oh hell yeah. We has found it. Right here. Secretary Booty. Oh my God, this actually happened. Oh, I knew it was Biden Gaff. Oh no. Oh no.
You got. We can't let you miss this. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Now it is my great honor to introduce
Check it out.
the United States.
This is
President
Secretary Booty Juice. Check it out.
Joe Biden.
The wait!
Wait, this is even initial reaction? Wait, hold on. So I need to see the initial reaction. I need to see the very first fucking reaction to this. fuck that, like, the post reaction. I need to see the OG shit, dude. I need to see their, like, fresh, off to fucking, like, oh my god, the way Paul was laughing, just, oh my god, this is gonna be too good. Oh my fucking Christ alive. Oh, it was immediately after the Velma. I should have just waited. It was immediately after the fucking Velma. I could have just let the Velma thing play out and we would have been here already. God damn it.
Dude, I can't.
You gotta do it, man. You gotta sacrifice the pride, Paul. Put on the shower cap. Alright, this is, booty juice.
Booty juice.
Great honor.
Dude, like, weren't people memeing on Booty Judge? Like, because of his name? I know it's supposed to be like Booty Edge, or Booty Jidge, or Booty Edge, or Booty Gidge, or something like that. Booty Gidge? Something like that? I who fucking knows? Like, I don't even think he knows how his name's supposed to be pronounced. Like, I mean, like, that's kind of the point, though. Like, they would call him, like, Booty Judge, like the judge of the booty. With, like, booty juice. Like, I mean, it was literal memes and shit. And then, like, Biden's doing this?
It's the President of the United States, President Joe Biden.
We need to hear it. We haven't heard it yet.
Does Joe Biden say booty juice here? Because I'm gonna die.
Just be quiet. No.
Thank you, Secretary Buttigieg.
Oh my god! Oh my god, he did! Holy fuck, he did! Oh my god!
Thank you, Secretary Buttigieg.
Secretary Booty Juice, he actually said it! Oh my god, he actually fucking did! Thank you, Secretary Booty Juice. Was that right? Oh my god, I'm just coughing. Oh my... Oh my god. Oh fuck. Wow. That was probably the best goof. Dude, what the fuck?
Fuck me. Secretary Booty.
Secretary Booty.
Oh, man. Simultaneous no and yes.
How do you feel about that Secretary Booty Juice? Is it idiocracy, dude? Are we all watching idiocracy?
Secretary Booty. Oh, fuck me. Oh, no. Yes.
President of the United States, President Joe Biden.
Oh my god, oh dude, oh my god, I feel like I might fucking have an aneurysm or some shit, bro. Oh my fucking god, my head just hurt for a second. Oh, how's my head hurting from laughing? Oh my god. Oh, I don't think my brain could process it. Wow.
Thank you, Secretary Buttigieg.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh, fuck me, man. You couldn't write this. You couldn't write this.
You can't make it up, bro.
This is fucking unbelievable. This dude does not have another 4 years. There's no fucking way.
Oh my god.
Performances like this, I think he's well on his way to another term.
Think about, I think he is. Well, I think he is too. I think it's probably likely that Biden wins another term. But I just want you to think about like, what's happening.
I found another one. Is this real? I mean, I don't know. I don't want it to be. But at the same time, I do because it's so fucking funny. But, oh, man, now Paul's saying this, and now I'm having existential dread. Oh, my God. Dude, the roller coaster of emotions I am feeling right now, it's not something I should be feeling.
Like, assuming he survives, you know?
What is our country?
Dude, anytime you put this guy out anywhere, he makes gaffes. So, I mean, if we go fast forward another couple years, oh man, it's going to accelerate. I think I should send to you guys, too. Biden said, God save the Queen.
Yes. Yeah.
Now,
He doesn't know where he is.
introduce the President of the United States, President Joe Biden.
You mean butt buddy in Iowa? Okay, all right.
And Neil Smith, an old butt buddy. Are you here, Neil? Neil, I miss you.
Oh my God! No! Oh my God! Dude, I actually spat in my... Oh my God, no! Oh my God! No! Oh my God! No! Oh my God! What the fuck? Oh my God! I don't even know. I don't even know how to process this. Oh my God! I should not have taken that drink right. Why did I think it was gonna lead up? I didn't think it was gonna be right off the bat. Dude, he is just fucking gone, bro. He is just, like, dementia took him over. We just got literally, like, dementia Joe, bro. This is just dementia Joe, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. Like, bro. It's just, like, because Joe at least has a little charisma, at least, like, his dementia isn't like Feinstein, where she's just basically being like, I'm just like a fucking, like, tool for the, yeah. Yeah, I basically just aren't even here. At least he has, like, some charisma to make goofs and show my fucking God, dude. You know, hold on. This has to be sent to Rose right now. Oh my God. Hold on, I gotta make sure. All caps too. And just to really emphasize it. Oh my God, dude. Oh. Oh wow. Oh. Oh my God, wow. Oh my God, I didn't think I would, like, usually, like, I get into laughing fits at the end of my streams. Wow, this is the first time it's, like, happened within the hour. Like, my God, what the fuck? The prolonged wait.
Extended wait, too.
Thank you, Secretary Buttigieg.
Okay, the butt buddy one is real. It's from when Biden was vice president. Oh my fucking God, that was when he was VP? Oh my fucking God. Dude, what the fuck? That was when he was vice president. You cannot, oh my God, no. No, what the fuck? Okay, so, wait, so does that mean, wait, okay. Does that mean that Biden is bisexual? Dude, does that mean Biden's bi? Did he just kind of, like, casually, implicitly, like, admit, like, he's bi, basically? Because he's married to Jill. So, you know, like, I mean, you know, you can't really say he's gay, but at least, like, bi, I mean, that makes sense. Or maybe, I guess, just sexually androgynous in a sense he just doesn't give a fuck one way or the other. I mean, because, like, it feels as when he's VP, I mean, unless, like, he was, like, getting that dementia addled early on, which I don't know if that's the case as much. Dude's wealthy, has been in politics for a long time. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, a lot of politicians do weird sexual shit. And, yeah, like, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised. Like, I mean, frankly, most politicians I would not be surprised, or at least, you know, to some extent, like, really like sexually like really just pansexual or just like very open and really don't give a fuck. I guess in a sense asexual, but not in traditional sense. They're just like asexual because they don't really like care about the sex, so to speak. They just care about the pleasure or the power of it. Like, I mean, that's really what it, comes down to. So whatever little bits are going on down there don't really fucking mean shit to them. Like, it's about the pleasure and power of it all. I mean, so I guess that would... man, dude, these fucking elitists and these politicians are fucking weird, bro. Like, they really are. Like, the only ones I feel like might be somewhat exempt are, like, state-level politicians. And even then, they're, certainly in this weird fucking muck, too. I mean, they get invited to this shit as well. So it's just like, I mean, it's just so weird. Like, they got their weird, like, degenerate-ass, like, culture and shit. And then yet they want to fund and, expropriate and, like, essentially astroturf a lot of this fucking queer bullshit, too. Like, so, or at least just let it slide and don't give fuck one about it. Fucking Paul just laughing, bro.
Watch this on repeat all night. Fuck the rest of what we've pulled. Fuck it all, man. This is
fuck
it,
all that. This is it.
All goals are now replaced with booty juice.
All goals have been replaced,
man.
with
I can't fucking deal with it. They've got to be. There's got to be a team of people just cringing every time this motherfucker comes out and takes a photo.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh, dude.
Please don't.
Oh, you fucking know it.
Just let him get through it. Just let him get through it.
Oh, dude. There's definitely someone. I mean, there's definitely multiple someones watching this guy's every move. Just like, please, don't let him say booty juice.
Like such a booty.
And then, like, you gotta fucking you gotta think, like, he gets out there and then, like, the first, thank you, Secretary Booty Juice. And you're just like, fuck! Damn it!
Well, you know the other Biden you get, though? And the reason why, like, this is the only interesting shit you'll see from him, because if you just see him talk and he doesn't fuck up a whole bunch, it's just like, he's so fucking low energy, dude. So, like, these moments are actually the only good things you actually get from Biden. That's why I'm not against him.
That is a good question. Do you think Biden dipped his wick off of that?
You think Biden dipped his wick off of that? I mean,
yes, because evidently he has some butt buddies out there, even back in the BP days. Oh my god. Oh no. Dude, what if Booty Juice is getting booty judged by the Brandon himself, dude? What if he's getting branded by Joe Brandon? Oh my god, no!
Get this fucking wick off of it, dude. Come on. That's enough, dude. That's enough to get you laid. You know what I mean? Joe Biden just has to be like, I'm the president, Jack. He's good.
Secretary Booty Juice. Oh god.
God, what the fuck?
We live in the most fucking cursed reality, dude.
We do, man. I literally would rather have, like, some dimensional portal unleashed on us and have, like, every weird, like goblin, fucking demon, undead unicorn, or whatever the fuck, just being unleashed upon the earth. Because at least then it would be fun and exciting.
This is 100%.
Like, what's
all
this?
of the multiverse. This is the most cursed multiverse that we're living in.
Yep.
And now it is my great honor to introduce the President of the United States, President Joe Biden.
So quiet.
The wait makes this, dude. It takes an extra 10 seconds to come out.
Thank you, Secretary Buttigieg.
He just straight out says booty juice, man. There's no other way. It can't be a stumble. It's not a stumble.
What does Booty Juice do afterward? That's what I want to know. Does he just
Booty
have,
juice.
like,
Booty juice.
stand there?
Booty juice.
Is he just stoic? He doesn't even realize he was called Booty Juice, or does he have to be like, what?
Yeah, I think he does. He has to sit there like a little cuck and just, like, fucking take it. He has to take it like a little cuck and stand in the corner and just be called Booty Juice.
So, call me Booty Juice.
Yeah, look at him there, just like, well,
He just has to stand there.
He just has to
and
be a
take
little
booty
cuckold.
juice.
I mean, come on, you can't be too mad at Biden. He doesn't even know where he is right now.
Oh. What's the secretary's real name? Pete Buttigieg.
Booty Judge.
I mean, Booty
No,
Judge.
it's not a Booty Juice.
it's pretty funny on its own, but like he definitely dressed it up with booty juice. Booty juice, dude.
He dressed that shit up, bro.
What's that secretary I got? Booty juice? Yeah, bring booty juice in.
Yeah, I think fucking the president just watched Beetlejuice before he came out here. Just had Beetlejuice on the brain.
Beetlejuice, dude, yeah. It's a booty.
If you say booty juice 3 times, does Booty Judge show up?
Yeah. Oh god, yeah. I hope not though, because that'll be disturbing.
And he's definitely already here. If you do.
Yeah, he's here. If that's the case.
Oh god.
What's that behind you, TJ? Oh, better be careful.
Okay.
What the fuck? I don't even know where to go now with this. Like, what the fuck? I'm just in the process mode of just all of this. Like, oh my fucking god. God save the queen, they can't find out about my Iowa butt buddy Jack Pete Booty Juice. Secretary Booty Juice. Dude. Oh my god. Dude, this is our goddamn fucking president, bro. Man, and I can't even say that much because the previous one, it was just as goofy and gaffy as this fuck. I mean, honestly, even more gaffier and goofier. But just more repulsive. Like, this just, like, like, what the fuck? See, I'm just still in the process mode, because how do you even process this? Like, how do you just, like, wrap your brain around this shit, dude? Like, because this is the cursed multiverse, man. We're in one of the cursed ones.
I was not prepared for that tonight.
I wasn't either, man. Like, that was just I was just not ready for the booty jerk. Oh my god, dude. I just wasn't ready for it. Secondary booty juice is an important matter that needs to be addressed immediately. Apparently you have Carmella. To get it straight, to be prepared immediately. No malarkey, Jack. Now God save the queen and our troops. Oh my god, man. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with this guy, dude? What the fuckity actual shit, dude? I can't even process this shit.
I did not come here prepared for booty juice, TJ.
I was not ready for this. Man, I knew we were going to have to inevitably do it, and wow, I really probably should have delayed this, because my fucking Christ, my brain be broken already. Like, we're barely over an hour on a stream. Like, my brain don't get broken this quick on streams. Like, I mean, like, usually it's a slow degradation of being broke. Like, this just broke me immediately. Like, goddamn. Oh my god, dude. Trump Biden need to be running president retirement home. We won't have a democracy if these two are options. I mean, yeah. I mean, honestly, we never really had one anymore, but yeah, like, any actual, like, veneer facade of the wall being pulled on our eye, yeah, even that won't be there. That shit won't even be there at this point. Oh my god, fuck me, man. Wow, I really, truly was not ready for that. Wow, I knew it was a Biden gaffe, but fuck me, I did not think it would tickle my goat so much. And then you showed me the butt buddy gif. The gif, God, oh my god, it really is breaking my brain. Like, the goof of, like, you know, dude, and that was when it was VP. Oh my god, and that revelation, oh, dude, it's, man, like, again, it's a roller coaster of emotions. I'm, like, either literally or eternally laughing my ass off, or I'm having eternal or literal physical existential dread. Or a little combination of both. Because what the fuck, dude? Oh my god.
Just letting you know, that one caught me way off guard.
Okay. So one of the things that happened while we were gone.
Oh yeah, yeah, this guy, yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, well. Let's look at, we're fast forwarding now.
How much on this? special milkshake into my body. And
Oh my god, what? Talk about goddamn milkshake. Oh, fuck your milkshakes. How about that? How about that?
I don't want to see you
TJ's
either.
McMukbang is McBang.
Bitch. This guy's a real prick, though. This Greg Abbott motherfucker. Every time I ever fucking read a story about this motherfucker,
Dude, like, when my family from Texas shows up, I'm unironically going to be asking them some questions. I'm going to be, like, I know one of them that, you know, I'm actually, one of my aunts I'm pretty close with. Like, I mean, her and I have talked politics about, you know, despite her being kind of more of a Christian conservative type, I've actually had fairly, you know, decent, civil, fun, at least I would think kind of fun, little productive conversations. You know, because honestly, like, last time I saw her, she was kind of having some reservations about Abbott, you know, about certain things that he was doing. And honestly, at this point, I'm kind of wondering what she thinks now. Like, because I'll be like, hey, what do you think about him axing, you know, water breaks and shit, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, construction workers and stuff. Unironically, yeah, they're visiting my mom. Yeah, they're visiting my mom and shit. Yeah, they want to see her for her birthday, because her birthday is actually technically today now. First day of summer, June 21st. So, she's a first day of summer baby. So, you know, they're taking some time, you know, for the weekend to show up and say what's up. And I'm going to spend time with them on Saturday, so, like, staying at your place? No. They're staying at some hotel that's, I think, going to be near the airport or something like that. If I remember correctly. I don't know all the specifics. I just know I'm going to be hanging out with them most of the day tomorrow. Well, not fucking tomorrow. Jesus Christ. Saturday. Motel 666. Nah. They're somewhat wealthy. Like, they're definitely not going to be going on that. They're going to go at, like, the fucking Hilton or some shit. I actually kind of learned something that's a little weird. You know, I've talked about this. I don't want to like derail it too much, but you know, my uncle I've talked about, right? I mean, I'm like the one that I've mentioned before that might have potentially been the reason why my mom's dad, my granddad, died, and also like had like, you know, some sort of like tax fraud thing where he was in prison for a little bit, shit like that. Mom and most of my family sure as shit did not like him at all. Like, I mean, I know I've probably mentioned him before, at least. I know I talked about him on streams and shit before. But one of my cousins, like, dead ass got like some phone call being like, hi, this is like, you know, his full name, being like, hey, I'm looking for my full name. And just being like, you know, and like before, you know, he could really say anything, hung up. And it was kind of like, because honestly, considering the weird shit about him, it kind of made some of my like, because the dude lives in Happy Valley, or at least last time that I was aware of. So it's like, dude lives in my state and lives pretty close. So it's like, and honestly, he fucking knows where I live. I mean, I haven't gone anywhere since the last time he's known me. So it's like, it just seems a little fucking sus in my mind. Is Doc in there, or? Hey. Oh, he is in that. Oh my god, whatever. Anyway, stuck in there.
always doing some heinous ass
Dude,
bullshit.
roll this guy into the fucking Gulf.
Yeah, this guy's a piece of shit.
Oh, yeah. But anyway, to bring it full circle, yeah, this motherfucker needs to be, like, literally rolled into the Gulf. And you know what? He needs to get on, like, you know, one of those, like, you know, long-ass piers and just take a nice, long, you know, roll, you know, to think about some shit. And just, like straight up. Or, like, you know, just, I don't know, take him to, like, the Grand Canyon and just, like, roll him, you know, until, like, he just, bloop, just falls over. Because this guy is a fucking piece of utter shit, dude. Like, I mean, I definitely wouldn't say that to my family and shit, but, like, I would definitely think he's a scumfuck, and I would tell him that, yeah, I think he's honestly a utter scummy person, you know, because he is. Because, like, I mean, that's, like, I'm just thinking about, like, triple-digit temperatures of Texas and shit. That shit sounds like death to me. Because I've been for heat waves and, like, triple-digit weather up here in Oregon, and there's way more humidity and shit. Abu just a fucking fascist. Well, yeah, he is. Well, I mean, duh. Which is honestly kind of partly why my more moderate, family members had reservations, at least last time I talked to them about this guy. So, I'm wondering if he basically wants to just, like... Yeah, I'm basically kind of wondering if he's, like, basically kind of like, nah, he's, not really good anymore, or whatever the fuck, or what. I mean, I'm kind of curious. I'm at least willing to give a conversation and have a back and forth with him and hopefully maybe change your position on it. He wants other paid migrant workers to die, full stop. Well, yeah. I mean, this, like, shit right here is predominantly, for that. Like, and on top of that, like, for, any domestic citizens and shit, or domestic civilians that are, working these jobs, like, they're not going to be able to have these breaks either. And they're going to fucking, start passing out and dying and heat stroke and shit, too. Just as much as underpaid migrant workers are, because, like, they are especially aren't going to be able to afford fucking water and stuff like that. I mean, especially if they're being underpaid. And a lot of these other, like, American contract workers and shit aren't going to be able to, even if they can afford water, have those water breaks. And especially when it comes to, like, certain, like, jobs and shit in certain regions in the country. Like, it's absolutely fucking necessary. Like, I mean, there was, like, straight up, like, a weird, stupid back and forth, even at my work, for our department, because of having, like, water and stuff in the back, because, and they still do this every now and then, like, just because, like, you can't have, like, open containers of food, like, in food prep areas or whatever the fuck, which, yeah, I get, but just make our little office corner area, like, the exception then, where it's okay, if you have, like, a water bottle or some shit like that, because, yeah, guess what, it's fucking needed, especially, like, because... Like I said, I've worked in this type of fucking weather. I've been out in that, like, fucking triple-digit weather in Oregon and shit, especially when we've had that, crazy-ass heat waves and stuff in the last few years, with the El Nino, and also with, like, climate change and the wildfires and everything else, fucking everything up. So it's just, like, you got, like, all this other shit, and, and even though I'm inside a building, like, I'm working around in fucking hot cases. I'm working around fucking fires, ovens, and shit. Like, it gets fucking hot back there. And then, on my breaks, I would rather, kind of sit outside, have something cold to drink and shit or something like that. And it's fucking hot as fuck out there. So, it's like, even then, I'm still exposed to a fucking shitload of ridiculous-ass heat. And, yeah, in the summer, it gets way fucking worse. Like, during the winter, it's nowhere near as hot in the building. Or in the deli department and shit. Even around the hot cases and stuff, it just isn't. Like, I mean, yeah, like, exterior, like, actual, like, general regional weather does have a fucking impact, when it comes to, my fucking work, and it's in a building, where it's air conditioning and shit, at least ostensibly, which it is, at least, because I definitely feel the cold breeze every now and then when I walk in the building, but as soon as I walk into my department, it's a different story.
I can't even a state like Texas, I can't believe they want this fucking level of sociopathic fucking douchebag running their shit, you know what I mean? Because this guy, he's, there's, like, been these statewide, like, during, like, record fucking heat, record fucking drought, he's getting rid of mandated water breaks for construction workers.
Fuck this motherfucker, dude. Dude, I live right by Texas, and probably you lived in fucking Texas. Texas is a hot ass fucking state, and the thought of working in the summer heat there in like 110 degrees, and you can't get a fucking water break is absurd. It makes no fucking sense. It's not even how human bodies work.
It just literally isn't. Like, I mean, yeah, go work like 8 hours a day without water. Like, see how that works for you. Like, yeah, don't hydrate yourself with, an 8-hour time, period, and, especially in the hot, humid sun doing, like, fucking construction work. Yeah, you honestly, literally would probably fucking die, before that shift ends.
If this is the case, I would like which is why, labor space like this, like, these people, hopefully, if they're not, should unionize. and be like, we're working at fucking night. You want to give us a water break? Well, I'm not working in the fucking heat of the sun, dude. Fuck that shit.
Honestly, yeah, I hope there's at least, like, more, maybe, like, smaller, like, construction companies that will, like, you know, kind of take a change of pace and just put a little investment in gigantic fucking spotlights or something, and do that, because, I mean, there's plenty of times where construction crews, you know, work, at night, you know, and I've seen it before, you know, so it's not like it doesn't happen, so it's just like, you know, all in all, I mean, you know, you would think that, like, at least there would probably at least be an adaptation from some small business, but I guess we'll have to see from that, because, like, I mean, like I said, I mean, it's not unusual, it happens, you know, when it comes, you know, for construction crews to, you know, work at night. Sometimes, honestly, it's just better to do it, you know, during night, because, like, it's, you know, like, sometimes, I mean, it's like you have, like, you know, traffic or other factors going on to where, or even, in this case, the heat, you know, because you can't have fucking water breaks, you know, to where, you know, it would be more detrimental for the work, you know, to do it during the day and make it more beneficial to do it at night. Next up, they're going to abolish office chairs. Yeah, they have, like, all standing desks and shit. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, because, yeah, Amazon's already, like, abolished the idea of a bathroom break, because, like, the idea of taking a break, that also includes you running your ass, you know, as you're about to fucking shit your britches or piss your pants, you know, fucking going to the bathroom, which is likely going to be on the first fucking floor on the opposite side of the fucking, you know, warehouse and shit from where you are at, and then, you know, going through the bathroom and doing your whole business, and then when you finish your break is when you go back to the exact same position you were once before, so you can continue your production. Like, it's unreasonable. Like, you know, Paul's wife, Amelia, she, used to work for fucking Amazon. And, like, and she, you know, used to smoke sometimes. And she would go, on her breaks, you know, to go outside for a cigarette. But basically, her, you know, no matter where she was in the facility, would have to, you know, leave the building and, you know, do her smoke break and come back, you know, all in the exact 10-minute time frame. And that's, especially if you're a smoker, fucking impossible. Oh, and by the way, you have to go through security checks. Like, to make sure you're not stealing shit and stuff like that. So, both ways, too. So, that adds up, you know, and eats away your break time. And that ain't a fucking break. As far as I'm concerned, a break doesn't happen until you're in the fucking break room or outside of the fucking, you know, building / warehouse or, you know, factory or store. Like, you know, as far as I'm concerned, my breaks don't start until I fucking leave the store. Or go in the break room. You know, it's like, that's when it fucking starts. Because for all intents and purposes, there could be customers that will stop me and ask me, you know, for something. Or, like, you know, to point me to, like, or point them to, you know, some shit. Like, seriously, that shit happens. So, at that point, I'm still fucking working. So, it's like, honestly, like, as far as I'm concerned, it don't start until I fucking leave the premise. Or go in the break room, you know, where you take a break there. Like, I ain't gonna be fucking just, like, you know, hanging around or some shit. Hell, fuck that.
Yeah, that's fucking insane. The new Republican-backed law strips the ability of local municipalities to enact certain regulations in favor of state authority, ostensibly provides statewide consistency, covers a wide range, including other worker protections, environmental protections, housing protections, and more. Critics dubbed it the Death Star Bill. The president of the NAACP's...
Wow, what a name to have for a bill. Let's call this the Death Star Bill. That doesn't sound ominous. Like, what the fuck? Hey, standing desks, those are Satan. I mean, I don't, like, absolutely hate them, but that's not gonna... Like, if I were to have a desk, that wouldn't be my permanent thing. Like, I would have, like, my regular desk and maybe, like, you know, like, have another side where it's, like, a standing desk thing where if I want to, I can stand up if I want to, like, kind of stretch my back or some shit. I mean, because, like, I think, or at least having a desk where you can adjust it. Like, honestly, I mean, actually, I'd prefer one of those, like, you know, style desks where you can sit, you know, kind of like I am right now, or you can adjust it and you can stand up if you want. I mean, honestly, I'd rather have one of those desks because if I want to, like, stretch my legs and, like, you know, kind of get up for a bit and not sit, then, you know, I can do that. I could just, you know, like, press a button and just, like, swoop, you know, like, just, lifts itself up, and I can just stand up and do a little stretch and stuff, kind of stand for a bit. And when I want to sit down, press that button, lower that bitch, and when I sit down, set it to the height that I want it, and there you go. It's same thing for a chair, right? I mean, you got like a little lever or button, for most chairs, and when and you can adjust, how high or low it is. So, do that for a desk. And it's, like, I prefer those just because then you can at least alternate. Like, so you don't have to stand all the time if you're at your desk, and you don't have to sit all the time if you're at your desk. You can do either or. What if Safeway management set up bonks in the break room to decrease break time? Well, that wouldn't work. Because, like, they're gonna have to at least, keep it the same, because if you take a hit, well, you're at least gonna want to sit there for a minute. Let the high stupor for a sec.
Chapter Bishop James Dixon called it a threat to civil rights and human rights. Among its supporters were several construction business associations. Dallas and Austin currently require workers to be given at least 10 minutes to cool down and hydrate every 4 hours.
Oh, so it's basically these guys are like, that
every 4 hours? Man, they're getting ripped off. It's 2 hours. Like, you get at least like a minimum 10-minute, but you can at least have a 15-minute break, every 2 hours. At least up here in Oregon. Like, what the fuck, dude? They're getting ripped off. Dude, that is bullshit, bro. Every 4 hours? Fuck that. I would honestly be like, no, 2 hours. Like, that needs to be the fucking, like, standard. No. Like, that's ridiculous.
I can't be paying this like $100,000 or $1 million a year.
These lazy workers trying not to get heat stroke on my dime.
I can't have workers having a break every 2 hours. Fuck that shit. I need these, lazy degenerate bums, in like the fucking late society to fucking put their weight in.
Fuck that shit. Get rid of that. We're gonna get the governor on that shit.
Like, give me a fucking break, bro.
Dude, I'll tell you what, I never did fucking road work. I worked in construction, and when I did it, I definitely did this kind of shit. Like, I only worked that for like a year, and I'm telling you, in the fucking summer, like, they start those jobs super early and try to be done as early as possible, because when it gets fucking hot there, the humidity and everything, it's like 110 fucking degrees.
I mean, hell, I've done some of this shit before. Like, there's a couple of days that with the uncles I was talking about from earlier, before we went into the booty juice thing, or I think actually before the Abbott thing. Oh my god, dude, that booty juice thing broke me. Whatever, but like, but when like he had like a construction / like contracting business and shit, and there's a couple days where I worked for him for a little bit, and did some shit too. And yeah, it's early in the morning where it's like you're waking up at like 5 so you can leave at 6, and then like your lunch is at like 11. And then when you're done with your work, it's like 4 or 5. It's like, yeah, that shit is early and you're trying to get as much done, as quick as possible. So when you take a break, you're basically just finalizing the last little bit of shit, because in kind of the less laborious type of work, essentially, because it's more harder in the day and you want to get the more bigger shit done and all the laborious stuff out of the way quick, earlier in the day, because it's not as hot out, because the sun hasn't been out for that long. They managed to destroy 2 things of equipment. How in the fuck do people do that? Like, look, I've destroyed equipment at work before unintentionally. Like, actually, just recently, last weekend, our fryer, like, clean brush that we use and shit, like, it got so worn the fuck out to the point where I, was tapping it, to get some of the excess oil off the bristles and shit. It literally snapped in half, like, when I did that. But that was just because it got worn out to the point where it was basically putting microplastics, in the fucking, fryer every time I was, putting it in there to clean it. So it's just like, and now the fucking other brush I have, that is temporarily used, is honestly even worse. So it's just like, it's getting hard to clean those fucking things right now. Roll some giant ass thing into it when they weren't approved to do so. Oh my god, they're about to get reprimanded probably. Oh my god. Bruh, what the fuck?
It feels like.
Wow, what an idiot, dude.
And if you don't go cool yourself fucking down, I mean, you're just gonna fucking... Good luck. You're gonna fucking pass out. I've seen plenty of people pass out trying to do that shit too, where they're like, no, I can't do that. I'm not gonna take a break. It's like, You gotta be a hardy motherfucker to stand that all day and not need a break of any kind.
Oh, yeah. Abbott signed legislation Tuesday. On Thursday and Friday, some areas of the state began setting new heat records, and others are expected to chart new highs as temperatures soar in triple digits over the next several days.
Wow.
Dude,
So it's gonna feel like
it, but this fucking weather has been amazing for me as a Californian.
yeah, it's been nice.
Dude, it's late June here, and we've barely gone above 90. It's like in the 80s.
That does sound nice. I think it's like El Nino, right?
I mean, that does sound very nice, and it has been nice. Outside of the fucking, like the weird hailstorm and shit that we had. Well, more specifically, I had. Not everyone in Portland had that shit. It was like, what the fuck? It's like, damn it, if I have to suffer, everyone should. Construction workers should protest by wearing fanny packs with water bottles to say fuck Abbott. Yep, based. I 100% approve of that. There was hail in my area. Well, it wasn't like everywhere though. Like, not all of Portland got it. Like, it was very like isolated when it came to that shit. Like, I'm sure like, there was in your area. Because your area isn't like, I mean, where you are now isn't really super far away, from where I'm at and shit. Or at least if you think about it, like, when it comes to weather and like, weather patterns and stuff like that. I mean, at that point, it's relatively close. Obviously, distance-wise, I hang out, whatever the fuck, obviously not. But, like, at least when it comes to, like, more geographically-wise, when it comes to, like, weather and stuff like that, I mean, they're relatively close to each other. So, I mean, that would at least make some sense. But was it, like, the same hail that we had? Was it, like, the same insane, crazy, intense shit? Because it was fucking insane over here. It, like, for a good, like, 3 minutes, it was just, like, just constant fucking hail that were, like, the size of fucking grapes. They were huge. And it just, like, damn near flooded our fucking parking lot. It was Sunday and I was drinking. Fair enough. I was at work, so, I mean, when suddenly, like, half the store, like, was all, like, conjured by the doors, by our entrances, like, that makes you kind of curious about what the hell's going on. So I went out there and went, oh shit, whoa. So I did my little YouTube short, which honestly, that is literally the most viewed video I have. It's that YouTube short with this hail shit. And there's been a few comments on it. I'm just like, damn. It's honestly convinced me. It's like, alright, I need to just like do some YouTube shorts every now and then. Even if it's just some random shit. Because the only two shorts that I have is like some random thing from, Furlandia, and then a random thing of the hailstorm. And they both have over 1,000 fucking views. One of the furry one's at like 1.2 something K views, and the hailstorm one is at 1.6 K views. It's like, these YouTube short algorithms, fucking like, are ridiculous. It'll boost that shit immensely.
It's like, it's a cooler for the Pacific region.
Yeah, I guess so. But
I was like, I don't fucking know.
Whatever, I don't question it, man. Whatever it is, I'm happy it's here.
Dude, when we're in the Smoky Mountains, Paul, I'll tell you what, like, when I came back to Louisiana's weather, I was like, oh my fucking god. It's just like night and goddamn day. Like, up there it's like 80 degrees. At night it's like 50 degrees. It's perfect fucking weather.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Like last night, I was just sitting out on my back porch because it was just so beautiful. Like we had a cool breeze. It was almost a little chilly.
Nice. I wish it was like that over here, but it's all cloudy and a little too cold because of our crazy fucking weather events up here.
It's like usually by this time, like this area that I'm in, usually by like late May, you've already had your first 100-degree day. And we haven't broken triple digits yet.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, at least in Oregon, we've had some pretty decent, warm weather for a little bit, but then kind of stooped down for a second, and then this shit happened, in the last few days. So I mean, Oregon's made some shit, in the same way too, a little bit. This El Nino it's been pretty chill. It's supposed to be balmy Thursday. Hey, it should be pretty good for the bike ride on Friday. Actually, you know what? For going to work, I should start riding my bike up there just to kind of get my legs kind of a little bit warmed up. Or at least, before I go to work, at least, maybe do a quick little bike ride around the neighborhood. Just kind of get my legs warmed up and kind of, get back into motions to things.
The last time we all went out there to do the D&D stuff, I mean, it was fucking sweltering hot when we got to...
Alright, you know what, here. What the fuck? Wait, Sukov is in the house. Oh my god, wow. What a little mutt. What a ridiculous little mutt. You know what? I'm actually kind of curious about what was happening here with TJ. We got TJ on the hot seat.
Put on the fries though.
Oh shit! He got a DoorDash. Oh, TJ got a DoorDash. What was going on earlier? Because it looked like picture ignore Saturday morning after his first leg day in Generations. Oh fuck! Oh my god. Now I'm kind of curious. Was there some earlier in here where TJ's just like, oh my god, he wasn't he?
Get like a 6-piece nugget to go with it too, with some barbecue.
He literally ordered DoorDash. He ordered DoorDash on the stream. And then, of course, he gets his DoorDash. Okay, we got it. Alright, you know what? Or will it be Shrooms round 3? It better be Shrooms round 3. And you know what? I need to see TJ's order. What did he get? Oh my... Oh no, those nuggies didn't look good.
It fitted for our little tuxedos or whatever the fuck. Right. And I went in, and this tailor he was an old man. So like an old school tailor. You could tell he's just...
Wait, what? Okay, I want to hear the Paul story. I like a good Paul story.
I've ever heard about a president's dick was that LBJ had a big cock.
You never heard about fucking Clinton's dick? I think you did.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, but
you heard about Trump's dick. You heard
they described Bill Clinton's size of his cock?
Yeah, I don't remember the size of his cock.
Oh my god, what?
Trump.
Yeah,
Trump has said to have a very tiny dick.
How did this start?
Monica Lewinsky never did fucking mention anything. Now, we know Stormy Daniels said Trump's dealing with like a weird little mushroom or something. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be the shrooms, dude. Just suddenly, it's like Trump said loud. It's like, yeah, I'm just trying to avoid, the allegation I'm out of here trying to hide. Get my leg working.
For sure.
Oh, 100%. He's got a little tiny little...
For sure. I mean, I can relate. My dick ain't... I think Trump has my dick. Based on what I know about Trump, I'm looking at Trump's body. I think Trump has roughly my dick, dude.
Yeah, I mean, that's
what a punishment, dude.
Dude, he fucking does. Okay, yeah, oh my... Well, I see where the Paul story started.
Let us get fitted for our little tuxedo.
Okay.
I don't think so, no.
I mean, it's pretty fucking humiliating, dude. Like, so there's a thing. I was in a wedding. I was a groomsman in a wedding, and they had us get fitted for our little tuxedos or whatever the fuck. Right. And I went in, and this tailor he was an old man, so like an old school tailor. You could tell he's just one of those dudes that's been doing it since fucking like 1920 or some shit, right? Right. And he's measuring me. He's measuring this, measuring that, waist and hips and this and that, and inseam. And then he goes, to which side do you dress? And I was like,
to which side do you dress? What? To which side do you dress? What? Huh?
To which side do you dress?
I wouldn't know how to answer that either.
And I was like,
yeah, what? I literally would need an elaboration.
I don't know what that means.
It means
sir.
Which way does your cock hang?
That's basically what he said. He said, you penis. Do you put...
Oh my god.
left or right? And I was like, I can't. There's not enough there to put...
Wait, is that really something that you think about? Or is that something that you consider? Is this something that I should be considering? Because I didn't know that this is something to consider. I just just put some undies on, put some pants on, and just call it good. Like, I don't fucking think about that. Like, it's just there. I don't know. Like, I mean, every now and then you gotta do adjustment, but, like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, like, to which side do you address? Well, I don't know. Like, I never thought about that. It's all good. Like, I guess to a tailor, they do think about these things. What the fuck?
It just kind of flops over my nuts, you know, it's right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, my answer would be like, oh yeah, well, it's like, you know, mostly
Also
like,
in bad, it's like, he's asking a question, the guy's like,
the fat basically subsumes it, so.
it ceases to be.
It ceases to be.
Damn, man. I didn't realize I was going to have to talk about my little cock here today.
I was just
small your penis, sir.
Don't worry about it. Just tailor it as if for a eunuch, sir.
Pretend I got a pussy down there.
Eunuch. Just go crazy.
Oh my god.
Oh, dude, I had a fucking weird dream, too. The other night. I've been listening to, I got the audiobook of It. I've been
That's
on
a great
It.
fucking book, dude.
Good.
I went and I watched the It miniseries, and I was like, you know what, dude? It's been a couple years, at least a few years. I'm gonna dive back into this It Chapter 1, Chapter 2 to see, because, like, you know me, and I've admitted this about myself too. Sometimes the mood that I'm in when I see a movie will impact how I feel about the movie.
Dude, I did the same thing, and I didn't get it with it, but maybe you had a different fucking experience.
No, I actually think they're worse than I gave them credit for.
I feel
It
that way
worse
too.
with each watch, dude. Honestly,
Yeah.
I feel the same way. I watched part 1, I'm like, oh, that's okay, but not really that good. And when you get
just
to
like,
part
man,
2, it's awful.
It's literally just the CGI predominantly in my mind, and also it just wasn't really like that faithfully adapted well, you know, when it came to the books and shit. It just wasn't really that good. Like, I mean, it was just shit. I guarantee Paul's probably gonna say the same thing, isn't he?
CGI ruins.
Yeah, I knew it. Yeah,
Because like there are multiple times in both of those movies where I'm like, you know what? This is kind of fucking creepy. The atmosphere of this is kind of creepy. Like an example, I think it's in Chapter 1. Oh shit! The fucking golden arches have arrived, dude.
Oh shit! All right, TJ. I'm fucking full screen. You show me what you got, DJ.
Yeah,
show me what you got.
Show me what you got.
All right.
We need to see that DoorDash though.
Fries.
All right,
Fries.
respectable, of course. We gotta get the fries.
I mean,
Wait, hold on. Wait a minute though. Wait the fuck up though. Those fries did not look filled at all, dude.
All right. Fried.
Yeah, I got the fries.
All right, respect.
Which, why do I only see a singular fry just poking at, like, dude, bro, he got ripped the fuck off. I literally can already tell he got ripped the fuck off on his fries. Dude, that container, that little thing should be, like, fucking just overflowing with the fries, my dude. Like, what the fuck, my son? Like, this is my brother in Christ. You got robbed on your fries. Like, and honestly, I guarantee you they're not even that good because they're probably partly soggy. Like, you order that shit, like, what? Like, half hour ago? Like, 30 minutes, you know, and then you get your shit. And, dude, oh, nah. Oh, damn, dude, he got fucked. What if the DoorDasher deadass ate some fries, dude? Oh, my God, he got fucked because the DoorDasher ate his fries, bro.
Well, of course, we gotta get the fries.
I mean, you kind of got screwed on the fries though.
Yeah, they fucking. It's pretty.
Dude, even even TJ said it, but even Paul pointed it out too. Oh my God, yep.
Yeah,
Like, I
that
hate
should
when
be
they do that.
It feels pretty floppy too.
That shit
Oh
should be fucking like
no.
spilling out the top.
Yep, and it should be crisp and like not floppy. Oh no,
I agree with
dude.
you there. Yeah. You want a
Man.
fucking pile of fries? Is there any in the bag? Any fries in the bag?
No, the bag is totally fine.
Oh, he got fucked. He got fucked. He got fucked. Oh, there's not even fries in the bag. Fucked, dude. No, dude. That shit needs to be overflowing so much it literally spills into the bag when you pull it out. And he got some in the bag. Nah, dude. Oh, dude. He got ripped the fuck off, bro. That is bullshit.
They fucked you good, dude.
You got wrecked.
Robbed.
All right. One cheeseburger. Two cheeseburgers.
Yes.
Three cheeseburger.
Oh, shit, you got 10, didn't you?
Oh my god, 4? Dude, what, did he buy 8 of them?
Cheeseburger.
Oh my
And-
fucking god.
Chicken nuggets.
And chicken nuggets. Dude, my boy got robbed on his fries, ordered 4 cheeseburgers and a 6-piece McNugget meal, dude. TJ, you fucking weirdo, bro. Like, and you got robbed on your fries. Oh my god, he got robbed on the fries, dude.
That is dude. You better be
What
hungry.
sauce?
You better be hangry, boy.
What sauce did you
Sweet
get?
and sour.
Oh, sweet and sour, gay. Dude, you need some honey mustard. Or fucking, like, you know, the Szechuan sauce. Or fucking barbecue. Like, I mean, for some reason, like, McDonald's barbecue is actually pretty dank. But, like, I mean, you gotta, nah, sweet and sour, lame, cringe. I mean, it's mid, honestly. It's not, like, full cringe, but it's pretty mid. Arkansas, transgender crackdown law got held blocked by federal court is unconstitutional. Folks, everything to crackdown on trans people, but can't even manage to pass something that doesn't violate the Constitution. Well, because they never care about it. They never give a fuck about it. They only care about it when it suits their narrative and their agenda. That's, I wish that was like, you know, some revelation for you, but, or anyone else, sadly, but that's kind of par for the course for them. I mean, and it shows, I mean, to some extent, how much of an overreach, you know, like, the Republicans are going with this shit at this point. Because, like, they are so hell-bent on this whole, like, woke, anti-trans, anti-queer thing at this point, to where, like, they just aren't winning hearts and minds, and they're not, and to the point where they're just overreaching and biting way more than they can chew, and realizing that they kind of are fucking around and finding out a little bit. I mean, that doesn't stop their base from being more militant and fascistic and fucking violent, but at least when it comes to politicians pushing this shit, they're kind of realizing they fucking, you know, are biting more than they can chew. Trump is still running, I actually want 2020, they're seeing zero policy. Well, their policy is basically, well, yeah, basically, you know, stating Trump, and also basically establishing a Christo-fascist, social, like, conservative nation. Like, that's, I mean, they do have policy. It's just that it's so incoherent and insane to someone like you and I that, I mean, realistically, if you break it down, there is no policy, but the policy is, like, literally anything to essentially push and maximize their idea of Christo-fascistic theocracy when it comes to their, you know, fucking idea of what government ought to be. Like, I mean, it never really comes down to, like, you know, policies about social services or, you know, about the wealthy or, like, you know, about infrastructure and shit like that, because they don't give fuck one about that shit. They care about, like, social services, about, you know, how much they could cut from it so they can use the budget, you know, to maximize, you know, whatever fucking, you know, power and agenda they want to fucking invest in. And also to give, you know, some sweet, you know, golden parachutes, you know, to the wealthy, and they give dividends to them to, you know, instill policy for their shit. I mean, it's a very, like, I mean, capitalism is, you know, it's, you know, religion, you know, or especially in America, bonded by matrimony, by marriage and shit at this point. Like, especially on the Republican side. So it's like, I mean, they just go hand in hand. I mean, so a lot of that's, you know, that type of shit gets interwoven into a lot of this whole Christo-theocratic fucking narrative that they're trying to push socially and politically, you know, into the country. I mean, they do have policy, it's just fucking batshit insane and incoherent and fucking unhinged and theocratic in nature, which, hence why it's all fucking insane. I mean, and by proxy, doesn't really necessarily mean fundamental or meaningful policy by any means, outside of the, you know, capitalistic maximization, you know, which is pretty stereotypical for any capitalist, fundamentally, at the end of the day. They just have a very hardcore religious overtone, let alone an undertone that, you know, is interwoven with it.
Or mid, dude.
What's your
Mid-sauce.
honey mustard, Paul?
No, barbecue all the way.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you there. Barbecue is my favorite sauce.
McDonald's barbecue sauce is pretty fucking dank, dude.
Kind of is.
Oh, yeah, it is.
God damn, I want some.
Start eating, TJ.
I don't know. I just got like a thing where
No, TJ. Bullshit. Start
It's
eating.
not that good, but that's like what I ate from childhood, so that's what I eat. I don't give a fuck.
We're living vicariously through you now, TJ.
All right, I'm gonna review these nuggets. See how these fucking
Yeah.
nuggets are.
All right.
Are
How
they still
crispy?
hot?
Like, man, you know what? I didn't even think about it, but I was wanting to make some chicken nuggets before I turned the last fryer off, but I just didn't do it. Because honestly, low-key though, like, that ass, them nuggies be fucking good. Like, the nuggies that we just got, you know, for like the past month are, I honestly wouldn't even be surprised if they're like either very similar or pretty much the same as McDonald's nuggets. But I don't know what it is. But, you know, the fact that we, like, you know, have our fryers and, you know, have them making oil or some, I don't know what it is. But they are always top tier shit. And honestly, I think it's because of, like, I don't know if, like, McDonald's fries them for a certain amount of time, you know, or what. Because I think that might be it. I think they fry them only to make sure that the nuggies are cooked, but not really to make sure that the actual breading is, like, crispy and stuff. Because that's the key. Like, I mean, like, I'm thinking they maybe only cook it for like 7 or maybe 8 minutes in their fryers, probably, because I cook that shit for about like 8.5 to 9 minutes because they're raw when we get them, so I want to make sure they're cooked. But at the same time, I want to make sure that like some of the breading isn't like, you know, squishy, right? Because I know how McDonald's nuggies can be. So, and honestly, when you get that little nice surface crisp. And, like, you know, like, dude, oh my fucking god, bro. Like, because, like, look, like, they're by Tyson. Like, the nuggets that we get and our chicken tenders and all that shit is by Tyson. Which I hate, but whatever. But, I don't know. Dude, those nuggies, though, fire, dude. That should be fire. And the only reason why is because I think I, like, harnessed, the science behind it. Tyson kind of sucks ass, also, not gonna lie. They do. Look, like I said, I don't like it, but for what it is, though, and also, yeah, and I don't like McDonald's nuggets, but like I said, I'm pretty sure they also get their shit from Tyson. I'm pretty sure. I wouldn't be surprised if they do. You know, so if that's the case, then their nuggets are the same ones that we get, and if that's the case, then ours are superior because of how we do it, or at least of how I figured out that shit. Because I have no clue where to get chicken nuggets. Dude, Safeway, bro. Come, dude. I will, like, if you want a good chicken nugget, I'm not even fucking kidding, bro. Like, if, I don't know, if you happen to, like, you know, be working on the Shark of Harley or some shit, or whatever the fuck, or something, and you happen to be over here or something like that, like, you know, before he moves it, you know, then, bruh, I will actually give you a couple just to try them, because dead ass, like, bruh, I've narrowed that shit down to make them fucking perfection. Like, straight up, dude. Maybe the Safeway near me has some, but the deli isn't as good as yours. Well, probably because they don't got people like me running that shit, dude. I mean, and that's kind of thing, like what I was talking about from earlier about kind of like the value, like at least, you know, individually as a worker and shit. Like, that's kind of what I mean. Because honestly, like, I mean, I used to go to that deli all the time, you know, like, you know, before I worked there, you know, as a kid growing up and shit. So, at least, you know, when the store was there. So, it's like, I mean, I always thought about that, and plus, I recognize a lot of fucking people. You know, there was people that used to be my teachers. Like, I mean, you know, like, you know the health teacher in high school, right? That retired and kind of does, you know, substitution every now and then over there. Like, I see him every now and then, and I will straight up give him, like, Shanghai meals, stuff like that. He'll order stuff and, you know, get stuff from our department, and I see him all the time and shit. You know, so it's like, I mean, because he also doesn't live that far away from me either. Guy lives in Hawaii. Yeah. No, yeah. Funny enough, yeah, he does not live far away from me. Like, he lives about, like, I don't know, like 5 blocks away from me. I think I remember what house he, you know, he's in. I'm not going to say all that shit detail-wise, but I'm pretty sure I know, like, what house it is. I forgot that specific, but I know the road. Like, it's all, like, you know, practically right around the fucking corner from me. He actually, like, lives, like, basically Haagen-Dazs, right? The Haagen-Dazs. I mean, his last name is very similar to Haagen-Dazs. About the Daz, but I kind of see what you mean there. But yeah, same dude. Same cat. Yep, same cat. And also I had a geography slash or geology slash astronomy teacher, and every now and then I see him too, because I think he's also the baseball coach if I remember correctly. Yeah, so it's like I see him occasionally, and there's a few other teachers I'll see every now and then. And there was actually one that used to work at like astronomy. Did I say astrology? I meant to say astronomy if I did say that, because if so, oh my god, that was a bad Freudian slip. Geology and astronomy. And like, and every now and then I'll see him come in to grab things like tenders and shit like that. And usually around the time where school's out. And when it's like around this time during summertime, he usually doesn't come in as much, because I'm assuming he's probably like on vacation, traveling, or whatever the fuck. Doing his thing. Like, see, stoner English teacher also teaching astrology. I mean, I feel like we probably could have had a teacher like that. I could think of a English teacher that, you know, who's really cool, and I liked her a lot, who was a stoner, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if she did believe in astrology. And I love how I know she's a stoner, literally just because, yes, stoner. Oh my god, you even, yeah, dude, I don't even remember her name. I do. I know her last name. I'm not gonna say it, but, yeah, at least not on stream, obviously, but, yeah, I remember it. I remember her name. Honestly, she was cool. I liked her, honestly. She was, yeah, like, I liked her a lot. But, yeah, I mean, she definitely, you know, was someone who I had an assumption should probably believe in astrology. Definitely was a stoner type. And I love how I only really knew and confirmed that in my mind just because our friend Logan literally found her. Like, you know, like, just having a little bowl to herself and during lunchtime or some shit. Which, yeah, I don't blame her. You know what? I think that should be fine and acceptable. I mean, especially for a teacher. I mean, it's like, Jesus Christ. I mean, all the stress and bullshit of dealing with kids. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's like, it's not like a beer, okay? I mean, fucking hell. And in fact, I mean, I know there was another English teacher who was actually, I think his first year was when I was a sophomore. And he got testicular cancer, I think, when I was a junior. He got surgery to literally have his that cancer nut removed, and ever since then, he literally would openly brag about, like, yeah, I could smoke medical marijuana. Like, he literally would openly just, like, brag about it. He didn't give a fuck. It was great. I remember his name too, and he was really fucking cool. I'm pretty sure he's still working there too. I mean, like, cause he was a new guy when I was in high school. Was this first year or my freshman year? It was either sophomore or freshman year. Oh, here. I want to see these nuggets.
If they're still hot, that's the best way to get the nuggets. If they're cold already, or like, you know, like lukewarm.
Overcooked, TJ?
They room temp as fuck.
Oh, no. Those are room temp as fuck.
Oh, dude, look how springy that is when he squeezes it.
Oh, he's squeezing it like it's a trampoline, dude. Oh, no. Bro, the nuggies, and you know what? They do look very similar to the nuggies that that we've been getting now. Bro, dead ass. Like, they will never do that. They don't do that. Not my nuggies. Nah, not the nuggies I make. They don't do that shit. Like, the surface layer is like, you can literally hear like that, you know, kind of like the crispy breading, you know, actually kind of like, you know, being scraped instead of like whatever squishy shit this is. Dude, you know what? I'm actually kind of convinced the McDonald's nuggets are the same ones that we get, but they cook them for less time. Like, they cook them for less, where it only basically makes sure the chicken's cooked, but not the breading being solidified and, like, crispy. Because that's the key. Like a good nugget, you got like that juicy like chicken in the center, but you got like a nice crisp breading on the outside. That's the key to a good nug. But no, I guess McDonald's can't just fucking figure that one out. I was able to hone down that science pretty quickly. I literally cook them for the same amount I cook chicken tenders, and it turned out perfect. It's excelente.
That's a rubbery nugget right there.
Dude, that is bad. Oh my god, it looks rubbery too. It doesn't even look appealing. Dude, what the fuck did they do to the nugget? Oh my god, what did they do to those nuggies, bro? Oh no. They did some did some weird like sorcerer criminal shit on that, dude. Those are not good nuggets.
Dude, when I squeeze it, I can it doesn't it's not
what the fuck? Like, the breading / skin of the nugget is separate from the chicken. Dude, how's that even happen? Like, out of all the nuggets, I've had chicken nuggets way more in the past month than ever in my life, just because like I have them at my department now, and I've never had a nugget like that, dude. I've never had a situation like that. Honestly, they end up being more like kind of dry little like pebbles, you know, after a certain time because they're under our heat lamps. They never get like rubbery and shit. And I think it's because like if you cook them for about like 8+ minutes, 8 to 9 minutes, you know, like depending on how many nuggies you make, like that is like kind of the Goldilocks zone. Like if like, cause I'm assuming it's probably at least 6 minutes, you know, for the chicken itself to cook. You know, but if you want that breading to be nice and crispy and, like, actually good, you want it at least another minute or two. So I'm thinking that's what the fuck is going on. Like, they just do not cook that shit long. They cook it to a very specific time, and they don't let it go any more than that if they can help it, and thus, you know, it doesn't really make for a total satisfactory nugget unless it's, like, immediately after it's, like, you know, out of the fryer. Like, you know, within the first 5 minutes of it being fresh out of the fryer. Like, that's the only way you can enjoy it then. At least for mine, like, even, like, I've had, like, the nuggets at my work when they're lukewarm, and, you know, outside of temperature, they're pretty much, you know, just as good as when they were out of the fryer. It's just, they're lukewarm, you know, they're not, like, you know, hot anymore, because they've been sitting out, but nonetheless, though, it's just, like, I mean, what the hell, how, like, now that I've just, like, figured out the science about, like, frying food, because I've done it for so long, like, it makes me wonder, like, what the fuck is the standard for some of these places? Because, holy shit, dude, it is not satisfactory. And I can understand why people, you know, get butthurt about some fried foods when, you know, at places like McDonald's or anywhere else. Because, like, yeah, they did not figure that shit out. At least the corporate dip fucks, you know, hold on to their dick every other day, you know, ain't figuring it out. People like me who are actually, you know, frying the shit, you know, can figure out the science, you know, but at least I have a little bit more leg room when it comes to that shit. Unfortunately, if I was working at McDonald's, I probably wouldn't be able to. And that would suck, because I knew I would not be putting out a satisfactory product unless it was freshly made, like, right then and there, practically.
Directly on the chicken. The chicken is, like, suspended between the layers.
The chicken is all desiccated in there, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Those have been sitting in the heat lamp for a minute.
Too long in the heat lamp.
Yep.
Yep. Look at that, dude. Look how chewy it is.
Dude, like, he's chewing this for so long.
He's having
like
to fucking go in on that
through
nugget.
your mouth, TJ. Boing, it's like a fucking pogo sticks on your fucking teeth.
Oh, man.
Dude, you know,
it's fucking sad,
right
dude.
now, if these were good nuggets, I'd barely even have to chew them. You'd be like,
Yep.
Yeah. Like, you're like dead ass, dude. Like, you wouldn't really have to chew them that much.
Yeah, they go straight down, man, when they're nice and hot and juicy on the inside.
Keep dipping that sauce in that sauce.
Dude, Paul knows. I mean, he's a fat guy, and he knows, dude. I'm not even a fat guy, and I know. Like, I mean, you don't have to be a fat guy to be, like, you know, to have the spirit of a fat man, you know what I mean? Like, because I feel like I got a spirit of a fat man. Like, because, I mean, like, because, honestly, every now and then, like, you know, I find especially, like, a lot of food opinions pretty on par with the guys a lot. And Paul is, like, absolutely on the dot with this shit, dude.
Yeah,
he knows his nuggies.
Yeah, you need extra. You should have got extra sauce, honestly.
Yep. He needed extra
Don't
sauce.
microwave anything. I mean, if you microwave that,
sucks.
Chelsea, it's not gonna.
Oh no, dude! Don't not microwave, dude. It'll make it more rubbery. Oh fuck no! You got to air fry that. There's no other way. Like, you might be able to get away with it with an oven, but, like, if, you know, it's air fryer, dude. That's the only way. Like, that's the only way to, like, revive shit like this. Like, I mean, you know, like, because honestly, there's been times where I might have left out, like, you know, some tenders that I didn't eat, you know, for the night before. I'll put that shit in the air fryer for, like, 5 minutes. Like, good as new. Like, it's basically, like, fresh out of the fryer again. It's delicious, you know? So it's, like, that's all you gotta do. Put that bitch in the air fryer for a couple minutes, you know, revive it, you know, and if anything, you know, actually let it solidify for the breading and everything. Because, honestly, the reason why, and because, like I said, I figured the science down for the nuggets. The reason why it gets all rubbery and shit, because the breading did not get absolutely fully cooked. Like, and also by proxy means that there could be traces of, you know, salmonella or something about the chicken itself that might not to be absolutely cooked either, which makes these McDonald's nuggets inferior. Like, at least of how they cook them. Because that ain't good. That ain't good, Chief. Like, the way to do it is gotta at least have it for 8 to 9 minutes. You know, if you know, like, just minimal. And, you know, if you get, like, a shitload of them, then you probably want to do it for maybe, like, 10. But if you're getting, like, I don't know, like, 10 to 30 of them, like, 8 to 9 minutes, perfect timing. Because not only will it cook the fucking chicken, but as long as you're kind of stirring them in there every now and then, like, you can also make sure the breading's, you know, cooked all the way through. Because also, like, at the same time, like, the breading, you know, like, these chicken nuggets, I've noticed as well, they'll, like, float on the top. So you have to actually stir them and kind of poke at them a little bit so, you know, the breading, you know, can be fully cooked. So they can also flip. Like, you actually have to, like, kind of poke at them a little bit so they flip around, because, like, if not, all the, like, you know, uncooked breading will literally, like, go to the top, and then you'll have, like, one weird, like, soaked rubber part, basically, of the nugget, because, like, all the uncooked part of breading went to the top, because it wasn't stirred. You know, so it's like, I mean, there's a science to this shit, basically. I mean, as long as you get it in that time frame and just stir it every now and then, you'll get a fucking absolute perfect, like, just delicious nugget. But, like, obviously there's something, I don't know what the exact process about McDonald's is when it comes to their nuggets, but evidently they do not got it down. They do not have that shit nailed, because, like, it took me, like, literally 2 tries to literally hone that shit down. Like, I did it for about, like, 7 minutes initially, because I was like, they're nuggies, I mean, yeah, like, how about it would be? I took them out, I was looking at them, I was like, okay, these are kind of reminding me too much of the McDonald's nuggies, which I'm not a fan of as much. So I put them in there for another minute or two, and I went, oh my god, this is perfection. Like, I mean, that's the key. Like, instead of, like, 7 minutes or some shit, it has to be, like, 8 to 9 minutes, because then the breading will be fully cooked, and you have to stir it a little bit. Like, that's another thing. Like, if you don't stir it at least a little bit, and you just, like, you know, drop it in there and just let it sit in there, like, then they're gonna be kind of shit. Like, you have to at least kind of give them a little stir up. Just a little bit. You don't have to, like, go in there and fucking, like, you know, like, jostle all that shit up into oblivion. Just a little bit. You know, that's all you need. It's like, what the fuck? What a way to notify me, YouTube, to really? Really, YouTube's kind of slacking on that one, isn't it? What's funny, it didn't even do that for Onion Nuggets. I happened to literally click on their, like, live stream before it started, but when I clicked it, they just started, and, like, was, like, literally, like, 1 second of being live when I clicked, you know, to see their shit. And then I was at work, so I couldn't really partake in a lot of their shit, so, unfortunately. But that's why I'm catching up a little bit. But now, I feel like it's... Now I'm just kind of, like, critiquing, you know, McDonald's now, because of their... I always will. I mean, because McDonald's kind of, frankly, sucks outside of the fries. Like, the fries are the only thing that they got kind of going for them. Beyond that, they suck. But, like, I'm just, like, I guarantee you they have the same nuggies as, like, that we do at my work. And, like I said, got that shit to a science. And McDonald's is just slacking. They cannot fucking get that shit down. It took me 2 tries. And McDonald's still can't fucking figure it out. It's like, fuck me, bro.
It's gonna make it worse.
It ain't hard to make a good nuggie.
Yeah, fuck all that bullshit. I'm gonna eat it as it came.
What last little bit of fucking moisture is in them would run out.
Yeah.
If you nuked them. You can't really nuke fucking, especially the fries, dude.
Paul just demonstrated he's a true fat guy.
Yep. And hey, same for me too. And I'm not even a fat guy. Because honestly, like, I mean, everything that I'm saying is honestly a lot more elaborate detail to what Paul's saying. And the main reason why is because I, work at a deli where there's fryers and stuff, and there's at least somewhat of a slight overlap when it comes to, at least some food choices, between like McDonald's and, my place. And Nuggies are now one of them. And, bruh, it's just, like, it's actually kind of disappointing. I could literally see those Nuggies and be like, wow. I mean, of course, TJ being, the fat man that he is, will just not give one fuck. He was like, I mean, I wouldn't either. I mean, like I said, I have the spirit of a fat man myself. I would literally be like, not giving a shit either. But, I mean, I wouldn't be as satisfied, as I, would be if it were nice and fresh and just, like, honed down to the science of what it is. Because it's like, like, now that I realize it ain't hard to fuck up a Nuggie. Like, it really ain't. So how does McDonald's fuck it up so much? And honestly, I think it's because of how long they're frying them. And they don't fry them up for that long. They do it for, like, maybe, like, 7 or 8 minutes. They don't do it for, like, to like, the 8 to 9 minute period, where it would, where the, like, breading can at least, be more solidified. And also, I guarantee you they don't stir that shit. Like, because that's probably another thing. Like, they don't, like, make sure the shit's all stirred up a little bit. So, like, one side of the breading isn't all just, like, fried up, but the other half is, like, barely cooked and shit, right? I mean, because that also gives, a little bit of this sense of rubberiness to the nugget. Like, you gotta, like, stir it up a little bit. I mean, because if not, that's what will happen. Because, I mean, I had at least 1 or 2 Nuggies at my workplace that will, like, where that happens, but I just put it back in the fryer a little bit and flip it around, give it another 30 seconds to a minute, and it goes basically to the same quality as the rest of them. So it ain't that hard. It ain't that hard to perfect the science of the nugget. But yet, McDonald's just refuses to just understand it. They just can't do it.
You can identify the nature of that.
Because the nuggets at my work, even at room temperature, and TJ has room temp nuggies, even my nuggets at room temperature are, outside of the temperature, will still be good, like if they were out of the fryer. Because I've been able to perfect this fucking science. There's a way to make the nugget consistently, no matter temperature or anything, to make it good. There's a way to do it. I know this. I know the secret.
Okay, just by looking at it and looking at how I
dude,
Paul's DoorDash many a nugget, dude.
Yeah, dude, I've had nuggets, bro. I've eaten probably.
I've cooked them.
Like, if I had to take a guess, lifetime, I've probably eaten 10,000 nuggets.
I've eaten quite a bit too.
I've had my nuggets. And I know what they come, dude. When they come and they're nice and plump and they're still hot to the touch, not like burn your. You're never gonna get that with DoorDash.
No, that's too hot.
Yeah.
But when you pick them up, you can feel some heat coming off of them. You're like, okay, I got a good order of nuggets. When they look like, I knew as soon as he held it up. Because I'm telling you, dude, nuggets, when they came out of the fryer like less than 10 minutes ago,
the apricot ale has been cracked. Nice.
They're plump. And then they kind of like deflate as they dry out under the heat lamp. And we held that up, just the thickness. I mean,
the thing is, if you perfect the science of a nugget, they won't get all rubbery and shit. They'll just actually legit just dry out. Like, I mean, that's kind of the thing. Like, at a certain point, at my workplace, the nuggets will eventually not be good anymore because they actually become like little pebbles or like little rocks. They don't get weird and rubbery and shit. Like, so, like, I mean, that's at least, something that, I've noticed, at least if you actually, cook them right. Because if not, then, yeah, they will be like that. Because I've had to have them like that before, if they sit in there for too long. That's why I rotate them out and shit and make sure they're all nice and fresh. Because, I mean, another thing about it is if they're sitting in a heat lamp or, like, the hot case, in a temperature that's way too hot. Like, if you actually, if you have, like, a nice little equilibrium for, like, the temperature for a hot case, like, nothing will dry up and get shitty. And that's kind of the problem in a lot of ways, is that, like, these, like, the corporate standard about, like, when it comes to, like, temperature and shit, like, when it comes to, like, food safety, like, they are fucking butthurt gung-ho about it. Like, it's insane. like legitimately. Like, I mean, they want that shit blasted to max. You know, they want to make sure that those hot cases are hot cases, and not just at like, you know, 150, but they want that shit at like, you know, 190 or some shit, like 200 basically. It's like, I mean, like, goddamn, do you want me to like continuously like, you know, slow cook this shit, you know, after I immediately quick cook, you know, cook it in the fryer or something? It's like, I ain't there to slow cook it. It's like, Jesus. I mean, because even in the morning, you know, like when I come into work and start my shift, sometimes, you know, those temps are literally blasted to max, and I'm looking at like some of the stuff in the hot case, I'm like, I think I rotate some of this. I mean, and I'll turn the temps down just a little bit, not to turn it off, but at least just a little, and then I'll rotate some shit, because like those temps have literally blasted things up to where they're just dry and just shitty. You know, and so there's, you know, but if you cook it right, though, that's what will happen, is it'll just dry up. They won't become weird and rubbery or whatever the fuck else. And if that happens, then realistically, it probably wasn't cooked all the way through. And that's not necessarily a good thing.
Well, that was a spongy
with that
fucking
oil,
nugget.
You definitely want something you cooked in oil to sit for a little bit, but you're right. You still want it where it's like when you bite into it.
He's totally right about the deflation phenomenon, dude. They're deflated.
Because the oil, because the oil is all dripped out of it, and then
the oil just kind of soaks into the fucking package or whatever, and all the liquid.
Wait, you have to deal with a time window from 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. in 7.5 goddamn hours. What the fuck? What type of time frame window you gotta deal with that shit? What the hell? Ugh.
Goes out of it.
Sounds like a work
just got
shift.
like a little fucking wafer of sponge in there. It's not. I mean, whatever. You're still gonna eat them, but.
Well, you pretty much ate all of them.
All right.
How squashed are your cheeseburgers?
They look pretty fluffy.
Okay, so that's nice. That means that maybe you got cheeseburgers
Apartment maintenance.
that were made as you ordered them.
I'm gonna assess.
Because if you get like those
Assess those
miserable,
burgers.
desiccated, squashed cheeseburgers, then you got like an order.
I mean, it's still
Oh, dude, what the fuck is that? I mean, it's McDonald's, and it's just like a plain-ass cheeseburger, but, I mean... Dude... I mean, the buns... I mean, the buns themselves, I guess, look... mid. Barely. I can't really tell from what the patty looks like. I mean, the cheese, I suppose, looks melted in there.
cheeseburger, so it's not gonna be like a huge cheeseburger.
Smash. No, it's a smash looking fucking burger.
Yeah, I mean, it does look a little smashed, dude.
It's not that
smash,
smashed, dude.
The bun is still pretty fluffy.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the bun is got a little bit of fluff going on.
even
I've gotten some fucking shit that looks like they put it under the wheel of a Mack truck and let it run over.
I would describe this as a mid-level McDonald's cheeseburger.
All right, well, how's it?
A mid-level McDonald's cheeseburger, and that is sadly not saying much at all.
Is it overcooked? Let's see.
It doesn't
Is
look
it cheese?
super fresh, but it doesn't look like it was made like an hour ago. So he
Yeah.
probably got like a fucking... It was probably made within 15 minutes of him ordering it, and it was sitting in the drawer or whatever.
Yeah.
Pretty generous with the onion. I mean, the meat is always overcooked because it gets thinner every fucking year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's reasonable. It's mid.
I figured it'd be mid.
Mid.
What about
Yeah.
the fries? You said the fries look shitty.
Yeah, or you got
I already know exactly.
soggy?
I already know exactly the
Show
fries
me
I
a
got.
fry.
Show.
Cold and
Show 'em.
soggy, dude.
Let's see the color on the fries. Oh yeah, undercooked.
Here's one that
Yeah, that don't look that great. I'm not even gonna lie, that don't look that great. That's probably like the best one that he picked out too. At least it still holds form, but yeah, that like it needs a lot more of a dark gold brown, dude. Like that literally looks like a bright yellow. Like that needs to be a dark like golden like yellow brown color. Like I mean, like what the fuck? Dude, they fucked him on the fries hardcore, bro. He got fucked on those fries.
maintain form, but here's another one that's just totally flop.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, he got like the last batch before they made the new. Dude, he got like the very last little bit of the old batch that's been there for like 2 hours before they made the fresh batch. That's what the fuck happened, dude. Oh my god. The dinner rush happened, like, cause what, like they start these streams at like 5, and by the time it's like It's like 8 o'clock for TJ. Dude, oh my god, dude. He got the dinner rush, you know, like the post-dinner rush where, like, all the burgers were sold, so they made a few more for, like, the last little, like, stoner late evening rush, you know, if there is one, you know, and, like, they had, like, you know, maybe a little bit of fries left, and before they made the fresh batch and put it in there, they gave TJ that fucking last little bit of fries. They gave him the last batch that's been sitting in there for like 2 hours after that major dinner rush, you know, around like 5 to 6 and shit. Oh my fucking god, they fucked him on that shit, bro. Damn, dude. They couldn't even give him the courtesy to just, like, you know, get the fresh batch, you know, that was probably literally in the fryer being made as, like, the order was... Oh, dude. Got fucked, dude. Man... Wow, he got a pretty subpar, shitty fucking McDonald's order. I'm not even gonna lie, dude. I mean, it's not even that bad. He got, like, you know, 6-piece nugget, you know, what should have been a large fry, but basically got downgraded to a medium. And then, you know, 4 cheeseburgers. I mean, you know, for a stoner fat guy, you know, and I being at least spiritually a fat guy and, you know, being a major stoner, that's, you know, fair. I mean, it's a fair order, but the quality is just sad. I mean, it downgraded it all. Damn, dude. You just got fucked, bro.
Yeah, those are cold, soggy, fucking... Once again, too long under the fucking heat lamp, man.
Way too long.
Enough in the fryer.
And hold on, before you eat too many of those, just show us the fill.
Yeah, you only ate 2.
Turn that around so we can see. Dude, you got fucked up, bro. Dude, yeah, that should have been, like, what was that supposed to be a large fry? Because that looks like a medium fry, bro. Like, that don't look like no goddamn large fry. You got fucked up, dude. Like, that needs to be overflowing. Like, what the hell? Dude, what the fuck? Dude, he literally got, like, the last little bit of fries, and then there was maybe, like, a dozen left at the very bottom of the heat lamp before they made the fresh batch. Oh, my God, they got him fucked, dude. That is sad. And they don't even look like that, like, nice, good golden brown either. I mean, I guess they look like the color of, like, the yellow of the, like, package, but that's... You're not supposed to, like, mimic that. You're supposed to make them a little more, like, golden up and shit, because they're fried... Oh, my God. They fucked him so bad with the fries. Those are just some sad-looking fries, dude. I bet they would have been fine if they were, like, you know, 5 minutes out of the fryer. Which I guarantee you they were making that. I guarantee you when that DoorDash order was placed and, you know, and they were making it up, they were having a fresh batch of fries either just about to go down or in the middle of being fried. And nope, they just couldn't give him that. They just couldn't give him the fresh batch, dude. Because the look like those burgers are honestly not, like, horrible. They weren't great, but they were alright. Like, I mean, so they had to at least be sitting there for a minute, so they might have just freshly made those to, like, you know, make up for what was sold during the dinner rush. You know, so, like, I think that's what was going on there. But the fries, though, they made a shitload of them, and they had some surplus during the dinner rush, and at that point, it was, like, 2 hours in, and when they were sitting there, and, yeah, he got fucked, dude. Wow. Damn. If I was working that day, I would have given him the courtesy. It's like, hey, you know, it's like, I see we got a little bit of fries down there. It's like, hey, just put this off to the side. I'll snack on them, you know. Here, I got a fresh batch. It's going to be up in like 4 minutes. Here, let's give him that. It's like, because, dude, that was a little fucked. I mean, it's like, come on. Got to hook people up a little bit every now and then. Like, that's another thing about retail work a little bit. Like, you got to hook a brother up every now and then, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, it's like, I'll do that shit. Like, because sometimes I'll have people like, okay, get like a half pound of JoJo's, which is like our fries, you know, essentially. And I'm like, okay, sure. And I'll give them, like, you know, a couple scoops of, you know, some JoJo's, and it'll come up to like, you know, 3/4 of a pound. You know what I do? I'll, like, there's a little trick that, you know, I can do with the weigh scales, you know, when it comes to like printing tags out and all that shit, where you can take like the actual like scale itself and kind of like take your finger and lift a corner of it, and you can kind of like take weight off of some of the stuff that you happen to be weighing. So if I happen to be like, you know, 1/4 pound over some shit, and I'm like, yeah, they've been pretty chill, pretty nice, you know, I'll just give them a hookup or whatever. I'll do that shit. And you know what? Like, you know, so like, I know some people will be looking and can kind of tell and shit, and yeah, you know, they don't say anything.
because they're getting a hookup. And I mean, it's like, if it's like exceptionally over, if I like went like literally like 1 pound over, like I'll be like, it's like a 1/4 pound over, it's okay. And like 99% of the time they're like, sure, that's fine. But guess what? You're gonna get a fuckload more now. You're gonna get more than, you know, 1 1/4 pounds. You're getting like 2 pounds. Oops. But hey, whatever. Your gain, you know, my mistake is your gain. I mean, besides, honestly, I mean, it's just like, it's what keeps people coming back, and also, you know, it's what also in a weird way, you know, has management recognize, you know, as much of a good worker you might be. Because, like, if you do that type of shit, because you really think that, like, corporate or district is going to notice, like $1.30, you know, being teared out, you know, from, like, you know, some JoJo's or tenders or whatever the fuck. I mean, no, they're not. So it's like, they, you know, it's like, I mean, as far as they're concerned, they probably already have contingency about, like, you know, considering that, like, as a loss, you know, already in mind, you know, when it comes to, like, their, you know, tax avoidance, basically, for all intents and purposes, let's be real. You know, and, you know, so it's like, they already have that in mind, so it's like, I mean, who really gives a shit? I mean, they already have it in mind for customers to be trying to do shit like that. So, I mean, it's like, what, you think, you know, someone like me doing, like, 30 cents, you know, off or some shit for somebody is going to be a big fucking hoopla? I mean, come on. I mean, because it gets them coming back, and honestly, if anything, I mean, the long-term fact of them putting more money into the store, thus the company, you know, because of that, is, you know, more of a benefit than the fact that, you know, they got exactly what they wanted, and maybe it was subpar or some shit, and they didn't like it, so they don't go to that store again. Like, I mean, you know, because even if it wasn't really that great, at least they had a shitload more, so they can at least pick out the good stuff, right? Like, I mean, because I'll even openly say that for people. It's like, if, you know, because there's been times where, like, you know, we'll have chicken that, you know, it doesn't really look that great and stuff, and I've gotten a chance, you know, to get it rotated out, you know, and make some fresh stuff, and I'll ask people, it's like, hey, do you want to wait, like, you know, 10, 15, 20 minutes, depending on what it is, or do you want me to give you some extra stuff? And sometimes, you know, people will be like, oh, if you want to give me some extra, sure, that's fine. Or some people will be like, yeah, I could wait, I got some other shopping anyway. I mean, it's a coin flip, I will say, but, like, I mean, some people will be totally fine with giving you extra shit, and some people will be fine just waiting. Just depends. But it's like, goddamn. What the fuck? Like, I mean, how in the hell does, like, McDonald's just not, like, I mean, or at least, you know, these type of workers, you know, for this case, you know, just stop, think about that. I mean, because at least, you know, in every place I've been to, I mean, you know, there's always at least, you know, some level of consideration that people have with that. I mean, hell, there's been times where I've been to Taco Bell and, like, you know, we'll get some orders and wait to pick it up or some shit like that, and we'll legit get, like, a hookup, you know, every now and then, because, like, oh, we just closed, you know, the interior store, we have the drive-thru open, but, you know, we'll still get your order or whatever, you know, what did you want to get, and blah, 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 blah. And sometimes, you know, they'll be like, hey, while you're waiting, you want, like, a little farista, or, you know, like, you know, some nachos or something, or whatever the fuck, and I'll be like, sure, you know, like, I ain't gonna say no. Like, if anything, I'll just straight up give him a tip and be like, well, here, I mean, honestly, you've been super chill and, you know, actually, you know, really cool when it came to service, so, fuck yeah, dude. Like, I mean, I'll get shit like that. I mean, because it kind of comes around, goes around. I mean, especially when it comes to, like, retail work. And I think, you know, to some level, I mean, when it comes to, like, fast food / retail, there's kind of, like, this, like, inference of, like, you know, understanding of, like, hey, you used to work in that shit, I can kind of feel it off of you, you know, so it's like, you know, you're gonna be good, you're gonna be Gucci. Like, there's kind of a little level about that, because I've gotten that, I've had that vibe, you know, with customers before, and vice versa and shit, you know, when it comes to people, you know, treat me and stuff, when it comes to, like, you know, other shit, when it comes to, like, fast food retail. So, I mean, I think there's just kind of, like, a certain level of, like, understanding, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, when someone has worked in that type of, you know, line of work and shit, because it's tough. I mean, working in retail and grocery / fast food, I mean, that shit is fucking brutal. I mean, so it's like, I mean, you know, any way to make it easier on us, I mean, as the workers in that type of industry and shit, or those industries more broadly, I mean, you know, the better. Sometimes that just includes hooking people up.
fucking wrecked the fuck off, dude. Bro.
Damn, dude, they fucking did you so dirty, TJ.
I was did dirty as fuck, bro.
Dirty as
I
fuck,
bet that's
bro.
I bet that's not even a fucking large, let alone a super size, dude.
Dude, that's a medium. That's literally a medium, bro. That's a medium size.
See, do you think off the McDonald's? Is the McDonald's run you legit if you go to it? Like if you go on your little TJ
It's
outings,
usually pretty good.
Yeah. Really? Okay.
Well, there are some hacks that you can do at McDonald's to make sure you get legit food that you can't do through DoorDash. Like you order specialty shit, they have to make it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They can't, like if you go no pickles or whatever, they can't pre-make that shit. If they have pickles on it, it's gonna taste like pickles anyway. And then with the fries, you get them with no salt, and then you just salt them yourself, and that's how you get like a fresh drop basket of fries.
Yep. Because when it comes to McDonald's fries, I know this much, they pre-salt them. You know, so if you ask for no salt, then you can salt them up. So they have to make a fresh batch at that point, because the fries don't come in salted.
Dude, it only happens probably like
I'll go
1 out of
bathroom
10
real quick.
times that I get McDonald's,
straight
but when
outside,
you
though.
get that fresh fry, bro, it's worth all the fucking sloppy ones. But yeah, you got done dirty on this one, TJ.
Did you get bag fries? I already told you there was not a single fucking fry in the bag.
There's how could one escape? That's a tiny little fucking scoop of fries in there.
Well, I think people are thinking like maybe the top fries all fell out.
That only happens when you got a generous scoop. Like then you get bag fries.
Yeah, they fucked me. I got the bottom of the barrel.
Damn, dude, that's fucking sad. I actually feel fucking deep sympathy for you right now.
Bottom of the barrel on fries, but whatever. It is what it is. You know what, Chelsea? I will put these fries in the air fryer.
Yeah, see, that's I don't know much about the air fryer game. I haven't got one yet.
Doing it. You cannot fucking reheat fries in a goddamn oven
Or a
You can do it.
microwave.
but you can do it in an air fryer. Those fries will be brought to an honorable place if
Yeah.
it's done well.
Well, that's nice.
Gonna try the no salt. I'll actually show it to you when she brings them back if she does that.
Yeah, I mean, if you get them salt, if you order them no salt, because what they'll do is, I mean, you may or may not know this. What they do is they cook a big batch of fries for the rush, and then they kind of just sit there, you know, and then they scoop them as they need them. And if you're unlucky, and most times you are, those fries were cooked 10 minutes ago, and they've just been under the heat lamp, sitting there getting soggy. But if you order no salt, because they salt them in there, you know, they'll put them in the big thing, and then they sprinkle salt all over them, so all they got to do is scoop and go.
Yep.
So if you order them no salt, they got to drop you a fresh fucking fry.
Yep.
Is Paul the worst customer? No, dude.
Oh, hell
Trust
no.
me, TJ is
TJ's
easily
way
the
worse.
worst. He's the worst customer on. I'm actually probably one of the best fucking customers, dude. Because I worked customer service. I'm peaches and cream. Somebody's having a bad day, I don't yell at them. If they fuck up my order, I don't make it a big fucking deal. You know, I'm probably one of the best customers you could hope to get. Because I got a little bit of fucking customer service empathy. TJ,
Yep. That's it. Yep. Customer service empathy. Yeah. I mean, I would be one of the best customers too. And because of that, I've literally have gotten hookups, and I'll give fat tips over that shit. Who's a good boy? Yes. I mean, especially because, like, yeah, I've worked in that type of industry and shit, and also it's just like, I mean, hell, I mean, I could, there's been times where I could tell someone's having a rough day and shit, and giving them, like, a $5 tip or something like that literally will legit, like, make their day, you know, and be like, oh, damn, hell yeah, and, you know, kind of feel better.
Oh, my God, dude. I just, like, I've been through, like, several drive-thrus with TJ, probably 40 or 50 fucking drive-thrus over the course of knowing him. And when TJ orders, I'm just like, well, I'm getting a fucking looch in my burger. I'm going to have all that special sauce in my burger. Even when he's not being confrontational, he just sounds fucking, like, he'll cut people, like when the dude's like, hey, I hope you're having a good day. This is so-and-so. How can I get your
Number
order?
3.
Yeah, he's already, give me a number 3.
You that's what they do. If you go through a drive-through, even if you're not in a bad mood, like a little, like, she could be in a good mood, and then you'd be like, He'll pull up and he'll start yelling shit at the fucking speaker. And
Yeah, give me number 3 and a large Coke and
not
extra
ever
fries.
consider the other person at all.
Oh my god.
That's why I can't wait for them to just be robots.
I remember
Oh,
one
fuck you,
time I went through
TJ.
TJ, and I can't remember where it was. It must have been a McDonald's or something,
It sounds like Rigo.
or Jack in the Box. I think it was actually a Jack in the Box.
Oh shit. Okay.
Because they like he ordered a meal. Like he's like, you give me another 3.
No,
And they're like, would you like that with fries, or would you like to try our blah, blah, blah? And right in the middle of the trying to upsell, he was like, did I ask for that?
what the fuck? Oh my god, you asshole.
Like,
What the hell?
Fuck me. I don't want to eat now.
It's like, did I even ask you for that? Fuck off, no. It's like, what the fuck, TJ, you prick? Like, fuck you. Like, I would not be fucking, exactly, cordial with you, you motherfucker. Like, what the fuck, dude?
here we go, dude. Here we
go.
Man.
Oh my
Did I
god.
ask for that?
Did I ask for that? Did you hear me ask for that? I want fries with it. Thank you.
Yeah, fries in the dick. Yeah.
I said thank you at least.
TJ, you son of a bitch,
Little
dude.
mutt. Look at him.
There's only one person I've known in my life that's worse than TJ, and it's my friend Waylon. He goes out of his way to troll.
Yeah, I don't really
Like
do that.
He'll just decide sometimes that he's gonna mumble in the drive-thru. He'll be like, he'll do it like with no apropos of nothing too. He'll just pull up, and when the person goes, "Hey, I'm gonna help you," he'll go like, "No, like,
What
I'm
the
sorry,
fuck?
could you speak up?" He'll make it like fucking. He fucks on him. Which I know he's eating a lot of loogies for sure, and
Dude, I bet, bro. What the fuck? That is some dick shit, man. I mean, it's one thing if you accidentally be like, yeah, I like number 3 in the laundry, or something like that. You're just kind of, like maybe, do a quick little thing, and they're like, what's that? But then, kind of clarify and actually be like, punctual. And what the fuck, you little butt? Taking little feet. Okay, I guess as retaliation, you want to kick every fucking can that I decide to put on the ground. Yeah, I'm gonna slap your little butt. It's right there. Yeah, that's what you get. Fucking little ridiculous ass little booty.
yeah, because I've been in the car with him. But TJ's easily the fucking worst person that I have regular contact with now. He's horrible inside of restaurants too.
Oh, I bet.
He doesn't like the spiel. So, like, when a waiter will come up, they'll be like, hey, would you like to try our... He'll be like, yeah, give me a steak. It's like right in the middle of their spiel, dude.
I think Chelsea might have broke me of some of these.
I doubt it. So, like, I mean, not because I doubt Chelsea's, perseverance, but because I doubt that you are able... Like, you're stubborn as a ball of rocks, TJ. Like, there ain't no way that you've moved off from this shit. Hell no. I mean, what the fuck? Nah. I mean, it's like, I'm now imagining my restaurant. It's like, yeah, would you like to try a new special that's going on for today? And, like, honestly, if I had something like that, depending on what was told to me, I honestly might be intrigued. I'd be like, what's all in it? Oh, okay, you know what, yeah, I'll try that. But I also want to grab this and that, and, yeah, I think, I'll call that good. I mean, it's like, what the fuck? I mean, my God, Tej... Like, I mean, what the you can't have at least, some basic level of, like, sociability. I'm literally autistic as fuck. I'm a spurg, and even I can, like, do that shit. It's not hard. It's fine. It's like, you'll be okay, TJ. You'll be just fine. It's okay, little boy. It's okay. You don't have to be so brusque.
Well, maybe.
If TJ's really pleased in a restaurant, the best you can hope with TJ is, like, he's just pleased. Like, this food is good. I am pleased.
Food is good. I am happy now.
But if anything goes wrong, which most times it does, TJ's like, I don't like this. This is horrible.
Dude, the infamous "How are your fries cut?"
How you fries?
That one, I'll never forget that shit. I've never heard such a thing in my life, bro.
Well, wait, are there or are there not different cuts of fries? Why
There
is it-
are, but
Yes.
I've just never heard that.
How do you cut your fries?
It will.
Why would that be a question? Is there something about, like, particular cuts of fries that, you know what, actually, alright, I'll give TJ a pass on that. Like, I mean, honestly, I will admit, like, you probably every now and then want to, like, kind of see about, like, you know, cut of, like, fries, you know, from a place. Because, like, if you don't necessarily, you know, like, if you're walking, you know, going to your table and you don't happen to walk by, like, you know, a table that has fries or something, I mean, you probably ain't gonna know. I mean, you know, you might have a particular preference. You might like, you know, thin fries. You might like JoJo, like, potato wedge style fries. You may like waffle cut fries. I mean, there's different cuts of fries, to be fair. So, I mean, if you are more preferential to a specific style of fry or a specific cut, I mean, it's fair enough to, you know, be like, hey, what type of cut of fry do you got? You got, like, JoJo cut, waffle cut? You know, it's like, I mean, it seems pretty fair, I suppose, but, I mean, it is kind of a random question, too, at the same time. I mean, I don't expect, you know, some waiter to necessarily know that. I mean, I guess in a way, just because they're obviously serving the food, but it's just like, I don't, like, it would catch them off guard and be like, what, huh?
Not either. He was just like, they were like, would you like, because I think we were going to, like, I think we were at an Applebee's, honestly. I think we were at an Applebee's that was right there in Bellevue. And, like, the person was like, yeah, would you like fries with that? Or would you like onion rings or cheese sticks or whatever? And TJ was like, how your fries cut? And it took the dude a couple seconds to, like, process the question.
I remember that.
He was like, they're waffle fries? TJ was like, peh. He did the TJ wave. He was like,
Oh, that, I know what he's talking about, the, nah, be gone, knave.
where he gives you the backhanded wave. It's like, oh, fuck, man. They're gonna wipe.
Oh my god. You know, like, I mean, when in doubt, if you're, like, not too sure, just go for some onion rings. You can never go wrong with onion rings.
Asses. Dude, you want to break yourself of that shit? Have you ever seen that movie Waiting?
I've seen it.
Dude,
Yeah.
have you seen that movie?
Yeah.
And TJ apparently can't fucking, like, take the broader oh my god, wow.
And you
Few times.
still do this shit. How do you fucking bring yourself to do that after seeing that movie?
I don't think it's unreasonable to ask how they're fried.
I don't think some reason that's bad cut, you know, just being bitch about it, cause some just a fucking rude some bitch, I don't want to tell you.
Whatever. Why is it unreasonable? What's the fuck wrong with that?
It's not okay, it's not necessarily unreasonable. It's the tone with which you do it.
The tone, yeah.
Don't tone police me, alright?
Well, you know, like, you are being tone policed in those establishments.
And honestly, in a way, you should be. Like, you should be, in some extent, tone police. Like, you're in a public area, you're at a restaurant or a fast food place. Like, and also, like, you're interacting with other people. Like, you know, and especially when it comes to fast food or a restaurant, like, when it comes to a waiter and shit. Like, I mean, you have to consider their fucking, like, you know, their like, individuality and shit. You can't just be like, you're an automaton, Like, like, they're fucking people too. I mean, it's like, you can't just, like, not, like, consider that.
Alright, those people eat shit all day.
Yep.
And if you come in and you're haughty and full of yourself and dismissive, you're
I don't
being
know how
fucking
else to
tone
be.
policed. You know how you're nice to me. You bet, you know, like, you know how to be nice. Don't give me that shit. I've seen you do it. You just don't feel like. Here's what it comes down to. And this is exactly why people take offense. You don't feel like that the person who's serving you is worthy of your empathy.
Yep.
Because when you're empathetic to a person, you and I are friends. You know.
I like how TJ's just take hits off his vape, like, yeah, do tell, huh? Yes, just, tell me, ma. Oh my god, TJ. This is like, you know, where I'm not a Chica fan, and I'm not like a simp to you, Tej. This is why, you know, I'm a polisher through and through, and I'm a simp for Paul. Because he understands our shit. He understands what us workers have to go through, okay? And, like, he's a lot more, you know, like, in touch with that shit. I vibe a bit more.
Before. Understanding, not dismissive, all that shit. You just don't feel like that person that's taking your order is worthy of you going out of your way.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Whatever.
to brighten your tone a little bit.
It's a business transaction. So
Oh my god, so what, dude? Like, yeah, you know what is also a transaction? Me going to the bank and, like, you know, like, hey, I would like to deposit this money. You know, like I said, the ATM, because the ATM's occupied, it has, like, a line of 3 people, but the inside the bank, you don't really got many people inside. So, yeah, guess what? I'm going to go inside the bank and interact with a human being. A teller. The bank teller. So, it's like, you know, and, you know, it's like, that's a business transaction, but, yeah, it's still going to be cultural. It's like, hey, how's your day going? Yeah, I'd like to deposit this money, please. You know, has the day been slow and busy or anything? Right on, yeah, it's a day off for me, you know, so I'm just kind of, you know, taking the day and being chill, you know, just kind of, you know, doing a couple errands, and after that, just kind of, you know, just hang out at home, stuff like that, blah, blah, whatever the fuck. I mean, it ain't that hard to just have a quick little, like 3-minute little side talk for, you know, a little business transaction. It ain't that big of a deal, Teach. Like, I mean, my god. Like, I don't do it all the time. But, like, I mean, it's something that, like, hey, if I'm kind of feeling it a little bit, or if it's kind of, you know, like, put forth to me or whatever, it's like, yeah, it's like, oh, so how's your day going, or some shit towards me, you know, while they're serving up my food or some shit. Yeah, I'm gonna talk with them, because why is that a big deal? Why is that a problem? Is there an issue with that somehow? Like, yeah, maybe do I want to be in a conversation necessarily at that given time? Maybe not. Honestly, most of the time, no. But I do it anyway because it ain't that big of a fucking deal. I mean, honestly, half the time it ain't even that bad. So, whatever. Damn,
I don't feel the need to fucking
it's not.
I don't feel, I mean, look, I tip well.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, for us, it ain't. It ain't just simply a mere fucking business transaction. Because, like, you know, guess what? Like, our business transaction is, like, the fucking boss man giving us our fucking paycheck and make sure that we get our fucking benefits and, like, you know, some healthcare, whatever the fuck else, you know, that, you know, comes with our contract and shit. It's that shit. Like, that's our business transaction. Like, I mean, like, when it comes to you being a consumer going to the fast food or retail or, like, restaurant, whatever the hell else, that's, like, something that, you know, like, impacts our job if we don't serve you well. So part of that is being cordial, you know, and treating you like a fucking human being and making sure that you feel welcome, you know, in the establishment. And or at least, you know, feeling like, you know, that, like, your business matters in a way. Like, not just, you know, a simple, just mere transaction of, like, oh, you give us money, we give you food, and leave it at that. I mean, obviously, the bare minimal, that is what it is, but, like, I mean, there's more to it than just that. I mean, humans are just not, like, just built that way.
So, yeah, you get paid your fucking 20% or whatever as long as you.
Do you tip well if somebody gives you lip back?
That's never really happened, so I don't know.
You don't withhold the tip.
I mean, if they're rude, I guess I've never given someone 0. If someone tries
Okay, what does that mean, bro?
really terrible service, I'll give them like 1 cent.
That's like, yeah, fuck off. That means nothing. You ain't giving us what? I mean, you know what? If someone's like being exceptionally like bad at their service, that's one thing. But like, you don't know if they're having a bad day, or if like, you know, some shit happened to them the night before, or whatever the fuck. You don't know this shit. I mean, it's like you can't take everything, you know, just for face value. Because honestly, there's been plenty of times where I've had like bad days and shit like that, you know, and like there's been plenty of times where customers aren't necessarily, you know, being like too, you know, like whatever the fuck about it, or too entitled over it. They're like, oh, it's okay, you know, it's understandable, and like, you know, hey, we got shit we gotta go through, blah blah blah. I mean, it's like it happens. I mean, we all go through shit. I definitely have. I mean, I've been doing it for 7 fucking years, 7+ years now. Like, I understand how that shit works. I mean, it happens. It certainly does for me. But, like, I mean, hell, I mean, it's just like, you know, like, just because it does doesn't mean you can't just take that shit at face value, because you don't know what's going on. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, you never know what's happening, you know, with somebody who happens to be behind the counter or, you know, waiting you and shit. If they happen to be a little brisk themselves and shit, it's, you know, it's like, it ain't on you. I mean, they're just trying to, you know, they're just trying to do their job.
That's 0, TJ. 1 penny.
I mean, that's literally
gets that from our dad.
Honestly, like, with TJ, like, if I had somebody, like, tip me a penny, you know, at, like, a place, you know, versus, like, nothing at all, I literally would rather have them tip me nothing at all. Because, like, the idea is, like, oh, well, I'm not, I'm basically not gonna tip you, but I'm gonna look like I tipped you by putting a penny on there, just to basically, scold you and, like, condescend you and, like, fuck on you even more. Like, I'd rather just, like, basically have nothing on there at all. Like, I'd basically rather legit deadass there not be a tip there. Like, I mean, honestly. Like, honestly, for me, at minimal, like, I mean, here's my principle. Like, I always, either will, like, tip $2 at minimal, or at least, like, depending on how much I order, if it's, like, over, like, 30, 40 bucks or something like that, I might do, like, $3, $4, for the tip. And honestly, depending on the service and shit, like, I mean, for the little burger, like, drive-in place I go to and shit, like, I mean, there's a server there that's worked there for a while, and she's pretty exceptional for her service, and I tip her like $5 every time that that she happens to be serving me and shit, because she's really cool and does really good service. So I mean, it's like, it's just that type of cultural thing. And I mean, at minimal, I always, go there to tip $2, regardless who it is. But, at least, when it came to, that one person, yeah, I tip her even more, exceptionally more. I mean, same thing when it comes to dispensary or, like, at Taco Bell or anywhere else, honestly. Because, like, I mean, because at the end of the day, that shit will make someone's day. It's like, either, like, you're basically going to insult them by giving them, like, a quarter or, like, a penny or some shit, or you're going to make their day by giving them a decent tip, or it's just going to be, like, business as usual by not giving them anything at all. Like, and honestly, I'd rather, like, if someone's going to, basically try to, like, insult me by tipping me, like, a penny, I'd literally rather them just not tip me at all. Just straight up. Like, cause that's just, in a way, honestly insulting. It's like, fuck you then. It's like, I'm gonna remember your face, and I'm not exactly gonna be too respectful or cordial with you next time, for sure. Cause, like, what the fuck is that about?
That's literally happened like 3 times in my entire life.
You were just like our fucking...
Yeah, I had 2 fingers up initially. Like, you just... Okay, he made it up.
This kind of stuff.
Believe me, anyone who got a penny tip fucking 100% deserved it.
Did they, though?
Someone's truly that. I mean, like, there's like maybe a couple times I've been to restaurants where I thought the person was actively like a prick. Then I agree with you. Where it's like, if someone's actually actively hostile or like insult someone in our group.
Like, I have a waitress at a fucking sushi place I go to that's really fucking good every time I go there, and I tip her like 50% because she's really good.
1%, dude.
If you're standard, I give you 20%. If you suck, I give you 15%. If you're fucking just don't even give a shit and you just totally fuck me off, you get a fucking penny.
Why? Like, I mean, why, like, don't give anything at all at that point? Like, I mean, what the fuck? I mean, what, you think it's gonna make their day better or make them, like, give better service in the future? No, it ain't. Like, honestly, like, I mean, in a way, like I was even saying before, like, there was, like, this chick at Taco Bell, like, I think it was literally on a stream, actually. Like, it was, I think, late last year and shit, when we had, like, some power outages and shit. And, we decided to be like, alright, fuck it, we'll just, like, go grab some Taco Bell and just kind of, like, hang out in the car for a bit, and, drive around for a minute and shit, and, like, and when we went to the Taco Bell and stuff, like, there was dead-ass, like, a chick that was just like, okay, will there be anything else? Like, I could just tell she was exhausted, like, just tired, and, honestly, kind of feeling a little shitty, but nonetheless, still trying to do what she can for her job and stuff, and I even remember saying, I was like, man, we gotta give her a tip. I kind of feel bad for her. I can, like, literally hear it in her voice that she's going through some shit, when it comes to work today. So, and when we did, like, I can, like, see it on her face, like, she went, like, oh, like, she kind of went, oh shit, this has kind of made my night. Like, I have, like, like, basically, a free dinner, essentially, on the house from somebody, because, like, now that $5 can go to, like, grabbing a couple things at, like, Winco, and, for dinner, and boom. Like, maybe even a brewski or some shit. I don't know if she was 21 or not, but if so, she probably can, go grab brewski, some nice, dinner, and have a little, stogie, and just chill out, like, and vibe. Like, I mean, and I guarantee you, when she saw that $5 tip, and I think even my roommate put in a couple extra bucks too, and she just kind of went, oh, like her whole vibe suddenly changed, like, immediately from that. Like, when she came back with her food and stuff, it's like, oh yeah, which I can't slash. Her fucking her entire, like, like, demeanor changed. I mean, so it's like, so sometimes, honestly, like, especially if it's not even directed at you and you can tell someone's having a bad day, make their day. Like, honestly, like, come on, make our day. You know, it's like, I mean, let it, like, give them a pretty decent tip, because legit, that will, like, make them feel good. It'd be like, oh shit, and be like, alright, nice. Because that's happened for me before, like, where the day is like, alright, typical day, whatever, meh. And then, someone be like, hey, you're doing pretty good service. Here, you take tips, and we'll literally throw a 5 out. And I'll be like, we don't technically do, but I never say no to them. And, I'll take it and be like, oh, well, you do some pretty good work, so thank you, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, well, thanks so much, I'm glad you appreciate it. And it makes my entire day. Like, I mean, it really does. Like, I mean, you wouldn't be, like, even like a $2 tip. That's why at minimal I always do $2 because, I, like, even for me, like, I always usually will get, like, $2 on average for a tip, if I do, and that always makes my day a little bit. So it's like, at minimal, I've always kept that principle, just $2 tip, like, at minimal. I mean, even if it's, like, more than the 50% or whatever the fuck, I mean, just because, like, I mean, it's something that's always made my day. So at the very minimal, I know at least, like, that $2 will make someone else's day at least a little bit.
That's how I roll. I don't give a fuck.
Well, fuck you too, TJ. How about that?
Oh, shit.
You would get a loogie on your nuggies, bro. Like, I mean, you would get some subpar nuggies if you got a DoorDash order from my place, bitch.
What's wrong with that?
Well, you know what? What is wrong with that? Well, you know what? It's the fact that you got some subpar nuggies and some shitty fries. You know what? I'm starting to see why you got that. They recognize the address of yours, and they're like, oh, it's that guy. Give it the last little bit of the fries. Don't get the fresh back. Dude, you know what? I nailed it. Oh, fuck, bro. That's it. The reason why you got the fresh burgers because they just happened to make those. But the reason why I didn't get the fresh fries or nuggies because those have been sitting there for a long time. And they were in the middle of making the fresh batch, but didn't give it to them. Because they recognized the address, recognized this guy, and were like, oh, this fucker. Oh, my God. Dude, wow. I guarantee you that's what it was.
What's wrong with that?
Man. Oh, TJ.
Wow, TJ.
There's not.
Here's okay. You want to know what's wrong with it?
Yeah, tell me what's wrong.
Let me tell you a little something about the culture of fast food. Okay.
I'm not talking about fast food here. I'm talking about places where you leave.
Okay, the culture of waiting on somebody, whether it's at a fast food joint or at a fucking restaurant. People remember your ass.
Yep.
If you're local,
dude, if I go to a place,
that's literally what I was inferring, by the way. Like, oh, this fucker, like when it comes to like DoorDash or like waiting and stuff, like, dude, yeah, like, bro, like they're going to know you, like at a certain point. Like, I mean, most of the people that come into my workplace, I recognize their faces at this point. Like when it comes to ordering shit. Like, there's every now and then, small minority of people that come in that I don't recognize, but most of the time, I do. I can recognize that they're people that have been in, in the store before. And usually, like, in half the time, I see the same people almost damn near every fucking day. And some people have a routine where they show up, like, once a week grabbing very specific stuff and shit. Like, where they have, like, a usual things that they order and stuff like that. Like, I mean, at a certain point, especially if you work, long enough in a workplace like that, you're going to remember faces and you're going to know what their routines are. Like, I can literally name, like, 20 plus different customers that I know the exact fucking routines of. Like, just straight up and what they get and everything. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Like, at a certain point, you just know that shit.
The place I'm never going back to.
All right. Well, even then, though, dude.
Even then,
TJ, you're a super memorable person. That shit is gonna get passed around.
And even then, like, what you think? Just because you work out, you went to one place and it sucked, and the workers there, like, what you think? Like, they're just always gonna work there forever? No. Like, eventually, one of them's gonna get another job in another restaurant or somewhere else or something like that, and you're gonna be going to those places too. And probably even more so, and they're going to recognize you and, oh, he goes here too. And then, let everyone know about who you are and shit, and and everything else in between too. So, like, bro, like, word will spread, bro. Like, I mean, honestly, like, when it comes to, like, retail and shit, especially, like, on this level, like, dude, the gossip is insane. Even between other coworkers, like, and other employees, like, it's insane. But, like, when it comes to this shit, oh my god, bro, it can get fucking pretty intense, because Like, I've heard some crazy shit about some people who are customers, you know, that will come in and stuff and know their faces, and I'd be like, really? This is the motherfucker doing some shit like that? Or this is the motherfucker that popped off the other day and whatever the fuck? You know, it's like, I mean, that shit will, like, kind of cross my mind because I recognize those faces, and everyone else does too, and word spreads very fucking quickly.
Everybody in that restaurant is going to know that if you come in, wipe their gooch on your burger.
Well, you know what?
And put you on the pay no mind list because you're just going to give them a penny.
Yep.
Well, I mean, like I said.
Yep, the pay no mind list at very minimal, yep.
Only people who've gotten pennies are people who literally did not try at all. People who, like, literally just neglected the table and never fucking served it. Like, I'm talking, like, you know, didn't fucking come to the table for 30 minutes, didn't fucking refill, like the fucking service we got at that Waffle House that time, like that level of service.
See, dude, I went the other direction on that, dude. You remember, I went back in that motherfucker, and I probably tipped 100% off of that shit.
Yeah, we did too. Like, I guess TJ didn't. Like, me and, like, because I remember, like, she had a horrible day, and we're just like, whatever, $20 to you. TJ's like, nothing, piece of shit. No empathy.
Damn. I don't know the full story about that, but, like, I mean, that kind of proves the point. Like, Paul and Scotty went out of their way to try to make their day up, because obviously they could tell their day was shit. And teacher was like, nah, fuck you. Your day was shit, and it made my day shit, so your day will be more shit. It's like, I mean, obviously TJ really just has a fundamental different perspective, dude. And I think a lot of it is because I think Scotty and Paul do have some experience in this shit. At least, you know, in the workforce, broadly. Because now Scotty's mentioned he worked at construction for a minute, and I'm assuming he's probably worked in retail to an extent, too. Paul, for sure, he's worked at Starbucks for 8 years. You know, but DJ, he has, like, literally 1 hour of working at an IHOP, and then he literally, like, poured the entire fucking, like, plate of pancakes on some old man that gave him, like, the tiniest little bit of lip. Like, I mean, you know, so, like, he's just not that. It's just ridiculous. It's like, DJ, bro, like, you just don't have the experience or, like, really the background to really understand why this shit matters when it comes to, like, you know, retail, fast food, restaurant waiting, bartending, whatever the fuck it is. Like, when it comes to this type of level of customer service, you just don't get it, dude. You don't get it, TJ. I mean, because, like, it's a whole different environment and ball game to what you're fucking used to, bro. I mean, it just is. Like, I mean, you know, so because of that, I mean, it's just, you know, like, something that, with the lack of experience, you know, you have the, you know, a lack of understanding about what people go through when it comes to, you know, being in that, you know, line of work. And I mean, just forget their personal lives, you know, shit, because that, you know, like, I mean, it's like a spectrum of all sorts of shit. Like, everyone's personal life and, you know, this line of work is different. But just with the work itself, like, I mean, the work itself is just fucking brutal, and, like, can be just from the corporate end of things about, like, you know, trying to make sure production is good and, like, make sure things are to a certain specific, you know, corporatized standard. And then you got, like, customers who might be dicks like you, TJ, or, like, you know, Karens who blow the fuck up over the tiniest little thing, or just anything else in between. I mean, it's like, it can be brutal. I mean, not every day is like that, but, like, I mean, goddamn. I mean, it's like that shit happened. Very minimal, not at least have some level of empathy over that. And at least understand that, you know, even if that's something you've never experienced, is something people go through, and recognize that. It's like, I mean, TJ, I know you're way more smart than that. And I feel like he's probably just doing it for the meme, but it's like, come on, Teach. Like, you can't really actually be like that. Like, I mean, it's like, I mean, really? I mean, it's like, dude. Because you know that is a little bullshit. And it's kind of condescending, and it's just kind of insulting.
Yeah.
I mean, if you give me that bad a service, you're not getting a fucking tip. You're getting a penny just to let you know, fuck you.
Well, fuck you too, then.
Yeah,
I don't know what's going through my life. I mean, how about that? I mean, dude, there's been times where, like, I literally would find out, like, you know, the day before or that day, like, you know, one of my, you know, pets died, or, you know, a family member died or some shit. And guess what? I still fucking, you know, like, you know, go to work and shit. And yeah, is my day fucking horrible and, you know, not really, you know, doing good? Yeah, it is, basically. And, is my service, not going to be, excellent because of that? Frankly, yeah. I mean, that shit happens. I mean, there's times where I go through some, depressed phases and shit, and I'm just like, damn, I'm not, feeling 100%. And to a certain extent, that kind of tracks with work, too. I mean, and thus, doesn't, put the greatest service, but, like, that's kind of the point, though. You don't know what's going with, with people's lives and shit, Teach. Like, I mean, just because someone puts, like, horrible service doesn't necessarily mean that they just, like, suck at their job and they don't give a fuck.
Life experience. Fuck you, TJ.
No, it not. Leave Paul. Leave TJ alone. Typical.
No, it not. Don't fuck it.
No, it not, Paul. Leave TJ alone. Wow. Skeptical Sloth? Wait, I recognize you. Skeptical Sloth, I know you. I know your name. You've been around, like since DP days. Like, since when did you become Neanderthalic? Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, what happened there, dude? Did your brain break? Like, what the fuck?
Well, typical fucking Tajikafant caveman.
If you're gonna Tajikafant...
Yeah, typical Tajikafant caveman, dude. Yeah, see, this is why I'm not Tajikafant. I'm a polisher, because, Paul knows how to call him out.
At least fucking be articulate so that you can't... Because you're giving Paul too much of an out there.
Damn, dude. Even TJ's having to call him out. Damn. Damn, dude. He got exiled as a Tajikafant. He got called out even as a Tajikafant. Wow.
TJ good, Paul wrong. Paul, no, it's not. Leave TJ alone. No punctuation.
No, Paul, you wrong. TJ right, leave alone. Leave alone, TJ. Bad, no Paul. Like, my God. Skeptical Sloth, what happened, bro? Did you, like, smoke way too much of the weed?
He managed to say skeptic. He managed to make his name Skeptical Sloth, so I feel like he can write if he wants to.
Yeah.
I guess if he wants to. Yeah, I guess he decided to be a caveman that night.
Dealing with TJ eating sounds like the average day dealing with certain kind of ADHD friends. Well, I do have severe ADHD, so. But you know what? Fuck it. I don't think I do anything wrong dining wise. I think I'm a.
You kind of do. Nah, you kind of do. I'm just gonna be blunt. You kind of do, dude. Yeah, like, I mean, maybe when it comes to, like, just sitting there ordering your stuff, like, waiting for, to get your order and then eating your food and everything else, like, yeah, sure. But when it comes to the ordering process and, like, when the waiter is there, no, you don't, dude. Like, nah.
I think I'm a reasonable customer to have. I'm not overtly rude. I'm a little snippy. And I tip well. So
a little snippy? Well, like, hey, guess what? I don't exactly, like, 100% respect or, look up towards customers that happen to be a little snippy. Like, if they're a little snippy, guess what? They happen to be, well, rude. And I'm not exactly gonna take that 100%. Like, I might be like, okay. And I'll be brisk back and I won't really say much to you. I'm not gonna be like a dick and be like, well, alright, well, fine. Here's your fucking JoJo's then, bitch. I ain't gonna be saying something like that, but I'm gonna be brisk. I'm like, alright, half pound? Okay. Anything else? Okay, bye. Who's next? You. Alright, cool. What can get you? And then suddenly, next person, veneer will change. Because, like, at that point, new person, gonna, like, not be brisk with that person because they might be chill. They might be a cool person. But if you're gonna be brisk and snippy and a little rude, then, yeah, I'm not exactly gonna be, exchanging, nice little vibes back at you.
That's what I feel.
I like that part where I think it's Dane Cook that's the cook in waiting. And they have that bitch customer that comes in and TJ's the lady, you know what I mean? So like TJ's the waitress and she decides like to tell the cooks about it so they can fuck up the shit. And he goes to like wipe his nuts on the burger. One of the other cook guys is like, "Oh, come on, man. That's fucking, you got no creativity." And he's like, "Oh, okay." Puts the burger down. He's like, "How about some garlic salt?" And he just puts like dandruff on the burger. Oh, fuck, dude.
See, but that woman is way meaner than I've ever been to anyone at a fucking restaurant.
Bullshit, TJ. I don't even believe you. I refuse to even believe that.
I mean, well, that woman is also a caricature in a fucking movie that's over the top.
Sure.
You have come off like that to people. I've been with you when you've done it. Like when you pull up to the fucking thing and you cut the person off and just go, give me another 3. And what would you like to drink? Cup. Would you like fries or cheese sticks? Did I ask for that? Did I ask for cheese sticks? I don't remember asking for cheese stick. I want fries. That's what it says here on the menu. Thank you. And he'll start pulling up. That's another thing he does. He'll be like, all right, sir, that'll be. And by the time that'll be comes out of their mouth, TJ's pulled up.
Dude, why? Dude, oh my god. Like, out of all the things, like you want to know the total of your order before you fucking pull up, bro. Alright, that'll be like $82.43, and you're like, before you even hear that, you're just gone. Like, I mean, you kind of want to know what the total is, right? Like, oh my god. What the fuck? Oh, wow, dude. What about, like, people who confirm the order? It'd be like, alright. Like, you know, like, because every now and then some fast food places with the drive-thru, like, they'll have, like, the, you know, order menu with the intercom thing where it has, like, the actual screen where it shows what you're ordering. And it'll be like, alright, so is what you order on screen accurate to what you wanted? You know, or, you know, something like that. Or it's like, alright, is what I put on the screen, you know, accurate to what you ordered? You know, and if not, you know, you can correct it and be like, oh, no, instead of this, it was actually this. Or I said no cheese on that. I didn't see it on the screen or anything. I just want to make sure. Whatever the fuck. I mean, like, there's kind of, like, oh my god, this is like, TJ, like, you fuck. Like, I mean, you're honestly, like, doing, like, I feel like you're doing this as a detriment to yourself, too. Like, I mean, some fast food places, you want to, like, maybe, like, wait a second before you pull up, because you want to make sure everything's all confirmed. Like, cause, like, seriously, like, when it comes, like, cause shit will get fucked up. Like, I've had it happen a lot. Like, I'll go from fast food place and shit, get an order, you know, pick it up, and, you know, and once I get home, like, I realize, oh shit, like, you know, there's something that got fucked up in the order. Like, I mean, that would happen. You know, so it's like, if there's an ability to confirm that shit, do it. Like, you know, don't just, like, immediately pull up, bro. Like, what the fuck, man? You fucking goober.
He's sitting at the window.
Well, I don't have time for that bullshit. It's supposed to be fast food, right?
Oh my god. Yeah, it's called that because by the time you pull up to the window, it's ready for you. And a part of, like, making sure that it's ready for you by that point is, like, I don't know, being like, hey, is this total and slash order correct and blah, blah, blah. Like, oh my god.
That lady in waiting is an exaggerated caricature of you.
No,
think about that, TJ.
Dude, TJ is actually frustrating me.
I think you're wrong. I don't think I'm that rude. I think...
No, you're not. Yeah, like, you are. You are that rude, bro. You are not, like, nah. Stop it.
Be a little short, but I don't think I'm, like, an over-the-top rude customer, like you're saying. I think that's an exaggeration of my characteristics. So, that's what I think.
Yeah, as someone that is literally working in retail right now, bullshit. Sounds like somebody who, you know, would deny the fact that they're a rude fuck.
I think you have exaggerated me. I don't think I'm as rude as you're saying I am. I think I'm like maybe 50% of that.
Dude, I don't think so at all.
What? Chelsea, what do you think?
Dude, Chelsea's already
98% is what he tips.
Dude, Chelsea is she's weighed in on this before. This is not the first time this has come up. She has weighed in on this already, TJ. She knows.
Oh my god, dude.
Now, you said she's broken you of some of it. Maybe she's, you know, done a little work on you. And you.
But I think even at the time you're talking about, I don't think I was as bad as you're saying I am.
Bullshit, TJ.
I don't think it's bad to fucking be brusque, all right?
fuck off!
Django
No, fuck off, TJ. Like, dude, it's not a bad thing to be brusque and a little, like, you know, bare minimal rude. It's like, fuck you. Like, I don't go to my fucking job to have some brisk, rude fuck, you know, be like, I want this. And then just be like, alright, bye. You know, as soon as I give it to him. It's like, give me some basic level of respect, bitch. Like, seriously. Like, I'm a fucking human being beyond that counter, too, when I'm on the clock, asshole. Like, I mean, same thing for fast food or anything else. Like, I mean, like, nah. Like, I mean, like, even if you're having a bad day, I can get it. I have mine, too. We all do. But, like, motherfuck, bro. I mean, it's like, TJ, I guarantee you not every goddamn day is a bad day when you're going out there and shit, you know, getting this stuff, okay? Like, or going to a restaurant, alright? Like, I guarantee you. Like, so, there ain't no reason for this shit. Like, fuck you, TJ. Like, oh my god. Nah, fam. Like, it's one thing to be like, you know, just like, yeah, I like this thing, man. You know, just whatever. You know, but like, I mean, there's, you know, being like, yeah, I like the number 3 and this and that. Okay, cool, thanks. You know, just kind of being like, you know, not dismissive, but just kind of like quick, or like kind of like, you know, just like, you know, to the point, but like, that's not being brisk. That's not being rude. Like, TJ, Paul was right. It's all about the fucking tone, dude. Like, you don't have to be like, you could be like a certain level of brisk and shit without having to be rude or being like a dick. Like, because I've had people like that before, and there's nothing wrong with it. Just as much as the idea of me thinking I'm a fish is also really fucking annoying. Because I am not a fish. No, stop it. I'm not a fish. Stop that shit. Uh-oh. Wait, what? Uh-oh. Is this the one time it's not working? I need to have to focus on that. Oh, wait. Oh, fuck. It actually kind of did. Verbally, it didn't work there for a second, but I kind of focused on it for a second, and it did. Dude, what the hell, man? Dude, that honestly does work. That's... Okay, that does kind of freak me out every time. Like, what the hell?
Dude, that came up on my...
I don't think it's bad to fucking... Look, I'm a business-like motherfucker. When it comes down to it, we're doing a transaction. I'm giving you money for food. I don't need all this bullshit.
Like, well, guess what? I'm gonna give you that bullshit. Oh my god, if like TJ were to ever like, you know, come to my workplace and like order some food, I dead ass will purposely go out of my way to small talk him, to fucking like make it as annoying as possible for him in every way till Sunday. Like, oh my god, like you are a Karen, DJ.
You know, you got your sales pitch you're supposed to make. Okay, yeah. I don't care about it. I don't need it.
We don't either. We don't care about it either, bro.
But see, that's the thing, though. They don't care about it either.
Yeah. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul.
Just
right. So I'm giving them permission to not fucking do it.
Well, you know what? Like, you don't do that by being rude, TJ. Oh my god. Like, I mean, I'm like indirectly fucking arguing with him about this, but holy shit, he's so fucking wrong. Like, hey, we don't care about, like, you know, telling you about the sales and stuff like that either. I mean, or these weird deals and shit that, you know, are, like, foisted upon us and shit. Like, I mean, because frankly, like, you know what, some, you know, in our department that we're technically supposed to do that we just never do? It's, like, on the intercom be like, hey, good evening, shoppers, you know, it's like... You know, if, you know, it's like, come to our Dell department if you want to get, like, you know, the 699 8-piece deal, whatever the fuck. It's just like, we're supposed to be doing that, but we never do because we don't care. It's like, I mean, we're not going to go out of our way to deal with that shit. In fact, usually half the time, we don't even have time to do it. It's just so ridiculous.
Want it? I'm not interested. Here's my registration. You don't have to go through the spiel.
It's not, but they can't not do it though. That's the thing. They don't have the. You don't have the say so as to what corporate says you have to say to every customer.
Customer has rejected the fucking offer. Move on.
Tell that to corporate, not us. Tell that to corporate, TJ. I mean, my God.
Move on with the transaction. Do you know
That's
what?
not how it works.
It's a waste of my
that's literally not how it works.
time. It's a waste of their time. I'm cutting through the bullshit. Fuck that.
You don't think we would cut for the bullshit either? If we, at least, for my line of work, we can a little bit, but, like, a lot of people, they can't. Like, if we're working, like, at McDonald's or Taco Bell or being, like, a waiter at a restaurant, you can't do that. Like, it's a part of your job to literally do that.
No one has time for that. Let's do it.
I mean, most people have time for it. Most people can listen to the 5-second spiel and say
Not
no
me.
thank you.
I'm a man on the run, Paul.
A man on the run. Oh my god. Get out of here, TJ. A man on the run. Oh my god.
I got things to
A man on the run that just ate 4 cheeseburgers and a fucking chicken nugget and a large fry.
As long as
Jesus Christ, TJ.
man
on the run.
The nation's largest.
Oh my fucking god, TJ. You fucking weird homunculus. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Why people hate watch stuff.
You're what that stupid internet prank guy did. The guy that's always doing stupid and offensive and dangerous stuff and bothering people? Yeah, that one. No, what happened? He did something stupid and offensive and dangerous and bothered people. He did it. I sent it to you. It's really terrible. Why does he keep doing that? I have no idea. Go ahead, watch it. Okay, yeah, got it. Yeah, here it goes. Has this ever happened to you? I don't know how to make a sandwich. Just gotta, there's an ad. Sure. Just gotta let the ad play. Can you skip? Non-skippable. Okay, here we go. What's up, guys? Before we get into today's video, I want to give a quick shout out to our sponsor. You know them, Testosterone Cream.
Wow. Oh, okay. This is
got ad integration. Well, ad integration. Yeah, maybe I'll skip forward. I just can't believe. Why does he do this? Also, don't forget to sign up for my all-new Alpha
Male
Academy. That's the only way to become. Oh God, he's got an online course. I'm probably gonna buy that just to hate watch it. I just don't understand why he does this kind of thing. And we just dropped those new T-shirts. Check out the merch store. Plugging his merch store. He's selling merch. I can't figure out what he gets out of this. I can't crack it. Oh, here we go. All right, you guys asked for it. For today's prank, we're gonna straight up punch an old man in the face. Oh, get over here, you bastard! I'm gonna. Yeah. See, that is super offensive, controversial, and stupid and dangerous. Why does he do this stuff? I can't believe this has 30 million views. I'm gonna give it a thumbs down and an angry comment. Yeah, show the algorithm some engagement. That's a good idea.
Oh my god. Wait, how in the fuck did we get back to booty juice? I do not want to get exposed to that again. The booty juice is too much. Booty juice is way too strong. Way too strong. Get back to where the fuck we were. I know it was, booty juice. Oh my god. Dude, I also found out that, like, fucking Biden also, like, referred to some random dude back in his VP days as a butt buddy. I'm not even kidding, bro. Like, fucking, like, Rip City and my boy Stefan, like, fucking, like, pulled up a link of, like, it gets even better, and it was, like, it was back in his VP days when he did further research. I was like, what the fuck, dude? It's early on stream. Like, I mean, where was it? Yeah, it's this one. It's his butt buddy and I. Dude, it's just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, he's been having gaffes even during the VP days. Like, we're resurrecting old goofs and shit, dude. Like, it's like, no malarkey, fat. We gotta save the queen and God save our troops because I got a butt buddy out in Iowa. No malarkey, Jack. Now listen, fat. It's like, what the hell? My God. Now, anyway, thank you, Secretary Booty Juice. Dude, the guys, man, why is, like, every fucking president so far since, like, Clinton been a gaff machine? I mean, it's because Clinton's not a lot, but he kind of established a little bit of, like, the goofs, kind of a little bit, and then W, like, really established the goofs and the gaffes, and then Obama, you know, Obama himself, like, I mean, he was able to, like, you know, play his goofs and gaffs as, like, you know, with his charisma and shit, so it wasn't really seen as, like, goofy or gaffy, but he did have them. I mean, you know, and then, like, Trump, I mean, he's self-explanatory. I mean, we don't even need to delve into that. And then, I mean, you know, same thing with Biden. Self-explanatory. We don't even need to delve into it. It's like, what the fuck? Like, we're honestly getting, like, worse with the goofs and the gaffs. I mean, on one hand, I love it, but on the other hand, it's like, oh god, existential dread. Because, like, I guess, like, on one hand, at least Obama, you know, at least he was able to, like, you know, fucking, like, use his charisma, you know, like, points, you know, to kind of, like, you know, I don't know, have a little pizzazz with it and shit.
That's fucking, you got no creativity. And he's like, oh, okay.
Okay, where's the start of this video? Because I actually wanted to get into this. It's about the UPS strike.
In Waiting is an exaggerated caricature of you.
No,
think about that, TJ.
I think you're wrong. I don't think I'm that rude. I think I might be a little short, but I don't think I'm like an over-the-top rude customer.
All right, just to literally, you know, nail the final, you know, nail in the coffin. Yeah, you are. I mean, you might not be the most rudest motherfucker, but due to your brisk and just, like, abruptness of it all, like, yeah, you kind of are. And just because I literally am 7.5 now at this point going strong with this shit, like, yeah, like, nah. No, you would be considered one of the rude ones. I don't think I'm rude. Yeah, after all of, like, that back and forth between him and Paul, like, nah, dude. Like, you know, Paul's got the experience, too. I mean, he's worked in Starbucks. He knows how it is. Like, I mean, he's been in the ranks. He's been in the trenches. And I'm in the trenches. Like, I mean, I'm one of the, like, you know, next generation that's in those fucking trenches that he was fighting in. You know? It's like, I mean, it's just like, it's like, nah. I mean, there ain't no way, dude. It's like, yeah, like, because DJ at most has, like, an hour, and then he fucking flipped up and just, like, quit, like, on the spot the very same day. It's like, he doesn't have the same experience at all. It's a IHOP story. Where, like, an old man gave him, like, a little bit of lip, and he just, like, you know, dumped a bunch of pancakes on him, on his lap, and just walked out, and because he didn't have a cell phone or anything, he had to literally wait for his girlfriend at the time to pick him up, like, at the end of his shift when he was just hanging out, loitering in the parking lot for the rest of the fucking day. It's just like, oh my god. It's like, dude, like, you don't even know how it is. You barely survived it. Like, you barely lasted an hour, my dude. It's like, come on. And yet I don't think I'm rude. It's like, come on, TJ. Like, TJ, I don't know when you started doing this, but you literally have a beer counter on your fucking, like, Onion Nuggets shit now, dude. And, like, you're on your, like, your 5th, maybe 6th and going on strong on this shit, dude. It's like, my god, bro. Yeah, not rude, though.
Like you're saying. I think that's an exaggeration of my characteristics. So
it literally isn't. I've watched you long enough, TJ. No, it ain't.
Mm-hmm. I think you have exaggerated me.
I love Paul's just like,
I don't think I'm as rude as you're saying I am. Oh, I think I'm like maybe 50% of that.
50%.
Chelsea, what do you think?
That's not good. Yeah, like, oh, I'm 50% of the rudeness you think I am. That still is not good, dude.
Dude, Chelsea's already tips.
Dude, Chelsea is fucking. She's weighed in on this before. It's not the first time this has come up. She has weighed in on this already, TJ. She knows.
Oh my god, TJ.
Now, you said she's broken you of some of it. Maybe she's, you know, done a little work on you.
But I think even at the time you're talking about, I don't think I was as bad as you're saying I am. I don't think it's bad to fucking be brusque, all right? I don't like socializing
Django
with
Untrained. Dude, that came up on my...
Did Django Untrained?
I don't think it's bad to fucking... Look, I'm a business-like motherfucker. When it comes down to it, we're doing a transaction. I'm giving you money for food. I don't need all this bullshit. Sale, you got your...
I just gotta realize... Get to this fucking UPS shit. Yeah. TJ, you're fucking like TJ. You're cringe. You're cringe with your takes. That's all we need to know.
Nation's largest shipping company could be going on strike. That could mean some major disruptions for those packages being delivered across the United States. We do have Esther Bauer with Fox 35 Orlando.
This fucking guy reading this story right now.
I feel like I know what he's about to say, but before he even gets to that, like, dude, I hate the fucking fact that, like, they're like, oh, the biggest, delivery service, UPS, might be go on strike, and this could be an impact to your, packages. And blah, blah. It's like, what about the impact of the workers that have to, like, deliver those in the first place? Where the fat cats are fucking, fucking them over and shit. And basically kind of taking, tips from Amazon by being like, oh, yeah, let's not, like, pay them fairly. Let's make sure that, like, a lot of the protections and shit, like, having, like, AC, installed fucking, like, trucks and shit. Like, I mean, honestly, like, I've seen UPS, drive around here and shit all the time and stuff. I mean, a lot of the shit that I order, because I don't order from Amazon, a lot of it's either from the USPS or from UPS. And, like, half of the time, like, I mean, I'm seeing these dudes, like, wearing, like, literal, like, towels over their head with, like, a little boonie cap over it because, like, they're sweating their ass off during the, like, heat of the summer and shit. I mean, it's like, damn. And it's like they don't got at least some basic form of AC or anything. Like, some of them will have, like, a little portable fan, but, that sure shit ain't really doing much. I mean, it probably helps a little bit, but nowhere near enough, like, in, like, an actual, like, AC installed, like, system in a fucking truck like that. I mean, so it's just ridiculous. Like, the fact, some of the conditions that these drivers have to go through is just fucking honestly stupid. Like, I mean, like, delivery drivers for, like, pizza and shit, get better treatment because they're using their own fucking vehicles, and you guarantee you that shit's fucking AC installed and everything. So it's just like, I mean, so it's like, I mean, in a way, it's like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, our own personal vehicles are better, like, treated in comparison to, like, UPS or, like, USPS or Amazon delivery trucks and shit. I mean, maybe for the USPS, at least they got, like, some AC installed, for some of their vehicles and shit. But at least for the older ones, not as much. But, like, I know there's at least, like, newer, like, mail vans and stuff that the UPS has and shit. And I've seen them every now and then. But at least for, like, the older model, like, mail trucks and shit that they got, I mean, not really. They don't, because, I mean, I could see these, mail, delivery truck drivers, and they're sweating balls, at least in summer. And during the winter, I mean, they're, like, bundled up to shit and probably don't really got, like, a decent enough heating system, especially considering that they have a door open. I mean, but still, it's like, they're exposed to the elements, and it's kind of shitty.
Are you fucking kidding me with this guy?
She joins us live with
this morning. And with details this morning.
Be a pretty...
And it looks like a stereotypical fucking news anchor. They just, like, clone these people at a factory, dude. Like, they just, like, manufacture these people at a factory, like, some clone facility, where they have, like, the, like, genetic makeup of, like, Dan Rather and, like, a couple other, like, prominent, like, classical, like, like, classic old age era fucking, like, news anchors from the past, and just, like, hybridize, some news anchor clone, like, that might ever so slightly look a little different, but basically just manufacture them out of a lab. Like, out of a laboratory factory manufacturing plant of some sort, dude. Like, because what the fuck? Like, I mean, they all sound damn near the same, like, and they all look damn near the same, and they're all just, like, just so rote and, like, super NBC-like. And I get why, because, like, I mean, when it comes to, news media and shit, there's this whole idea that they have to have, like, this whole, like, transatlantic, like, accent and, like, veneer and shit. So it's, like, very generalized. So, like, no matter where you are in the country, it's always seen as, like, relatable, even though it doesn't. It feels more alien than not. Like, I really, honestly, unironically, would rather have, like, local news anchors like this dork literally sound like their regional accent and just look more like who the fuck, they are for a regional person in the area in comparison to not. Like, I mean, I'd rather local news anchors have, like, I don't know, a personality. Or, not just local news anchors, but just news anchors, period. I'd like to have them, have a personality. Because, I mean, I don't know what it is about, like, the mainstream ones where they can at least get away with having some level of personality. But they can at least have a little bit of it. But these motherfuckers can't. It's like, no, let them have a personality, too. Let them pop off of some shit or something. I don't know. Like, I mean, because I guarantee you if this dude was, like... Oh, let's...
Pretty big.
Okay, there we go. We got an image where it looks at least a little more appealing. But, like, I mean... Like, if this guy was able to pop off a little bit and just do his own thing as a news anchor, I bet he would at least be a lot more respectable. But he's just like, yes, I will have this very standardized accent and sound like an NPC and just literally read a teleprompter as it is. Instead of having a very basic point and outline and just going off the hook. Yes, it's like, ugh. So fucking robotic. I mean, these motherfuckers are so goddamn robotic, dude. I mean, it's like, it's the same thing here for, you know, local news here in Portland, too. I mean, they all are the same shit. And I've seen these people in person, and it's like, when they're not, like, on air, they are just, like, the most smug, like, fucks, dude. It's like, ugh. It's like, man, they're just so full of their own farts. It's ridiculous. I mean, at least for most of them. I mean, there might be, like, a couple of them that are actually, you know, pretty legit, but, like... I mean, for most of them, they are just so full of their own farts. It's ridiculous.
To say the least. You imagine, like, talking like that in your day-to-day life?
No.
No.
I mean, there's no... We've heard, like... You remember when... Because, like, Chris Cuomo talks like this. You remember when we got, like, candid Chris Cuomo? And he's like, fuck you, man! I'm a fucking Italian over here!
Oh, my God. You know what? It reminds me of a... Back in 2020, during that protest for one of the local news anchors, they happened to be at the... Hey, sit over here. They happened to be at the protest one night, and I happened to, like, walk by them while a couple people were heckling them in a little bit while they were trying to do their live report. And I honestly distinctly remember once they actually went offline and they weren't live anymore, like the news anchor lady, I think she was for Coin 6. It was like one of the, like, Sinclair Broadcast Corp blonde chicks or whatever. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. But, like, she honestly almost had, like, a weird, like, Silicon Valley Southern accent mixture hybrid thing going on that it was so weird. She was like, y'all are just being rude and fucking anarchists, and y'all just, you know, fucking causing more trouble for the city than y'all really think you're doing. Y'all being counterproductive. Like, she was kind of like, you know, she had such a weird accent. Like, when I've seen her in the past live on, like, you know, on air, she's like, I got this very transatlantic accent. And it's like, no, you don't. Like, in person, when it comes to you in person, no, you don't. You got, like, a Silicon Valley, like, Southern mixture shit going on. And, of course, a very hardcore, NIMBY, weird lip fuck, too. So, go figure.
Like, none of these guys actually talk like that. It's an affectation, and it's so fucking weird.
It is. Fucking, like, could they just stop?
Please?
Good morning. Yes, this could have catastrophic impacts on...
Oh my gosh, she literally sounds like that, like, literally every other female fucking local news anchor, dude. Just like the one I was talking about, that's the exact accent. But, like, when she, like, at least for the lady I was talking about off air, that is exactly the opposite of what she had. She had, like, you know, some, again, like, a little mixture of this, you know, that whole, like, transatlantic Silicon Valley-esque kind of, like, accent, but, like, also a little, like, hint of Southern shit, too. It was just, it was a kind of a little bit of, like, what? Like, whoa.
Delivery on supply.
I hate when every time there's a fucking strike like this, we gotta hear, the first thing out of their mouths is like, what's the downside gonna be for you?
Yeah.
Like, it's always
going to be bad for your deliveries.
Like,
it's going to be bad for, like, you know, products potentially, you know, being shipped to different stores and blah, blah, blah. Like, it's always about, like, oh, how's it going to impact, you know, profit and consumers and capital. Like, it's always about that shit. It's never about, like, how the fucking workers might be treated.
Well, because the media is no friend of labor. The media is not your friend.
It's not.
The media is the propaganda arm of the corporatist government. Like, that's it. Period. You're never going to get a pro-strike news story, ever.
Yep. I mean, ever. Like, I mean, it'd be pretty fucking exceptional. And honestly, the only reason why you might ever see that, at least on the minimal, on the mainstream side of things, is because they have a guest. that might, be a little bit more pro-labor and shit. Beyond that, like, they're fundamentally the enemy of labor. They hate that shit. Like, because it impacts the status quo and the bottom line of profit, which includes, making sure that, like, all these deliveries for, your packages from Amazon and, from UPS and blah, 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 like, all that shit is all maximized. Like, they never give a fuck about, like, like, what the workers, have to deal with and, like, what their benefits or the wages are and shit. Because if so, they would consider that. They would actually take that into consideration. They would actually, bend these, articles or these little segments on their little local news programs and shit in more favor towards the worker in that case. But they're not, because it's all about, like, fundamentally, trying to misconstrue the idea that, like, oh, you as a person is going to be fundamentally impacted by that, which in a way you would, but, like, I mean, it's fundamentally something that, like, the reason why you're being impacted is because of the fucking top fat cats, they're exploiting the workers that you're demanding for the basic bare minimal shit that they want in the first place. Like, here in Portland, like, there's the Providence Hospital for Portland shit. There's different hospitals from Providence that are going on strike in Portland because of, similar shit like this. Because they're not getting paid fairly, they're not, getting good benefits or any other usual shit that comes from a strike, and they are sick of the getting screwed over and fucking getting scalped basically, and yeah, that definitely impacts people when it comes to their medical needs and shit. But the main reason why is because of the fucking administrators and the fat cats and CEOs that don't give one about the patients or the workers in this case, or the nurses that actually give a shit. That's why they're out there doing that. Like, fundamentally, the reason why they strike is in the benefit of people like, you and me and everyone else besides. Not just for their own self.
Now the mainstream media. You gotta go to alternative media for that shit, and you're lucky if you get it.
Yeah. You have to dig real hard to find it.
TJ just left again.
Oh, shit.
Good old
You're gonna see TJ just storming off of this fucking door, just like, just close it off.
I left because I had to feed you, Juro.
He was getting shit happens. What are you gonna do?
He was getting to the discontented part where he starts going.
Yeah, like how Zukov does. Yeah, speaking of Zukov, look at him. Here, we'll take a little intermission real quick to just look at this little fuck. Look at him. Look at him over here just staring at me. Little dork. Look at you. You look disgruntled. Aww. You look so cute. You just look so cute just hanging out over there. I would give you some scritches and love, but you're way over there and I can't. Look at that little smush face. Look at that little face all being smushed. Aww. You sweet little baby. You're just a sweet little thing. Oh my goodness. You little chunk. You little chunk boy, you. Oh, what a cute little thing. But you do that bark shit even when you got food and water. Oh my god! I filled that water full and it's empty. Dude, oh my god, how thirsty were you? Jesus. Goddamn, bro. You're a thirsty. Thirsty little boy, aren't you?
Starting to fucking, yeah, dude, at that point, you better feed him.
Yeah, I started to bark at me. I'm like, I'm sorry, bro. Let me get that food for you.
Yeah, no shit.
Workers should be...
I wish, my dog would just, do that more often instead, or at least come up to me. Because, honestly, like, he barks at me for all sorts of different things. Like, for going outside, wanting water, food, or just attention. Like, he does that for various different things. So I don't always know if he wants food or not, when he does that. So, you want to know what his next little thing is? He will literally go up to the food bowl or the water bowl, take his paw, and just, like, assault and, like, literally do a bombardment of artillery fire on that bowl and just, like, smack it with his paw. And that fucker will, like, go flying across the room. And he'll just, like, stare at it wherever it lands, and then at me. like, be like, yeah, we're at this point now. I'm attacking the bowl. I mean, he's just like, he's just a little fruit. Like, he'll do a few of his barks, and then he'll do that shit. But it's like, honestly, I'd rather you just assault the bowl first than the barking. But, I don't know. I guess, he thinks barking is going to be the way to do it first. But honestly, not really. It doesn't work like that for me.
No. That's a horrible punishment for workers.
No.
No, I agree with you, though. You're never going to see really flattering coverage from mainstream media about unions. It's always like, oh, they're hurting people. All these people want packages. Oh,
did Bardock always see the booty juice one or the buddy one also? I told him about it. I mean, I told him that I was reacting to it early on. But, I mean, I don't know if he actually saw it. I know, I'm assuming he saw the booty juice one because, I mean, he was laughing about it too when I mentioned it. So, I mean, I'm assuming he knows about that.
Why? Is right around the corner, and people are probably going to be saying things to their loved ones, but...
Now I woke up after he talked about it. Oh, damn. Oh, my God. You know what? Hold on. Alright, we're at the 2-hour, 19-minute mark on this. Okay. We're going back right to... Okay, dude. We're going right to it, dude. This is too fucking good. This is too... Like, okay. Like, the booty juice is... God, I don't even know. Oh, my God. Okay, hold on.
Well, this dude does not have another 4 years. There's no fucking way.
Oh, no. The performances like this, I think he's well on his way to another term.
Think about... Yeah, I think he is... Well, I think he is...
Hold on. Oh, wait, where's the actual, like... Yeah, we need the... Yeah, come on. Here we go.
Oh, fuck, man! Oh, no. Yeah.
President of the United States, President Joe Biden.
He did it. Dude, the length of him just walking out in the silence.
Thank you, Secretary Buttigieg.
Thank you, Secretary Buttigieg.
Oh, fuck me, man. This is like, you couldn't write this. You couldn't write a copy.
Oh my God, I can't. Oh my God. Dude, this shit, dude, I will, like, oh my God, this is shit makes me, oh my God, the booty juice, dude, this makes, oh my God. Oh my God, this honestly is probably the best gaff he's ever done. I don't know what it is about this, but this makes me laugh more than anything he's ever done, dude. Like, out of the goofs and the gaffs he's ever done, this is the fucking funniest. Thank you, Secretary Booty Juice. Oh my God. What old you get, walk old you will. Oh my God. But yeah, that was the clip though. Oh God, fuck, okay. But yeah, that was the booty juice clip. Oh my God, oh fuck, dude. Good Lord. Dude, he literally said booty juice, dude. He didn't even say, like, booty edge or, like, booty edge or whatever the fuck. He literally fucking said booty juice. He literally fucking said it, dude. What an unfortunate surname. Dude, that, like, honestly... Like, he has, like, I don't even think Pete himself knows how to pronounce his surname. Like, it's just, like, the most unfortunate surname that is... Oh, my God. Like, man, bro, like, I mean, I feel bad, like, almost for him in a way. It's like, I mean, like, why did his parents just, like, allow the surname of Booty Juice or whatever the fuck it is? Like, like, why? I mean, just, like, what a bad surname. And there's some bad ones out there, but that, I mean, but for just meme material, I mean, it just takes the fucking cake, dude. It takes the booty cake. It takes the booty cake, dude. It's just too memeable, bro. He just has too much of a meme name, dude. Like, oh my god. Ugh. I mean, that honestly makes me think that Biden is aware of the whole idea that his surname is memed. Like, Booty Judge, like, Booty Juice, fucking, like, I mean, dude, I mean, his name is legit memeable. Like, I mean, and this implies that Biden knows that it is, and he did unintentionally, I think. I think just in old man goof, like, mode, he just unintentionally fucking did. It's a Maltese surname derived from Sicilian Arabic, meaning chicken owner, poulterer, father of chickens. Oh my god, oh my god, dude, that honestly makes it even better. The father of chickens. Oh my god, that makes it even better, dude. That makes his surname just that much better. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow, that honestly makes, I don't know why that is just tickling me so much, but it just is. I think it's just because, like, Pete's just like a goof. I mean, he's just like a nerdy goofball that, I mean, I think that's why. I mean, because I only know of that name because of him. Like, I mean, it's, like, that's it. Like, I think it's just because of him. He's just like a dorky, like, goof of a meme. It's just kind of awkward in a way that, I mean, I think that's why. I mean, it just tickles me so fucking much. I fucking love it. Oh my god. Oh, wow. Secretary Booty Juice, the father of the chickens. Oh my god. Oh my lord. Wow. Wow. It really truly is an unfortunate surname. At least for him. I mean, for anyone else, it probably would have been fine. But it just had to be Pete Buttigieg, dude. It just had to be him. It just had to be Pete Buttigieg. Buttigieg. Like, again, I don't even think anyone knows how to pronounce it correctly. I think it's just one of those, like, enigma words. It's just one of those words where it's just, like, how you pronounce it is just kind of how it is, I guess. I don't know.
Company will act like, oh, we gave the workers what they wanted and all the profit would be eaten up, and that's not what it's never about that. It's about what percentage of the total profit do we get to pocket.
You know what happened to me, Scotty?
What?
I guess you're gonna be vindicated. Because I was sitting here thinking to myself, God, wish I had something sweet. I was like, man, should have got that fucking Grimace shake.
Fucking told you, TJ.
Wow. Wait, they have a Grimace shake now? What the oh my god. I need it. You know what? I might honestly go to McDonald's just for one time. Just so I can get that. I'm not even gonna lie, that sounds kind of good. Is it like blueberry? Is it blueberry? Is it like blueberry flavor? Or is it like a raspberry? A grape? Because honestly, like any of those flavors for like a shake, I don't know, maybe a grape might be a little too much. I mean, unless they kind of, you know, do it in a nice, like, you know, not super flavorful way where it's like super hardcore strong, right? Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe a grape might be okay, depending on how strong the flavor is. But if it's like a raspberry or like a blueberry, ooh, I might just be down for that shit. I just might be like, you know, like, just like absorb all that into my essence. I might just, you know, get the Grimace juice right all up in me. Because, oh my goodness.
I fucking told your stupid fucking ass. I fucking tried to warn you. I fucking literally died on the hill of like, I'm not doing shit, TJ, until you fucking get this item. I fucking begged you with you, TJ. I pleaded with you, man. That's why. You know what? You've seen that shit in movies where it's like you're the guy that's like everyone else is mad. They just don't see reason. And you're yelling at the fucking every street corner, every rooftop, every...
Grimace juice, also known as purple drink.
Spots you can find. That's how I felt in that moment, because I knew what was going to happen, TJ. I knew you were going to eat that shit. And you know, you're like a little bit later on, you're like, man, you don't really hit the spot? A fucking milkshake or something. And I fucking knew.
I'd like to see some of these bigger transport, trucking, rail, airlines unions start striking at the same time. Well, that's what needs to happen in order for systemic change to happen. There needs to be a...
Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, absolutely. But of course, I mean, I didn't quite, see it, but I'm assuming, I'm just gonna believe Scotty. He, died on the hill for him to get that Grimace shake when he was literally doing that DoorDash order on the stream. We at least saw the result of it. I didn't honestly think that, skipping him ordering it would actually be, a missed piece of context in this situation. Because they were, having a back and forth about the Grimace shake, and yet, I didn't even know about it. Apparently it must be good, because, I'm assuming Scotty must have had it. Because if he's willing to literally die on the hill, it must be good. And I'm willing to take his word. I'm willing to take his word for it. So, I'm gonna go grab it. I want some of that purple drink. I want some of that. I want it from the tap. Okay, maybe not from the tap, actually. Oh, God. Okay, never mind. That was bad. That was not good and out of context. Oh, God. Nope. I don't want to... No. Never mind. Oh, God. I can't... There ain't no way to recover from that. Fuck.
It's industry general strike. Where you can't go to the grocery store.
But anyway, yeah. I mean, it's rail, airline, and plus, other, things. What this comment was saying, yeah, it needs it needs to happen. I mean, what's kind of fucked, it's we almost had a rail strike as shit, but Biden kind of fucked that over a little bit. He kind of directly did. In the airlines, I know there are some airline industries. I know Southwest and a few other, I think American Airlines and a few others are on strike right now with some of the flight attendants and stewards and shit. And with trucking, obviously got UPS. The thing, in a way, it all needs to be kind of at once. It's good that they are kind of happening when they are, but to really make a super serious impact, for these different locals or national unions to kind of get together and be like, hey, we obviously all, are not getting any progress on our contracts, for these, renewal for our contracts and shit. Let's just all organize a strike where we all do it at once, instead of just kind of doing it individually. In a way, that would most certainly make a lot more of a bigger impact. And in a sense, you can also kind of, overlap some of the, strike funds / logistics, with each other. So, in a way, if there's people that, are on strike at one area, they could potentially also go to another area, too, if, if they need to. Because, for example, I know for a lot of cases, depending on how long a strike can last, you'll definitely get, people on strike that might be working part-time jobs and stuff. And sometimes they might be able to get a, part-time job that might be, closer to another strike. So maybe during the break times or on their days off, that, or off shift, during that time, they can go there, or anything else. There's all sorts of various different, factors that, can come into play when you have, a major overlap like that. And plus, when you have, such a direct impact on, consumers and capital in that way, too, you're going to get a lot of people that are going to notice it. And with that, you're going to get a lot of people that will stand in solidarity with you. Legitimately. It's I know that with some of the strikes that have happened in Portland within the last year, at least, the ones I was aware of when the Portland subreddit has been mentioning it, there's people even directly from the subreddit itself that would say, oh yeah, I decided to, get some donuts and, from Krispy Kreme or Voodoo Donuts or anywhere else, whatever the fuck, and, give them to the people on strike, and just yeah, here's a bunch of boxes, all for you, here you go, bunch of donuts for y'all, or whatever the hell. You know, and that's just like one thing. I mean, some people actually like legit send some supplies or some water and some other shit. Like, I mean, you know, like other people who aren't even affiliated to the union whatsoever will like go out of the way to like legit kind of like, you know, to do things like that. So, I mean, it's like especially if it's all like a big national, like big hit like that, you know, even if it is kind of more localized despite, I mean, it makes more of a bigger impact than not. I mean, either way, like whether it's regional or national, I mean, they still make an impact and they're still good. But, I mean, I feel like in a way there would be a lot more like fruit to bear, so to speak, if, you know, these different unions, especially if they're all kind of related to a similar industry, like the airline, rail, and like trucking, transit industries and shit. If like when it came to like renewal of the contracts, they just kind of like, at least to some extent, organized their different walkouts or strikes, you know, around the same time, you know, of each other. So it makes, you know, essentially a lot more of that bigger impact, especially in certain local areas. So it could definitely, you know, make a lot more fruit to bear, so to speak, with that, and essentially have, you know, CEOs and the administrators and the stockholders and shit more by the balls by that way. Because, I mean, obviously what they care about is maximizing profit, and if, like, there's something like that that hits them the most, then they're going to pay a little bit more attention towards that. Will it even pull up? Oh, now it does. What is it? Hey, kid, I have a grimace shake. Huh, why's the purple? Why's the purple, grimace? Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Trucking, rail, airlines, unions start striking at the same time. Well, that's what needs to happen in order for systemic change to happen. There needs to be a service industry general strike where you can't go to the grocery store, you can't go to the fucking fast food joint, you ain't get no packages delivered, you can't get gas for your car. That shit, that's when shit gets done.
I still want to try it. I mean, I still want to try it too.
That's when these companies are forced to come to the table because they're looking down the barrel of like not being able to serve people their necessities and shit. That's what it's got to come to. Like, as much as I celebrate these strikes as they happen, this is a Band-Aid on a bullet wound at this point. Like, there needs to be a general strike in order to affect the type of change people talk about in the labor space.
Shortages. Now, there is still some time for the union and UPS to work out a deal. July 31st is the cutoff before workers would officially strike. On Friday, 97% of UPS workers across...
Isn't the question they have to, like, if you're examining these stories, I mean, just to be totally logical about it, even taking the company's perspective, like, obviously they want to make the greatest amount of profit for the company itself. If the workers were given what they asked for, would it destroy the business?
No. I mean, of course it wouldn't. I mean, also the thing is, like, when it comes to, like, you know, a union and, like, what workers advocate for, like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not, like, what they're advocating for will, like, destroy the company. If anything, I mean, they kind of want to make sure it at least stays afloat to a certain degree because, like, they don't want to be out of a job. Because the whole idea of, like, trying to get at least, you know, a better paying benefits of the job they're doing is to, well, have a more long-term stability with that said job. They don't want necessarily to see it go bottom up. Like, I mean, so there's at least, you know, like an indirect implicit value of, like, you know, hey, I want to make sure my, you know, job's secure. And a part of that is, you know, having a more secure benefits and wages and shit like that, right? So it's like, I mean, that's kind of the whole point. I mean, really, that's kind of really fundamentally why the union's there in the first place. It's just like, we're not here to, like, you know, destroy you or some shit. We're just here to make sure that at least, you know, the workers get some bare fucking minimal. I mean, honestly, I mean, especially these days, I mean, there's various different unions that unfortunately are, you know, a little too complicit with the status quo about it. But, I mean, that tide is certainly changing at this point, you know. But, I mean, it's just like, I mean, all in all, I mean, it's like, you know, something that's been so fucking ingrained to the point where it is, you know, like, the idea that, you know, just of, like, you know, just merely advocating for the bare minimal at this point, you know, could potentially make a company go bottom up, even though, like, they're making multi-millions in profits, or even billions, or multi-billions in profits. It's like bullshit. Like, it's insane. Pop quiz, Jack, what percentage of the retail sales are in actual stores, not online? So, like, brick and mortar, what is it, like, I actually remember not that long ago, back in, like, I think it was pre-COVID numbers, but I remember it was, like, honestly, it was, like, in, like, the online shopping specifically was up in, like, over 3/4. I think it was, like, what, like, at post-COVID, I imagine it's probably, like, brick and mortar store shopping, probably, like, I don't know, 10-15%? Give or take, somewhere around there. At maximum, maybe 20%. I mean, I'd actually be kind of shocked if it's more than that. But, like, I mean, what? Probably around there. I'm honestly probably giving more of a over. Wait, so let me tell you that days of brick and mortar stores are on their way out. They're full of shit. We always see retail shops, online shopping only accounts for 50% of it. Just, really? So, actually, the exact opposite. I mean, considering, like, this whole fucking propaganda shit, especially for media when it comes to things like Amazon and, like, online shopping, I mean, and frankly, I mean, even in my own personal life, seeing, like, you know, UPS or Amazon, especially Amazon trucks, you know, delivering shit all the time, like, I mean, I honestly kind of thought, like, I mean, there was kind of a slow at a very specific thing, you know, basic things like produce and bread, milk, and eggs and stuff. So, I mean, yeah, wow. I'm actually, you know, I'm kind of shocked about that, but in a way, I mean, it's kind of good. I mean, it's a little bit of a relief, actually, kind of knowing that. So my numbers, you know, my guesstimations were actually kind of the opposite. Because especially considering, you know, with the pandemic of COVID, you would think the idea of, like, online shopping would have, you know, kind of bumped up a lot more, honestly. I mean, you know, you would think, you know, like, the idea of going to brick and mortar stores would have decreased, you know, even since COVID, you know, from 2020 and 2021. You would think it would have, you know, like, still seen a downgrade. But, yeah, I guess in a way not. Which honestly kind of, yeah, in a sense is a little bit of relief because it shows that things like online shopping / automation, things like that, haven't really, like, set themselves in stone quite yet. I mean, it's like, it's still going to be kind of an inevitability, but to kind of show that it's taking longer than we all obviously kind of thought is still kind of a little bit of a relief. It gives us a little bit more breathing room, which I think is good. I mean, it's like, it kind of shocked me, honestly. Like I said, I honestly thought that those numbers were flipped. Like, I mean, yeah, I mean, like, I thought that the 15 to 20% margin was going to be the other way around, you know, not for, like, online shopping, because, I mean, even for certain things that I get, like, I will buy that shit online, you know, so, I mean, I honestly deadass thought it would have been the other way around, especially when it comes to, like, more niche products that people might want to look for and stuff, that maybe a brick and mortar might not necessarily have, so I honestly kind of legit deadass thought, you know, I guess maybe at, like, best, I suppose it would have been more 50-50, but, you know, it ain't though, so, you know, hey, I mean, we ain't all the way there yet. In fact, it doesn't even sound like we haven't even really seen the broader, like, worst of it. It's still going to keep declining, but it's still dominant. Yeah, I mean, it's still dominant now. And yeah, I mean, it's just kind of shows that, like, it's going to be, you know, slowly but surely going on the downgrade. I think they're projecting a 5-10% drop in the next couple of years. Which, you know, all things considered makes sense. Because I kind of figured that was the case, but especially the years leading up, like, with, like, the 2010s and everything, because I know, like, online shopping became very big and kind of more mainstream around, like, the turn of the 2010s. And, I mean, it started kind of becoming a thing before then, but it really started to become super mainstream around that time. So, I kind of honestly thought that, like, I guess what, you know, we would be seeing in the next couple of years was already happening. So, which I guess, like I said, is a little bit of relief, but also, like, uh-oh. Like, I mean, what's it going to look like in the next, like, 5 to 6 years? Because, oh, God. That's probably going to, unless we, you know, at least put a balance in the force, so to speak, with this. I mean, the trajectory is not going to necessarily look great.
due to the business. And if the answer is yeah, if the workers are so unreasonable, if you put the numbers in, it's wow, if they did that, UPS would go out of business. Then that's an unreasonable demand. But if they do it and it's it doesn't really affect the company, that is overall, it'd probably just improve it because the workers would be happier, right?
Well, the thing is that it would never work out that way. Having been on the inside of these labor relation,
okay, where the fuck my Largo
things before, the people that work for UPS don't want UPS to go belly up. Everybody's out of a fucking job. So they're not asking for the company to fucking dip so far into their profits that they become insolvent as a company.
What they're asking for is pretty reasonable, generally.
Yes. Especially
but it's always framed like they're just trying to milk us dry. UPS can't operate at this level.
And they never report this, but when you actually go read the real articles and some actual journalism about it, it's always you're because the way the story makes it seem to me, knowing nothing else about this, man, these people at UPS must and I obviously know better, but it's they must have some ridiculous demands. And you go read, it's they would like a 3.5% pay increase and expanded health benefits. You're oh,
which I'm pretty sure those expanded health benefits are pretty much yeah, we basically 1,000 give or take more for each employee, when it comes to our healthcare benefits and blah blah blah. It's not even that much. If you actually this comes down to any strike or union negotiation and old contract and shit. If you really actually look at the real details of it all, it's not asking for much at all. In fact, half of the shit in the contract probably will stay relatively the same. It's the other half of the shit that they're wanting to change a little bit is what they're trying to frame. It's oh my god, they're asking for too much. Because a lot of the idea is they actually want to try to cut that shit. They don't want to try to expand it. So whenever there is actual benefits and pushes, concessions that are made by the company, with that, those are seen as major fucking wins. Even if it's not every single thing the union necessarily wants to be able to get, because for our last union contract, at least for our stores, when it comes to Safeway / I think Albertsons, and I think it was a Walmart store, because we're separate from the Fred Meyer, Kroger, KFC contracts. So we have two different little contracts from our local unions, but nonetheless, when it came to ours, we didn't get necessarily every single little thing specifically, but at least when it came to what was predominantly the main top 5 prioritizations, those were done. And even a couple other things, but every tiny little thing that was wanting to be advocated for, pushed for, it didn't happen necessarily, but that's kind of thing. You try to at least get the big fucking things you want to get changed, and all these other little things that would definitely overall help and be great. But at least some of the more back burner shit, you make sure that's kind of somewhat low in the back priority, because you want to make sure that that big stuff when it comes to healthcare benefits, wages, pensions, things like that are the big top priority. Because if not, it doesn't really mean fuck all if work conditions are great if your wages are shit, and things like that. There's there's a little bit of a balance with it, and to a degree, that's where the whole back and forth with the negotiation comes from. But it's always framed as the idea of oh, the workers want to try to get too much, or they're just going to try to stifle and hurt the economy and thus hurt you as an individual because they do these things, even though what they're doing is just making sure that they're more stable in their own fucking lives, okay, and a little bit more secure with their shit, as much as you may or may not be with yours. And yet they want to try to frame it as oh, they're trying to impact you, when it's the company and the fucking bosses and these administrators and these stockholders and shit that are the ones who are actually impacting your ass, not the fucking workers that have to be fucking shafted by them.
That seems pretty reasonable. Why are we framing them they're terrorists trying to fucking sink this company? Look, we want to control 100% of the board of directors, and all profits will be funneled to our slush fund. What the fuck is this shit?
Right, the strikes.
I'm trying to find the corporate profit statements for
are fighting
UPS. Yeah.
Or they are.
I guarantee you it's in the billions.
asking for more full-time jobs, an end to forced overtime, and protection from heat.
Okay, I also hate this about local media or just like news segments like this when it comes to videos. They literally repeat like the same 1 minute of footage like over and over again. Like, I feel like I'm having whiplash. Didn't we just see this clip like from like way earlier when they were talking about this?
End of forced overtime. Oh, how dare they! How dare they!
End of forced overtime pay.
End of forced overtime. Heat breaks when it's too hot, when it's 100 degrees, and you're in an air-conditioned truck. They want to be allowed to cool down.
Bullshit. How dare they?
Like I said, it's always reasonable shit, but they frame it like they're just wackos. That's like, who would want that?
We would like to not die of heat stroke, please. Nah.
The travesty. Oh my god, what are you, a communist? Nah, you're asking for too much. Quit, trying to, like, you get a handout now and just pull yourself by the bootstraps. Nah.
Started back in April, but the union and company have not yet reached an agreement. If the strike does happen, it would be the largest...
Oh, I wonder why, that happens to be the case. It definitely is not the union being, like, stubborn about it at all. Definitely not.
Employer walkout in U.S. history. The union represents around 340,000 UPS workers nationwide.
Which actually, I mean that, like, the union is literally not at fault for that.
And when it comes to deliveries, a report says back-to-school deliveries could be affected and holiday season supply...
Oh, fuck off. Like, oh my god. Oh, the back-to-school deliveries and the holiday deliveries. Oh my goodness. Think about that. How about that? Think about these fucking fingers going up your ass. How about that, you fucking weird-ass bitch? Like, how about them apples? Like, I mean, honestly, it's like... I mean, what about the fucking fat cats who are, like, extorting these fucking delivery drivers and shit, not, giving them their fucking fair share when it comes to these type of things, like, right? What about that? Like, but, no, let's not frame it like that. We gotta frame it, as a way, like, it was like, oh, what about, like, these holidays and...
may be disrupted.
Oh, no!
Ways around this.
Oh, my God.
Look, these happy people getting packages delivered. Oh, look at them. Yeah, I fucking called it before you even...
She looks so happy to just, like, have to sign a little thing just so she can get a package delivered. Which also, why is that a thing? It's kind of annoying. I never had to deal with that, luckily, but, like, I mean, why? I mean, I guess maybe for specialized, like, specific stuff, I suppose? But, like, I mean, why is that a thing? It's like, oh, hey, we're going to deliver a package, but we literally need you to be there for a signature to confirm this, or else we're going to not deliver it or something. Like, I mean, it's like, what? It's like, just leave it there. I mean, maybe I'm not, like, readily available. Maybe I'm not even at home yet, or maybe I'm not even there. Maybe I'm at work or something. Just, like, when I come back, I'll pick it up and there you go. Like, I mean, why do you gotta, like, sign a thing? I mean, I guess for confirmation's sake, I suppose. I get that, but it's like, sometimes I'm not there. I'm not, like, sometimes I'm asleep. Like, I've literally been woken up because of the UPS driver before. Like, I mean, sometimes I'm literally dead-ass asleep. Like, what, do you think I'm gonna, like, what, I'm gonna have his ass wait, or, like, her ass wait for my ass, to get dressed and go sign a thing? No, just drop it off. Just leave it there. Like, it's okay. I'm awake now. I'll pick it up.
PJ, like, well, maybe a little ways into it. It was so obvious. It's like they're going to ruin the holiday season.
So, gross revenue for UPS in 2021, $97 billion. $97 billion.
$97 billion?
That's gross.
What's their profit?
Their profit is almost $13 billion.
For the...
Nearly $13 billion? Oh, but yet they want to also, like, fucking try to, like, get media to frame the idea of workers asking for what they want under UPS and shit as being too much. And they make $13 billion in profit from last year. What? Like, they easily can be fucking giving their workers way more. Like, this is why, like, honestly, I mean, I know a lot of people, like, especially on the left progressive side of things, talk about, like, tying wages to inflation or productivity. What about profit? I mean, to at least, when it comes to a certain level. Like, I mean, when it comes to, like, if a company is making a certain amount of money in profit, like, then at a certain point, maybe those wages should be tied to that profit. Like, I mean, outside of, like, I don't know, like, let's say, like, there's a company that's making, like, I don't know, like, at least $1 billion or some shit. Let's just say I put a number out there, $1 billion. For, like, a company, and shit. It's like at that point, then whatever wages your workers are making, then, and shit, then it gets tied into that fucking, profit that you make. But if it's under that, then it will get tied to the regional inflation / productivity at that point. But, honestly, for, like, these mega big-ass fucking multi-billion dollar corporations, it's like, at this rate, it's like, because to a certain extent, if you tied, some of these, workers' wages to their fucking profits and shit, these workers would be making a lot more. And actually be getting, a legit good fucking fair share out of, what they're making. But it's like, of course, a lot of those multi-million dollar, or multi-billion dollar fucking companies and shit aren't going to fucking want to do that. Because that would fucking, go into those major stockholders and administrators and CEOs and shit. And go in the executives. Or go into, hit their pockets. And that's the main reason why. Because all those fucking profits go into their fucking hands. They don't go into the actual workers who are making those fucking profits. And that's the main problem. At least to a certain extent, I'm not going to be, super unreasonable and say, no matter what profit it is, to a certain degree, if you tie, wages to profit, for certain companies, it isn't really going to be feasible. Or if anything, actually be worse than, a livable wage. But at least for certain companies, like I said, that are making, billions of dollars and shit, they need to fucking, to a certain extent, there needs to be, some sort of level where the wages are tied to that. If not, at least not absolute, at least, some percentile of it. Or something. Because, the fact that we have so many of these, mega, billion-dollar corporations shit being able to get away with shit like this, and yet we're still fucking, barely making the ends meet, when it comes to this type of stuff. Because my company that I work for, Safeway, it ain't no different. And this is, it's basically owned by another bigger-ass company that's probably making even more fucking, money than, Safeway is. So it's just what? It can't, fucking fork over a little bit more? It's and that's, even with, the contracts in mind and shit, it's yeah, they could. But they just refuse to because, we can't allow that at all. That's a little too socialistic. Yeah, it's trickle up economics, yeah.
Or for a quarter.
For the year. That's yearly profit.
Yeah, so a company that made in profit $12 billion, and the people that helped...
Yeah, I'll keep playing this while I string a lick real quick. Hey. Oi, hey.
And that don't be like that. Who just want their fair share of that success.
Well, hold on. I'll put this up on the screen so you can see the type of profit growth that's happened while basically wages have remained stagnant. Because if you look at comps from the year before, if you look at 2020 here, and just let me do this real quick. Share.
It's no surprise to me. That's where their profits stem from. That's really, I think, what the issue is with these corporations. Is that $12 billion? A lot of that is fucking their labor, and obviously not all of it. Right. A lot of it.
Here's their shit. Look at last year.
They've been booming.
Or look at not last year, but look at 2020. They only made up $1.5 billion net profit in 2020. They have exponentially grown that in 2021. And you can bet that fucking slice of the pie has gone higher and higher. And look at just the overall profit.
Doubled. Yeah, the revenue's doubled.
So what these people are saying is, as this company grows more profitable, it's some of that has to trickle down to the fucking workers. If there's no way that somebody that's driving in 2020 should be making the same as somebody driving in 2021. Look at the corporate profit.
Look, to put it into perspective, if they were to just share this profit,
okay.
And
okay, cool. They kept it up. Here, let's look at it. Yeah, so the profits are the... Yeah, so the revenue and the net income. Okay. So the net income is the net income of the profit. And the revenue... Okay, that's what I'm saying there. And was it the amount in million US dollars? Okay. So... Yeah, let's go from... Wow, okay, yeah, so... Yeah, for pre-COVID, they were making about, damn near, at least that, from 2017, about damn near $5 billion, and then kind of took it down a little bit, and then of course 2020 hit where they barely made much. And what the fuck type of number is that? Like 12, nearly 13 billion. But look at these numbers previously from all these years, from 2009. Like in 2012, they got 807 million in profit. Considering I don't know the specifics about that, but like, I mean, look at these fucking numbers, and then like it's literally post-COVID. It's like, let's literally shaft the fuck out of everything. Like that. I mean, that's like what the hell? I mean, that's blatantly obvious. Like, Jesus Christ, they're not even going back to like their previous numbers. They're like jumping that. Like what? Like twofold at least, like 2.5-fold, like threefold, I think. Yeah, at least like by 3 times. I mean, like, but they can't, they can't give, enough to the workers or anything at all. That's too much. They're asking for way too much. Oh, but they can afford it for all that other shit, for all these years prior to that.
Correct my math if I'm wrong. I think I entered everything right. But if they were to share this profit, this $12 billion of profit,
wow,
amongst those 340,000 employees,
like
they could afford to
divide it,
like evenly divided it, which obviously the company can't do that. I get that.
I mean, yeah, that's probably not going to happen.
But to put it into context, if they were to do that, that would be an extra $35,294 per fucking employee.
Damn. And that's just like if like all like that time, like, I mean, it's kind of quantified, but like that damn near $13 billion number there, like, I mean, at least like 12 and 3/4 and some change. Like, I mean, that's a fucking shitload. I mean, but like, obviously, like, I mean, realistically, that's obviously unfeasible. But let's say like 10, 15% of that number was used to share that wealth with the rest of the workers, like the rank and file with everybody else, right? Like, that's still a shitload. That's still a lot. And they're not even asking for that. They're asking for like, what, a 3.5 wage increase with what their current wages are? Which, realistically, with those profit numbers, are probably like barely 1%. I mean, they're barely asking for like a crumb, essentially, when you consider those fucking numbers. Like, I mean, they honestly, like, the company should, like, UPS should be gracious and be fucking, like, sucking their dick over the fact that they're, asking for, like, a crumb. Considering these fucking numbers, with this graph in mind. I mean, because, like, even with the net revenue and shit, like, it's consistently going up. Even with, like, the whole, like, net income profit and shit, being, like, kind of varying a little bit. And it's, like, it just, like, it literally gets bigger and bigger with the gap. As, like, especially with these last couple years, at least, with this graph in mind from 2020 to 2021, like, there's a significant fat fucking, like, gap with this. So, you know what, even with, like, I mean, it like, the whole, like, revenue is still increasing, but it was 2020 when they had a little decrease, and shit, probably because of, like I said, because of COVID, but yet, they were still raking in fucking profits and shit, and then, we're able to really rake it all up in, from the year afterwards, and probably continuously, having that number go up even further since then. Like, imagine the profits from last year, from, like, 2023, are probably, more than that, or at least, somewhere around equivocal. Bet.
Right, and I can guarantee you that these employees are asking for significantly
They're
less.
not asking for anywhere near that.
They're probably asking for like 2,000 or 3,000.
So this is purely greed.
I mean, of course it is.
Yep.
I wouldn't ascribe it to any other motivation besides greed. It's like,
I'm not saying you.
I mean, honestly, you could literally look at that graph and just, realize that, yeah, there's like well, that's the first time the heater's been on in a long time. But like, it's, so that's what going to warp drive. But, like, I mean, just looking at that graph alone, like, I mean, it, like, it's just like you can't say anything else besides like, yeah, that's just greed, because that's what it is. I mean, it's like, because even with like the whole like, revenue aspect of things, obviously there's been times where they've taken cuts, in different times of the year. I mean, especially with 2012. I mean, this one's a pretty significant cut, at least in comparison to other levels of profit, right? Like, so, like, and when you see such a, especially with all these other numbers, like the average is about like 4 billion, the upper 3 billion about, give or take. It's around that like damn near 5 billion mark, but it jumps up super significantly after just like 1 year. Like, whoops. Like, I mean, you can't like, just say that it's just like, like, oh, well, there's like economic circumstances or other blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, that's just greed. That's literally straight up greed going on there.
Intelligent business decision
corruption.
where they're like, oh,
because think about
really
this.
afford this.
If you even, so you said 35,000, right? So if you took half of that and said, you know what, guys, 50-50 split between us, that means.
I mean, honestly, that type of shit fucks you over just as much as the workers do, and everyone else besides. Those type of fucking numbers fuck people like me over too. Even if I'm not directly, impacted by those type of fucking numbers, it impacts all of us.
15,000 more per employee.
I mean, that would be the hugest gift that a company's ever given to its employees in the world history, probably, if they did that.
And you know what? Honestly, like, UPS would literally have so many fucking simps and fucking, like, people worshiping their dick if they did that. Like, I mean, that's kind of another thing about some of these companies. Like, they make so much fucking money that, like, I mean, it only takes, like, one of these CEOs to just basically, like, alright, let's give them, like, not just a breadcrumb, but a slice of bread. Like, it just takes one of them to just basically, like, hey, instead of, like, letting the meat cake, let's actually give them a legitimate slice of bread instead of the crumbs and the moldy, like, bits that are on the ground. Like, I mean, it just takes one of them to, do that to be like, oh, shit, damn. And then everyone liking them and shit when it comes to, like, one of these contracts or some shit, popping up or whatever, or threat of a strike, and being like, alright, fine, we'll concede to literally everything. In fact, we'll even give you a little more. And, like, because, I mean, it would, like, in a way, kind of, like, undermine this whole idea of, like, trying to, like, get, like, for these unions trying to, like, push their thing, if you think about it. Because then it'd be like, oh, well, see, I mean, companies can be gracious, and they can say that type of shit. But they don't even do that because they don't think like that. They just cannot think outside the box or long-term enough, for that type of shit. They only think about, like, the quarterly fiscal profit, and when it comes to every fucking, like, quarterly, time of the year and shit. And when it comes time for the end of the year, they're thinking about how to get the biggest golden parachute, from all of the fucking maximization that they did for every fucking quarter when it came to their profits. That's all they give a fuck about. That's the only short term that they think about. It's that level of, like, the long term is basically like, alright, how much, can our quarterlies, maximize, for, like, the long term, golden parachute I will be able to get at the end of the year. That's about as far as they go. They don't think about these long-term, ideas and shit that legit, like, people like your, poor labor can recognize, like, here's how you could, if you were actually, like, smart about it, undermine it, while still in a weird way indirectly benefiting it. But they just won't, because they don't give a fuck about that, because they just are, like, the idea of even losing a cent when it comes to, like, their wealth and power and shit is just, like, abhorrent sin to them. They just, it's something that they just cannot fathom, and it's just unacceptable. That's the main reason why.
Fucking close to what these workers are acting. They're probably asking for single-digit percentage raise in wages, and maybe fucking $2,000 or $3,000 investment maximum on healthcare benefits and shit per employee. There's no way
they're not easily afford.
They're not asking for half of the profits. They're not asking for 2/3 of the fucking profits. They're asking for a minimal investment in the fucking livelihoods of the people that work for them. And I would love...
And like I said, I guarantee you it's barely 1%.
To see one of these fucking news stories that instead of starting like, well, you're gonna get to wait, got a package coming? You may have to wait a long time because these workers have gone on strike. I would love to hear one that starts like, oh, well... You waiting on a package? Greedy fat cats over at UPS. Exactly. Thank you.
I would love it,
attention to the point where these workers
yep.
just aren't going to take it anymore, and it's unfair.
Fucking amen, Paul.
Thank you. Yes, 100%. That's what I would like to say.
Yep. Yeah. Damn. God. I mean, man. The day that, like, you know, mainstream media starts doing that shit, I mean, I think I might actually die, because I think I would have an aneurysm because I wouldn't be able to process it. Because, man, that'd be the day. That'd be the day when I die. Like, because, man, oh, that'd be glorious. And in a weird way, like, I feel like we kind of had that at one point. A long time ago. Like, you know, when media and news and shit wasn't so, like, conglomerated into, like, you know, the, like, you know, monopoly or oligarchy that it is now. Like, I mean, it kind of had a little bit more of a, like, sense of just, you know, like, at least having more of a challenge towards the broader status quo, because there was definitely plenty of, like, papers and shit back in the day that were very pro status quo and even pretty conservative and shit like that, you know. But at the same time, there was also at least, you know, other papers and shit that, you know, were contrary towards that. Like, you had, like, different socialist and leftist leaning papers that existed and shit, and, you know, had pretty significant, like, membership, or, like, you know, people buying their stuff and stuff, you know, right? So, like, I mean, it's not like it never was ever a thing, you know, where media was at least diverse, but, like, goddamn, like, that died a while ago, and it needs to really come back. And in a way, it kind of has, because you got alternative media. But even then, I mean, it's slowly kind of getting co-opted a little bit by a lot of, you know, corporate elements, especially considering, like, a lot of alternative right-wing media, you know, when it comes to, like, the Andrew Tate types, or, like, the Ben Shapiro types, or whatever the fuck, right? So, I mean, alternative media isn't even innocent in this shit, unfortunately. So, it's a, you know, one of those, like, never-ending strangles when it comes to, like, pushing, you know, against this broader pro-capital status quo. And hence why, like, I mean, the narrative needs to fucking change, and the tide is slowly changing, but, I mean, a part of me kind of does worry a little bit that it's, like, changing a little too slowly. But on one hand, I mean, it's more than ever shifting, you know, at a rapid pace to where it's going to come to a fulcrum point, and it's just kind of a matter of when. It's not really a matter of if, it's just kind of a when at this point. And I feel like it's going to be probably sooner than we think. At least I hope. But maybe that's just a little optimism in my mind. Anywho, I think I'll at least call it good for the little evening. I'm going on for, like, damn near, like, 5 hours. Well, not quite there yet, but 4.5. Closer to that, but whatever. Gonna get myself food. All that fun shit. So, peace out. And of course, I'll see y'all in that next one. So, a toodaloo, buckaroos.